Joey! Joey! Okay.
Just like that, with the over. Vince.
North Carolina top.
Come on, baby, come get you some. NC, baby, this for us.
as you're able to watch. So thank you so much. We're so excited. Sabrina?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you all for joining us. Yesterday, we saw an amazing turnout, a really brutal game where we saw the people from the losing bracket take it all.
Take the lead all the way.
Wow. It was an amazing time, and I expect nothing less here today in the singles tournament. It's going to be the first day. Of course, this is going to roll over into tomorrow. So if you want to watch the finals, that's actually going to be tomorrow on Sunday. But don't worry, folks. Today is going to be packed. It's going to be great. And guess what, Jody? I'm hyped. I'm always hyped.
That's what you're here to do. That's what we're here to do. We love air hockey. You love air hockey. We are always rooting for team air hockey. Now, we do have 20 out-of-staters here in our competition, making up a fifth of the playing field. We did see some very dominant out-of-state doubles teams, and North Carolina did not send the victory to our own broken hearts. That was the opportunity for us to learn and grow, and now we've got 100 players.
100 players.
100 players.
Wow.
It's a big tourney, you know. It's the biggest one. It's the first one since the last one. Last year we had our first annual tournament. Today we are making it bigger and better. We are bringing out the individuals. We're going to keep it interesting on the table. I know a lot of times we see the same repeat dominant players, but we're giving everyone a chance to get up here to show their skills. This is an opportunity to move up faster than any other time of year. This is your opportunity to make a name for yourself, get that ranking as we go forward. And we're so excited to see what that's going to bring out today.
Oh no, I am so excited, Jody. You know, seeing all these different players coming from around the country, right here in the great state of North Carolina, Raleigh, North Carolina. We are live here, folks. We're going to bring you all of the commentary. We're going to have some, guest people come in. We're going to watch great players. We are so excited for you guys to join us. We got right now the refs showing other, people who are going to become refs to some of the rules right now. And remember, Jody, what the ref says?
Ref says goes.
Ref goes. They have the rule of the law right there on the table. All right, folks, it's going to be a great day here. I'm so excited. I got my coffee in me. I know Jody's getting ready to go. And I hope you guys are just sitting back, relaxed, and enjoy the amazing show we have here today.
And now, as we're in the interim, Sabrina, we can talk about the hot goss. We keep our ear to the ground. We both have partners who are absolutely integral in the community. Timothy Steiny Young, many of y'all know as my commentator at Worlds and other events. But we've got Sabrina here as well. She helped us out last state. Her partner is
Orellana-Portillo. He's actually part of the repping committee. He's actually right now on the table. I don't know if he sees it right now. I'm really excited from the place. So if my bias comes out, I do apologize. I will try to be as unbiased as possible. Maybe a little smidgen here and there.
I love your fortitude, Sabrina. I tell everyone on the street every time, I'm a biased commentator. I love to see Carolina win. I know I'll have my main man up on the table at some point. I will be rooting for him and probably rooting against him because I know his game, and if he slips out of it, he's gonna hear it from me. But our bias doesn't matter because the refs don't have one. They know how to be professionals, and it doesn't matter our opinion, what a call might be. They have the final say, and we trust it every time. We only saw a ref be challenged twice, and that was in the championship last night, and each time the call stood.
The call absolutely stood, and that's what I really enjoy here is these refs, they could be from North Carolina or out of state. There is no bias involved. What they see on the table is what goes. And Jody, weren't the refs selected from the winners last night? Is that how that works?
Yes, so this is slightly unusual, not what we've seen in the North Carolina tournaments before, but the ref of the next game is the winner of the one before. It used to be that the loser would take over reffing for the next game, but this has been a change for the tournament this year. North Carolina is able to play by its own rules, really, and today we are using our own rules, allowing the North Carolina face-off precedent, but as a welcome gesture to some of our out-of-staters, we are talk on the side of the table that got first possession. You heard our head announcer, one of our, our coordinators at the event say, this is not preferred. That's not how we like to play. We like aggression. We want to get you up to the line. We want to see a face-off. We want to see a point on the face-off. And it does have to be an agreement this time as a courtesy to our out-of-staters. And I'm very curious how that's going to play out, if they're going to play by the home team rules or try and bring in their more established standards.
You know, that's what we see along here. I know especially with the face-off rule that there has to be a face-off every round that starts in the game, in the match. That is just what happens here. We need to set these standards to make it fair and equal for everyone. And in my opinion, I believe that face-off really allows a equal opportunity, a good fighting chance, instead of someone else starting with possession. It really allows both players to stay on and know that nothing is guaranteed in a game.
And there is actually one other option besides the face-off, and that is essentially the puck flip. That is preferred by some of our players who may not be able to reach up to the line. It is to keep some of our shorter players at the same standard and equal level as, you know, these long-arm players. I mean, you see people like Hernandez who can lay out across the whole table. He's got the length and the height behind him. And then some of our shorter players like Seth, which we will see later today, who is one of the shortest players in the entire championship, is probably going to prefer the coin flip to really give her that opportunity she might not otherwise be able to have. We do want to preface, though, Jen Connolly, she is a solid 5'1", 5'2", and she's going to get up there and fight every time for that face-off.
Oh, absolutely. And that's another thing about, you know, just air hockey in general. It is so inclusive. We try to make it fair for everyone who's in the game. Now, Jody, I have another question for you here. How many pucks are going to come
How many
at us?
pucks? If you're in the comments, if you're listening, last time we got hit with double digits. I think, you know, we may get to 100. There's 100 players. That's 100 opportunities for each person to send one flying into us. Make your bets in the comments. We're keeping score back here. Winner gets a shout out. They may get a prize. Not sure we have that authority, but we're going to try because it is our personal sport to duck and dodge. Keep the camera safe. You heard us scream last time trying to protect our life, and we're going to keep our stream safe. But puck fly. What happens?
Oh, yeah, you know, that's just what happens here. You know, we really want to bring you the best streaming. We want to bring you the best show, and that's exactly what, and I will say it. I'll say it, Jody. I guarantee it. It's going to be a great show.
Absolutely.
It's going to be great.
It's going to be fantastic. You've got hungry players. You've got new players. You've got established players. You've got some of the titans in the country, and that's what you want to see.
Absolutely. It's exactly what we're all here for. Right now, we got people practicing. I don't know if you can hear it in the background, but we're still going to bring it to you here. And I'm just so excited. And thank you once again to everyone who has stayed on stream with us. I know we had someone, one of our players, Vince, was telling me he actually was driving
9 hours after missing his flight.
Wow. And he was saying that we were keeping him entertained. So hopefully we're keeping the other folks at home entertained.
All right, folks, I don't know if you did, but we did. Hear the announcement. It's 5 minutes until go time. We're going to let you stare at our super fun screen. We're going to make sure we've got our best foot forward. We've got our mics going. You can hear us. You can see the table in the next 5 minutes. We are going to puck and play.
Let's fucking go!
Just like that, with the over, Vince.
NC, baby, this for us.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
And we are underway. 2024 State Air Hockey Tournament. Timothy Spidey Young, our lovely Jody Action Jackson just got called to play her game, so it's going to be me and
this is Sabrina, Florida Lady, also known as Feeley.
We are kicking right off with Christopher Hosie versus Taylor White. Already 1-0. Christopher Hosie is new to the air hockey scene. I know he just started playing at boxcar tournaments this year, and Taylor White, a staple of North Carolina high-octane gameplay, a cold, calculated player. Those overs, those cuts, if Chris does not keep an eye out for him, he could be in trouble. Wait, have you experienced either of these players before in the past, Sabrina?
I have seen Taylor before. I've seen the way she plays. She has kind of this way of keeping the possession in a slow manner, but yet has maintained composure throughout the match. Now, Christopher, I just met him a couple moments ago. He seems very excited to be here today. And you know what? I think it's going to be that energy that he's going to bring to his game, being excited here, working on his skills, really learning from fellow North Carolina air hockey players.
Yeah, it was a nice right wall under by Christopher there. Looks like he's both flat top players. We're going to see a lot of different mallets being used kind of back and forth. Ooh, 3-0 already. Let's see if Taylor can turn this around. Christopher is trying to run away with his game as best as he can.
Yeah, Christopher's really showing he
with
is
the
not
cross, 4-0.
He's showing he does not mean to be underestimated here. He is showing out today to Taylor. Let's see how Taylor's going to react to him, because as he's a fairly new player, he's not used to his style.
The reverse cross from the right quadrant of his table. Christopher, I met Chris. I played him a couple challenge sets, a couple one-off games, and he just has this ability to learn very quickly. I mean, this is somebody who's been playing, like I said, under a year or so, and look at the way he's setting up the drip, putting that where he wants it, but still able to keep possession. As you can see, one of the best tells for a new player versus maybe a more experienced player is their ability to, once they get the puck, they hold on to it. They're not ready to shoot it off willy-nilly, hoping to throw spaghetti at the wall, so to speak. 5-0. Taylor has to find an answer. These are best 4 out of 7, I believe, matches, so we still have a lot of air hockey to play, but Taylor needs to make an answer.
Yeah, you're sitting here right now. I really do enjoy the fact that we have two of the same mallets. It's kind of an equal level playing field, even though people have different mallets. It really just depends on the player and what they're more comfortable with. But Christopher's showing he's very comfortable. And you don't really see that when new players starting off with flat mallets. They usually start with the regular.
Nice. Over 6-0.
Wow. Oh.
About time. Taylor's going to answer with a cut of her own. 6-1, 6-2.
Coming out the gates now, she's getting bothered by that.
I mean, Taylor is known, her partner is #1 in North Carolina, Joey List. He's actually off screen right now watching their game. Actually, you can see him there under the scoreboard over there, watching, giving support, because he knows that, Taylor was his double doubles partner yesterday, so, you know, they've definitely got a lot of practice there. Ooh, charging disease. Taylor will loop. Christopher will take that 7-2.
Wow.
They will switch sides of the table. Both players will get about a minute to recollect their thoughts and take care of themselves.
Christopher's really demonstrating just his ability to be here, making a name for himself here on the table. And, you know, that's great to have as our first match here right now. We see also Ref Matt Casey on the table, letting him know what's going on, making sure he's comfortable. Folks, this community is just so wonderful and making sure everyone feels seen and heard. We got this beautiful view up right now of the entire table, top view here. We're going to now go into our second game in our next face-off.
Ooh, Taylor will draw second blood on game number 2, already trying to change the momentum for herself here. Christopher Hosie, although it's his first tournament, but having a win under his belt right out the gate has got to do wonders for his confidence. You see he's trying to set up that drift. It's one of those kind of very classic off the side wall, taking maybe some off goals to maybe set himself.
We're seeing a lot of attempts at the right wall here. Oh, but actually Christopher attempted a left wall.
Taylor is paying attention, setting up her shots.
I see Christopher has a great way of trying to keep the puck in his lane, but it's not enough as Taylor takes another point here.
No, Christopher blocked that one. Oh, with the cut. She set that up. We called it early. Got some psychic latency happening there.
Ooh, Taylor's got some reach there for the puck. Trying to see if she can take it back to her possession. Christopher's going to keep the puck in play.
Yeah, and when you're very used to taking those like 1-2 shots, ooh, Chris is going to answer, put him on the board. You see like these 1-2 shots he's taken, hopefully trying to throw the defense off. The left wall over, 3-1. We're seeing a much different Taylor this game. Looks like she's locked in, trying to take that. Oh, that's gonna bounce off the table. That will go back to Taylor. Puck has been retrieved.
I believe she's warmed up here. She's got a little bit of an understanding of Christopher's play style, and that's what you see here in the singles tournament. You not only have to learn another partner, you just have to learn the player you're playing against, which is really an advantage. As you see here, Chris is going to take another point against Taylor.
It's truly anybody's match. Ooh, she's really utilizing those left walls, throwing her lead 5-2.
And a lot of people with the left wall, that's pretty difficult to defend against. Seeing that that's not the common wall to use, it's usually the right.
Yeah, I mean, you tend to hear, if you're a right-handed player, they call it your strong wall and your weak wall, and your left wall is tend to be your weak wall. But you can really get some cool angles if you just take the time to learn how to do it. You know, a lot of players will try to utilize the cut right wall combo where you go up to your left quadrant right near the center line and you take either, another left wall under. You can take a left wall under, you can take a cross, and you can take a right wall, all from that same quadrant. So you got to really try to make your opponent kind of get into a guessing game here. We got Will Upchurch in the YouTube chat. If you're watching us on YouTube at North Carolina Air Hockey Players, we'd love to hear from you. Would love to hear where you're watching from. Big shout to Will Upchurch, a former North Carolina resident. He took my rank with his bare hands and bloody mallet, but that's right. A timeout has been called. Taylor is 1 point away from tying up the matches.
She's preparing right now. See that she simply needs just 1 point here just to get a game for herself here. And Tim, it is going to be 4 out of 7 today, correct?
Yeah, 4 out of 7 games. And so that's what we call a set in air hockey. 4 out of 7 games. If you're playing a challenge match, which is a lot of air hockey, you could be playing 2 out of 3 sets, 3 out of 5 sets, or even the dreaded 4 out of 7 sets, where you have the possibility of playing upwards of 40 air hockey games. We're not playing all that today. You're only playing 1 set versus your opponent, so you better make it a good one. I am known for burning out quite early. I'm known for taking the first set and then immediately drowning in the second through third or fourth and squandering it. But if you are practicing to make it more of a sprint than a marathon, ooh, good right wall over by Christopher. He is not out of this game, but Taylor needs to lock in this last point so she can start focusing on the rest of the set. Attempted across there, setting up the cross. Ooh, combos. See a lot of 1-2 combos from Chris. You know, I actually want to give him. Oh, right wall over. It's a 6-6.
Wow,
First 6-6 on the feature table.
What a climb we've just witnessed here from Christopher. Really good now feeling that. Let's see if we can get it into the goal, or will Christopher take another game here by his mallet here? Let's see with possession going back to Taylor.
Good block by Taylor. She has to make this shot count because it's only 1 point separates her from being 1-1, for Chris possibly trying to make this a sprint to his 4 out of 7.
Point here going on. Got a crowd building up.
Keeps possession. It's just a barrage. Big shot to Taylor's defense here. Attempted a right wall over. Another cut. Taylor needs to hold on to that puck. She's trying to take some transition shots, but Chris is... just slipped in there. That is going to be 6-7. Christopher is going to take game 2. That is not how Taylor wanted that to go. You can see her in the corner right now talking to her partner, Joey Liz, and one of our tournament organizers, Paul Creely. She's trying to reorient herself. Chris, what a great showing for his first tournament, being up 2-0. He needs to capitalize on this momentum if he can hope to go further in this tournament. It is double elimination in this bracket, but that does not mean if you lose 2 matches in a row, you're out of the tournament. There is still spin-off brackets because you're technically tying with everybody else who's losing at the same time you are. So if you want to get that coveted North Carolina reg, play your spin-offs, play the game. You see, as both players are ready for their 3rd game, we're going back to the sky cam for the face-off.
There we go. Oh, Taylor trying to get it in the goal, but Christopher's going to get into his possession here. Really trying to stay on Taylor. But Taylor's going to see, maybe she's motivated now, warmed up, trying to see if she can get past Christopher's defense. Both of these players have shown great defense.
Unfortunate self-score there. Chris will take those all day, though.
And, you know, folks, if you join their...
Another right wall over. You don't see a lot of right wall overs being like the consistent bank shot, but when you're a bit maybe on the vertically challenged side, ooh, good cross by Taylor, going to put her on the board. Christopher naturally is going to take more right wall over shots just by the way of his stature, and that's going to throw a lot of people off who are used to snapping to that corner of their goal, leaving them wide open. Left wall under, going to tie us up. Taylor is certainly down, but not out.
Exactly. And you know, Tim, we were talking about this yesterday. This is a game of endurance, and I will keep repeating that, folks. This is a game of endurance. These players got to keep up with each other, especially that they not only have to win 3 games, but 4 games today. And we're going to see who's going to take that here on the main table today, ready in our 3rd game here. See, going back into Christopher's possession here.
Oh, you see that right wall to left wall combo, answered by a right wall over. Taylor takes the lead. Oh, a double! That's what we like to call a double wall, a little double. We'll hear a couple North Carolina idioms. If you see a shot that goes in, rattles, and then comes right out, we call that a California in and out, or just an in and out. I just call that bad luck, or it's the table conspiring against me.
Man, you really just seeing these players.
Ooh, left wall under. Taylor will take the lead again. She's trying her best to make this not a shutout. Blocks the over, answered with an under. Christopher is getting tired. You can see when your accuracy goes down, but your speed stays the same, that can be a death sentence, because if you're playing just as fast with no accuracy, that's going to be a self-score if you're not careful. You got a puck flying into the media table. That will be Chris's puck.
Man, these pucks are going to be flying all day today, folks. It is really just something to watch. And, you know, yesterday we didn't see, Tim, I want to ask you about this, a lot of buffing of the puck. We didn't see that a lot yesterday. What do you have to say about that?
Well, so the buffing of the puck, right, there's a piece of sandpaper on this side of the table. Ooh, nice. Nice shot. Oh, immediately answered. 4-6. This is a familiar position. Earlier, Taylor White was up 6-4, but Christopher came back, taking the game for himself. Let's see if Taylor has learned how to close this game out, but Christopher can lock in that defense. If he can try, that puck will fly off the table again. So back to the buffing you mentioned, right? There's a round piece of sandpaper, a pretty nice grain that will, like, every time a puck pops off, it's gathering schmutz, right? There's dust, there's sweat, there's other kind of gross things that it's going to pick up if it hits the ground. And so it's just good practice to, like, think about buffing the puck if it's kind of stuttering on the table. But nobody wants to buff the puck and then give it to your opponent. You don't want to give, like, a freshly fast puck to your opponent, just strategically wise. So the ref has the ability and the discretion to say, hey, you should buff that puck before we go further. But that is really up to the ref's preference, and they're keeping an eye on the puck to make sure it's not affected, because that schmutz might be so negligible that it might not even be making a difference. But if you're one of these purists who design a... Oh! Taylor White will take her first game 7-4. She was able to close that out. Christopher needs to keep his defense and offense up if he is going to hope to take this set. But Taylor is not going down without a fight. She's got people in her corner. Christopher can take his time, meditate, visualize what success looks like. I know that these tournaments are different than like Boxcar or any other barcade where you're playing our local tournaments. You're playing a lot longer and you're playing a lot harder.
And you know, that is something that Chris is going to get used to, is the endurance of this game. You see, Taylor has been playing for a while now. She's used to keeping it up. She's used to, you know, knowing how long these games can potentially go. So will Christopher fall through to that, or will Taylor be able to keep it up for him? We'll see how we're going to be going back to the table. We're getting ready for our fourth game now.
Fourth game.
Yeah, heading into a face-off. Like, once again, folks, face-off's going to happen every game.
Let's go back to that sky cam. Ooh, Taylor will grab possession this time. Lead off to the right wall over. Ooh, Chris with a very, very patient cross. Christopher, that was probably his best cross I've seen all game. He's letting that puck slowly get him in position. He dives out there, great defense.
He's really showing how precise he can be. His focus is not on Taylor, it is on that goal here. He really is showing that he is an opponent, not to be trifled.
Yeah, left wall under. At this point in the match, these players have learned some things. They know what scores their opponent is now going for, right? It's the left wall under that's been really treating Taylor well, paired with that cut. She's grabbing a significant lead. Her defense has improved. It looks like she's taken some of the advice from her counterparts to heart. Every time she is out of a game, she goes directly to them. Here's what they've been watching. They're getting different angles on the table than she is. You see, look how far out from the goal she was staying there. Chris will punish it though with an under of his own.
Don't walk in front of the camera. I really apologize.
Here we are, coming up now. Sorry, folks, about the camera.
It's okay. People don't understand. Oh, no, I'm just...
I mean, we are in it. We are really in the entire event, folks, to give you a huge scope just how it feels to be here.
Oh, look at that unfortunate self-score there.
I saw that.
Don't worry, Christopher tried to reorient himself, answer with an under of his own. It's 5-3. Oh, 6-3, I'm sorry.
Yeah, apologies. Yep. Yeah, we had that.
Oh.
4.
Look at this again. and we're at another 6-4. This is literally a recreation of the past 2 games we've seen. And Taylor, 7-4, ties us up 2 games to 2.
Wow.
We have a match, everybody.
This is exactly what you want to see here, folks. This is a great way to start off the day. A great game to kick off this tournament here. You got 2 players right now, both each with 2 games in their pockets. But folks, they need another 2 games. Each of them need another 2 games to secure a win here right now. You see Christopher getting mentored right now, getting prepped, getting mocked up.
That is Emil. He's a DJ here in Carolina from Florida, actually. Shout out to the Florida lady here. But I've actually met Emil when Christopher was hanging out, running some sets with them. And so Emil has some really cool insights that I hope that Christopher would be able to emulate here. We're going to be rejoined by Jody Action Jackson in just a moment. But we are currently tied 2 games to 2. This is truly anybody's match. We're going into game number 5.
Yes. And like we see in the comments, we do agree. We love seeing the coaching going on. They are really being supported by their mentors here. We really do enjoy seeing that. That's a part of the air hockey community. You're going to see a lot of motivation. You're going to see that here. Let's see now in this match how these 2 players are going to react. Beautiful right wall over there by Taylor. We're going to get started with the point.
I couldn't even tell if it was an under or an over. I mean, these moves are so fast. Oh, it's the game of overs. It's that area. It's that ability to just.
Here we go now. Seeing what's going here. We got Christopher in possession now. It's going to go back to Taylor, lining up for that right wall. Let's see if he can go again for that. He does, but Christopher takes into his possession. Whoa!
Another over.
Hey, you're right, Tim. This really is a game of over right now.
2-4. These.
Taylor's really securing this right now. She wants it in her pocket. But, hey, Christopher has shown he can climb back up. This will not stop him. He is not intimidated by a higher score. He is going to show that he can climb back up. And Taylor's now at 6. Christopher at 2. Oh, excuse me.
Wow.
At 3.
Look at that forehand.
Here we go now. Taylor is going to try and line up with his shot, but Chris is going to take it into his possession here, really showing his precision with the puck. He's getting comfortable seeing where he can hit that puck to get it into that goal.
Right wall over.
Truly beautiful to see overs here. They are really sneaky, but Taylor.
Just like that, we are seeing a reverse sweep. Chris was up 2-0.
Oh, I think Chris thought the game was over here, so I had to check and say.
I thought it was over too. No, it's 4-6. He is not out. Again, this is a 4-game repeat in 3-game repeat in a row where it's been Taylor up 6-4. First time Christopher made a comeback, was able to get 7-6, but Taylor has been able to close it out in the past 2 games. Let's see if she can do it a 3rd time. Block. Ooh. Right wall under. Taylor right under that defense. She closes it out. She takes game number 5.
Moving on now to game 6. Now, Tim, do you think we're going to see a game 7 here as our first opening game on the main table? What are your predictions of that?
Let's check it out. Yeah, let's see. Oh, it looks like...
Matt, is it 3 out of 5?
It's 4 out of 7.
Okay. All right, that's what I thought. I saw him resetting the table, and I thought that it was over for some reason, but no. We are going to game number 6, potential match game for Taylor White. Christopher Hosie has to find an answer. He had the momentum. He had the element of surprise, this being his first North Carolina tournament, but Taylor is locking in her defense, locking in her offense. I'm joined by Jody Jody Action Jackson on the table. You have played against Taylor, played with Taylor for quite some time. What do you think as Taylor has the potential to seal up this set?
You're right, Tim. I have definitely played against Taylor, and we have watched her quite a lot yesterday. She is a force to be reckoned with. She dominated at the World Women competition last year, and she has that same level of precision, focus, and drive. She is not going to be rattled easily. Every once in a while, you may see it on her face that she's frustrated, but it's always with herself and never with the opponent. She does have one of the best coaches a person can get, with Joey Liz as her partner, and coach today. I think she can pull it out and she can get this game, but as you've seen, Christopher is not to be counted down and out, not to be underestimated by any stretch.
Oh, absolutely, Jody, absolutely. You're seeing that here right now. Taylor's really bringing in her focus, holding in her teachings. You saw that beautiful right wall there by Taylor, starting off to get a point here. Oh, but Chris is going to respond and get a point himself. But Taylor does the same thing right back.
You know, it's kind of been a return to return here in this fourth game. So a bit of a charge there from Christopher, but ultimately that can leave the opponent with possession. It should be used sparingly.
A right wall hold from Christopher here. Seeing how Taylor's going to respond to this as this game is now matched up 2-2. Now, Jody, do you believe we're going to see a game 7 here?
I think it's certainly possible. These two have gone toe-to-toe. I know Taylor is driven, and it seemed like she had found a flow in her last game. And with that point as well, so focused and clear in the shots she wanted to take. I don't know if Christopher can take it to game 7.
Yeah, absolutely. And Christopher really is showing just how great of a player he is right now and protecting what he can pump. Christopher taking another point on the board. Now we are 3-all here.
Ooh, said it a little too soon there, Sabrina. Don't curse our girl.
Oh, I apologize, but she responds right back, matching it up now.
You know, Taylor is a very methodical player. She doesn't always go for speed.
I see both of these players really are precise with their puck. They're focused on the puck, not each other right now. We see Taylor lining up shots, and she does it fairly quickly, but Christopher's going to take it back. Oh, actually, Taylor's going to try to keep it. Great catch here by Christopher, keeping that puck, and you really see the demonstration. Oh, I think it actually went back to Taylor by a ref call.
And she takes full advantage of getting that possession back off Christopher's mistake. And all she needs, folks, is 2 more points to call this her first win of the day. And Taylor is very used to winning.
Absolutely.
And right at the line, didn't end up with an over, was able to convert that line, towing the line into a point. Possession is really gone back and forth. Taylor is maintaining it at this point. Great defense from both players. I think Christopher does look a little bit tired. You know, we heard from Brian Acrocco that this is a physical game. You have to have your body right. And I know for a fact Taylor happens to work out quite frequently. And she calls her timeout. It's 5-5, 10-second timeout. 2 points needed by Taylor White to cinch this as the first victory here on the main stage.
Absolutely, Jody. You're seeing that endurance build up right now. She's really trying to keep going, keep her focus as her partner and coach, Joey Liz, watches, seeing what she can do to secure a win here. All she needs is 2 points from victory right now. Let's see if she can do that here. Chris is going to keep that possession going. He really does stay near that line, but it's going to go back to Taylor. Taylor's going to keep possession, keep it in her side.
And it's kind of actually 2 opposite play styles, Taylor. You see, Sabrina, you see Taylor really keeps it more in the back. She's more about protecting her goal. Christopher wants to get up to the line, shorten the distance that he needs to send that puck. And it is now a 6-5 as we say. 6-6, and it's gonna It's gonna go, folks, right here on the main stage. We have a 6-6. Get hype.
Get hype, folks. Get hype indeed. This is a great match. We actually started off this match with 6-6. Let's see how it's going to end here right now.
Right possession of Taylor White. She usually is able to get a score off any kind of foul or technical. She stays focused, and the crowd is all biting their nails. Everyone is gained some silence and reverence, and she gets it, folks. 7-6. Taylor White has the first victory here on the main stage. 4 out of...
Absolutely. We're going to see right here, right now.
And we're going to see which...
North Carolina air hockey player there. Taylor White did not let the pressure get to her. She kept a cool and level head. We're going to see if we can go and get an interview right now with the winner of this match, Miss Taylor White. Jody Action Jackson is getting ready. So we're going to pan out to here, folks, in just a moment here. Going to get it all set up. Taylor's going to join us here with Jody, seeing what she has to say. All right, Jody is ready to go. Taylor's here. All right, take it away now, folks, to Jody Action Jackson.
Just saw our very first victory here on the main stage. It was done by our very own North Carolinian Taylor White. How are you feeling?
It was a tough match. Definitely a little shaky still from the games, but I feel good. I wanted to get past that first round, make it to the next one. So.
And that is exactly what we expected from you. We watched you yesterday play doubles with Joey List. Were you able to get any coaching you felt that was beneficial as you went through the game?
Yeah, absolutely. From Joey, Doug, and a few others were there to help me, Paul. And then my dad came in the last second and saw me win, so that was cool too. But yeah, definitely a lot of good coaching. I don't think I would have been able to do it without the coaching.
Well, thank you so much, Taylor. Congratulations. You were so exciting to watch here on the table. I'm sure you'll be back. And now we'll release you to go celebrate. It sounds like you have a whole team with you. And we'll see you again. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And now a word from our sponsors.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, is to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
just like that with the over. Vince.
NC, baby, this for us.
For the next match, rather than the losers, which is what we had before. We get our first point on the board by Wraith. Now these are two players who are ranked kind of towards the middle, but they definitely can dominate when they want to. There we've got a 1-to-1. I'd virtue to say that this is a fair matchup. I don't think we're gonna see a runaway. I know Kevin Feeley can really take charge when he wants to. He's a very fast player, and he's a very big believer in hit it as hard as you can. If you don't get the goal, dust their knuckles. It's something I learned from him personally a couple years ago, and I'll be honest, if you can't win off a straight, dust their knuckles, make it hurt, and they'll get out the way next time.
Yeah, absolutely. We see that Kevin here really is quite showing his dominance here on the table, really making Wraith review and analyze what shots he needs to take, what are his weak spots, but Kevin is just dominant.
The table has turned off. We have called it before, nature's time out. You can't play until it kicks back on, and it gives everyone a chance to take a breather. Both players signal that they're ready, and we're back in the game. Kevin Feeley has possession, but pretty immediately turns over to Wraith. The table maintains the puck, as we've said. Puck safely, folks. Keep it on the table, and that's what happens here when it very easily could have gone flying off. Like I said, Kevin likes to play with a lot of force behind each of his swings, and you can see the flinch happens there. Wraith Kevin's strategy is working. He is now up 3-1.
You know, actually, Jody, I did see Kevin earlier kind of sanding down his mallet, really trying to prepare for this table right here. But Wraith has now shown that he is not just a trifle here, trying to keep possession. Kevin really just going strong shots here, attempting a right wall here. Ooh, actually ended up being left, I believe here. Ooh, but
oh wow, shot right off a charge at the line. Is there anything prettier? Not in my world. And Sabrina, you mentioned that he was sanding his mallet. Now I have been told conflicting things by some of the masters. If you should ever sand your mallet, or if you should only sand the puck, I think there is a little consensus. If it's a newer mallet that hasn't been worn down, you got to do what it takes to get it fighting ready. But it's a choice, you know. It varies player to player on how they view the idea of sanding their mallet. But again, some of the masters have said it shouldn't be done. Only the puck should be sanded.
You know, I actually heard too from Kevin here, nice score on the board. I actually heard from Marco here that he actually sprayed his mallet, which is an interesting technique. Instead of sanding, he sprayed his mallet and wiped it down, which I find very interesting and a unique technique that possibly does add a little bit of slick to the mallet and make it easier. But again, it all depends on the player. Some people say you should sand it, some people slick it down. Not really sure here, spraying it. Let's see how it plays here.
Ooh, in and out. That has to hurt the ego. I know it always hurts mine, but he bounces right back. And you're right, Sabrina. Marco does wipe it down. And that's to get the debris off, to keep it more suction to the table, less likely to lose your mallet. And like you said, there is an element of glide, an element of speed. And it is 6-4, Kevin Wraith. Like I said, this was not going to be a blowout by any match. You've seen toe-to-toe. I do think Kevin has had the slight lost the mallet, lost the possession. Again, 6'4", Kevin Feeley. And in and out the goal again. That's the risk when you hit it so hard and you have so much force behind it. You can get the shot and it'll bounce right out, but that is not the problem for this next shot to win him the first game of this set. He has got the 7-4 as we go into game 2. Remember, it is 4 out of 7 today. We watched 3 out of 5 yesterday, but 4 out of 7 can turn into an hour match so quickly you wouldn't believe it. It is a very quick game, but 7 games takes a lot of time if it goes to game 7. Now, Sabrina, I am hoping that we will see what we saw at last Worlds, more than one game, get to game 7 and finish with a 7-6. Not to brag here, but Timothy Young and I have done that at every tournament we have ever played against each other. We have ended up on the very last possible point, and it is exciting to watch.
Oh, absolutely, Jody. It really is a sight to behold. We're getting ready now for our game 2 face-off here, or I like to say puck-off.
Puck-off, absolutely.
Here we go now. Kevin's going to continue to keep this puck in possession, really have strong shots, keep the pucks moving back to his side. Attempting a right wall under here, doesn't quite work out for him. But man, Wraith has got great defense right now against Kevin, really analyzing and kind of guessing where that puck and what shots he's going to take. Let's see if Kevin can kind of throw a shot that Wraith's not prepared for. Ooh.
And you do see Wraith's defense is not the traditional triangle defense. It is, he stays very close to the gate, to the goal, and it does seem to have a strong effect here in this game. There are some people who consider it perilous because it leaves part of you open. Perhaps your reaction time isn't as quick, but a player like Kevin Feeley, who's just going to hit it so hard, if you can get the puck to bounce off your mallet when you're that close to the goal, you can get it right back into hit.
Oh, that's what you're seeing here right now. Really, Wraith has to be on defense a lot this round here. We're seeing Kevin really keeping possession of the puck right now, but Wraith's defense has been really useful to it. Looking at how he can stop Kevin's charged up shots here. Ooh, what a nice attempt at a cross. Didn't quite work out, but that's all right. Let's see how he can return the puck to his possession. Man, Wraith's defense is quite fast. Faster than a puck, I would argue. Oh, but not
quite.
Not fast enough for Kevin's shot here.
First point of the game. I mean, there's something to be said about getting in the headspace of getting the first point on the table. It kind of gives you the drive to keep going. The ego is up a little. The confidence is a little bit higher. And speaking of confidence, that was just slung right in there by Kevin Feeley, and he has just started to find his groove. You see Wraith yelling at Kevin Feeley, only in a joking, playing manner. These guys have known each other for a little minute. It's no real animosity, but it is a little bit of dominance now by Kevin Feeley. We said it's evenly matched, but Kevin has found his sweet spot, his flow. I think Wraith has relied on his defense. Now that he has possession, his offense really needs to shine, and he has not quite been able to do that. He is a very defensive player, but you have to score points. Joey List once said, everyone is capable of scoring 7 points, but it's whoever does it first, and in this time, that person is Kevin Feeley. A skunk situation, Kevin versus Wraith, but don't worry, folks, it is 4 out of 7 today. This is only game 2 going into game 3. They have 1 minute to catch their breath, to take a breather. We see a lot of players who aren't interested in taking the time off when they know how exhausting it's going to be. For some people, that 1 minute really breaks their concentration. For others, it gives them the chance to breathe. Here you see 2 guys who take the time to breathe. It is a refreshing difference than some of the fast-paced, non-stop, back-to-back-to-back matches that we have seen. And also, honestly, it is easier for us to keep up with what's going on. And Taylor White signals that it is time. Time is up. She is going to lead the face-off once again. We are playing by Carolina rules. It is optional, but definitely preferred round here. Face-off every single game. Fight for that possession. Who's going to get the point on the first try? We love to see a point right off of the face-off, but that has not happened. But a very early possession by Wraith gets it in the goal. And unfortunately, we did see a self-score. Always a blow to the ego. You have to regroup. You have to focus. Sometimes you can use it to propel you forward, which is exactly what Kevin Feeley does here. It is now 3-1 Wraith. You see a different game than you saw in the past one here by Wraith. He's still a very defensive player, but he is putting some more force behind it as you see it go flying off of the table and into our stands. Sabrina, I don't even know how many we've already been hit with, but we promised the viewers we'd keep track.
Yes, absolutely. We have had a couple already fly at us today, and this is only the second game here on the table, the second matchup here. And, you know, I'm seeing Wraith try to take more of a defensive approach because, in the end of the day, this is an offense game. You have to score points, but I think his energy is pent up and he's ready to go because you see this game, he is now taking charge here, leading by 2, but Kevin's not going to put up with that as he's going to take another point on the board, trying to get it kind of, oh wow, that puck almost hit our computer.
There would have been a lot more screaming if something had been knocked over. Luckily, Kevin Feeley is able to kind of deflect it before it ruins our stream. We do appreciate when players recognize the value of our work and are able to take a break in their concentration very briefly to protect us from the puck. Announcements are getting louder and louder because we are progressing through, just like Kevin Feeley progresses and gets that point, brings us to a tie for all. Wraith is in possession. What is he going to do to respond to this? Like we said, he's had to transition to a more aggressive offense, partially because his defense is managed by Kevin himself. Kevin is very often able to get it into the goal like he did there, but often it bounces out.
Wow.
Not this one.
Yeah, these two players really are getting to know each other. Game 3. Wow, Kevin now is taking the next game point. If he takes this game, he only needs one more to win this match here. And just like that, he takes another game, 3 games to 0.
And that is a 7-4. It is hard to predict how these two are going to match up. They're very often tied, especially early on, but Kevin has just found a little more flow towards the end of each game. You see both of them once again taking their 1-minute timeout in between games. A breather is always valuable, playing with such force and high intensity. But now we've got our next face-off, potentially match game. And that was the first point, very decisive.
I believe that was a left ball under there by Kevin, and they responded. Wow, I can't even keep up right now. They're both really responding to each other quickly on this table here. I think Kevin just wants to wrap this game up just to get the win here. But Wraith, I don't think it wants that yet. Just at least get a game in on Kevin. But that clearly is not Kevin's agenda today.
You know, we say every player has come to win, and you see that more and more in Wraith here as he amps up his game. But one might worry that he's actually started to play Kevin's game. He has started to try and match the force and intensity of Kevin Feeley, who is used to living in that zone. Like I said, I know he taught me to hit it in or hit hard, and if that's not your normal game style, you can lose control of the puck pretty easily, like we saw when it was hit off the table by Wraith not too long ago. He tried a little bit slower there, but Kevin is still controlling the pace of this game, and if it's at his pace and he needs one more point, it's gonna be his game.
Yeah, Kevin here really not playing much defense, but more offense today, because that's how he goes. And just like that, Wraith sneaks in by with a right wall, I believe, actually over there. But Kevin just needs one more point here, match point, to take it home and leave Wraith with no games here. Wraith really got to start playing up his offense here, just like that. We are now at 6-3. We have certainly seen flying before. You see that here on this table right now.
a 7-3, a 4-0. Kevin Feeley is going to go forward in the winner's bracket. Wraith will be knocked down, but as we know, just because you're in the loser's bracket doesn't mean you can't be the champion. You can lose one and still make it all the way. For those of you keeping track at home, this is still a double elimination tournament. We have a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket, and even after that, we have a spin-off bracket, which keeps everyone in the game. There is no prize for winning your spin-off, but it does help your ranking. As we've seen, ranking can matter just as much as winning, and you can take a loss and get the rank that you want if you claw your way out. I know we saw Generations claw their way out yesterday.
Amazing game to watch. If you want to go back on our YouTube channel, NC Air Hockey, go to yesterday's stream, and near the end of the stream, you can watch that amazing match. Generations did demonstrate it is possible to climb, claw, and just get to the top there. Yesterday was an amazing match. They played like what? Almost near 10 games in that one?
Near 10 games, absolutely, all in one breath. It was exhausting, and that was when you had to win 3 out of 5. Players are up here having to win 4 out of 7, potentially playing 7 games without any real break, any real breather. And as we get farther along the tournament, some of our victors in the winner's bracket are playing back to back to back against each other with no break. And this is, like we said, Sabrina, a marathon game. You have to have the stamina to keep going, even more than the skill.
Absolutely, and say it with me, folks, endurance. Endurance, endurance, endurance is key in this game, and I'm never, ever going to get tired of saying that. I'm going to have the endurance to keep saying that, because that's exactly what you need here in this tournament today. You got to keep up with your opponent, and you know, with singles tournament, you really start to learn, we kind of seen it around game 3, game 4, you'll start to get to know who you're playing against, you know what shots to take. We saw in the first game a lot of unders were being utilized and overs that actually overs being utilized against each other, so it's smart to start using unders as well to kind of throw the opponent off, because if you become too predictable, it's going to mess you up.
But what is predictable is the quality and taste of our #1 sponsor, Tito's Vodka, and let's hear a word from them now.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
Thank you so much for our sponsors, Tito's Vodka. We appreciate it very much. I see Timothy Spidey Young walking around with quite a fury. He is actually up on the table right now. It is not finished, but I know for a fact he has at least one victory under his belt. You know, that's your best help from the commentators today. I myself am out of the bracket by choice. Let that be on the record.
I have not been on the bracket, so technically, Jody, I'm undefeated.
She is undefeated, which is while she does have Marco as her coach, so it makes a lot of sense. Now, I know we talked about how air hockey is kind of for everyone, and not kind of, it 100% is for everyone. Gender, age, creed, disability, and, you know, I think I can personally attest to that. As a disabled individual, as someone going through treatments, I may not be able to win, but gosh, it's great to play, and I am accepted and appreciated by all of my peers that I get to show up in the first place. So maybe it is not every player's best day, but the best part of air hockey is you get to show up. You get to be a part of this community. You know, it is a tournament, just like a track meet. It's not going to be everyone's best day, or else we would send in our stats. Some people are going to rise. Some people are really going to have their moment. They're going to shine, and some of our Titans may be tired, maybe have an off day. Maybe they take a shot that doesn't work and it rattles him. But you never know, and that's why you keep watching. You want to see who's going to be the victor and what they have to fight through to get there in the first place.
Absolutely, Jody. You are 100% correct. And one thing I really do love to see in this crowd here today is diversity. You're going to see that on the table. It is a very highly diverse crowd. We have everyone from everywhere, all races, genders. Everyone here today is here for one thing and one thing only: to win the crown of being the North Carolina State Tournament champion. That is what everyone here today is fighting for right here in Raleigh, North Carolina on this air hockey table.
And you know, our champion last year was Vinny, and he is here once again to defend that title. But the list of hungry competitors that are under him who want that title is 100 people. There's 100 people competing and 99 want to take him down. Sure, we love to have fun here in air hockey. We love our community, but we also love winning. And don't be fooled just because we're all friends here on the table. That doesn't matter. You're playing your heart out. It is mano a mano. It is a competitive experience. And while we love to see the hugs and handshakes after on the table, it is stare downs.
Oh, it is stare downs. There is no friendship. They are just there to win. And you know, we might see some matchups possibly on the table here, the feature table, of players who know each other and practice with each other. You may see some mentors with their own students here on the table, but that all depends on how these games turn out. We're going to watch it now. We see our players getting ready here. We got the rep here. Kevin is going to be our rep here today. Feeley was just on the table. We did win 4 games to none on Wraith. So now they are getting ready here. We're so excited seeing the players practice. And you know, I've got some comments about us calling it dribbling and juggling, and people kind of appreciate that, you know, terminology, because honestly, that's what I see it as: a little bit of dribbling, a little bit of juggling. What do you guys want us to call it? I think it's a fun little game to play.
It is a fun game to play, and I think when we say it's dribbling or we say it's juggling, it means they are keeping it in possession and they are keeping it in motion. They are not going to drop the ball, or in this case, lose the puck, just like you wouldn't see an NBAer hand over possession unless essentially tackled over, which I understand you do not tackle in basketball, but we're talking about aggression. If you've watched the WNBA, we know that things get physical, and here physicality is so crucial. We are throwing our bodies across the table. We are jamming our knees into it, crushing our fingers, and honestly, we are taking the risk every time we step into the referee chair of losing an eyeball.
Absolutely. And actually, Jody, I spoke with one of the Bulls brothers this morning. He showed me on his arms, both sides of his arms have big black bruises. That was the player Rib. He is bruised up from yesterday, taking a beating, but yet was still able to manage a victory on the feature table against Joey and Taylor. But hey, that's just part of the story. You're gonna get bruised up, you're gonna get hurt. It's just what you do.
There's no crying in air hockey, folks. You've got to be ready to go. You can see we are still waiting for the feature match to get through. We'll let you see a nice screen of our sponsors, all of which we are folks, you may not have been able to hear us just now. We lost our audio for just a second, but don't worry. We've got a lot to say all the time, so we'll bring you right back up to speed. And actually, we're going to bring this on the Skycam just so you can see how fast that Sarah is slinging this puck. And it is actually Jamal, as I say that, who does the exact move to get that point in.
We are now at another tie here, 3-3 with these two, players who are highly skillful and really just got to focus on that puck right now. Sarah's going to try to keep possession and actually
there she gets
into
it.
The goal there, leading now. Oh, but Jamal's going to match her.
Immediately returned by Jamal. Like I was saying, he's such a smart player. I was speaking with Brian Akrako and Tim Weissman, and they said fast and loose will get you so far, but if you want to be a master, if you want to be an expert in the game, you have to play smart. And Jamal has a fantastic dribble there, gets Sarah off her toes, and is able to get it in. He's at 5-4 right now, but not for long. It is 5-all, 2 points. Either way, separates this game. Sarah's defense on that, fantastic. You can hear it hit her mallet as she prevents it from going in. Jamal hits it so hard, it is an in and outer, and he finishes the possession with a point. 6-5. Jamal versus Sarah on our edges of our scene. This is only game 1.
Yeah, you're seeing here just how Sarah is keeping that precision here, having to defend against Jamal here. Jamal's taking a little bit of a breather right before he gets that puck going, really, dribbling it. But Sarah's ready. Sarah has been on her defense as well as offense. We got a timeout call here, little breather.
And in this timeout, we want to shout out Will Upchurch, the Juggernaut, for those of you who may not know, a Titan for sure. With or without such a cool nickname. He says it's going to be a close match, and he could not be more correct. We're at 6-5, hoping to get to the 6-6, because what we really, really want is a 7-6. And we're going to get there. Get hype, everyone. Everyone at home, the crowd is getting up. It is game point either way.
Ready to go here. That was an unfortunate, very crucial self-score that Jamal made there, but it doesn't faze him as he takes on the first game against Sarah here. We're moving on now to game 2.
And like we said, folks, we always want to see a 7-6, but Sarah steps away to talk to Paul Creely, her partner in doubles, one of her dearest friends and most frequent coaches. We want to see what he has to say. And also, as we know, the Bull brothers are cheering her on, giving her words of wisdom. She can do this. Jamal is doing everything possible to maintain his strength and energy. You see him kneeling on the side of the table, staying laser focused in what is at hand. No talks, no thoughts. He is here to win. We are going to go into the face-off. You know it's getting serious. Sarah Mann is putting her hair up.
Oh, man, I know when I put my hair in a ponytail, that's it. It is game on.
Game on. The universal sign that this woman is ready to go. And that's what we are so excited to see as we go into game 2. Only a few seconds left to get it together. Ponytail ready. Fierce. Adorable outfit. But let's see what it is on the table.
She was just in that pineapple dress yesterday. If you joined us yesterday, folks, absolutely lovely. Her and her partner, Paul Feeley over there, both with the pineapples. But now let's see in her now beautiful black outfit.
Oh, and it goes into her goal. But Jamal surrenders possession to give it back to Sarah, preventing the point to be scored on him. That is always a blessing and a curse. When it gets stuck halfway through the goal, you are able to save yourself from losing the point, but possession goes right back to the one who just got it in there. Sarah dribbling, juggling, and all the fun things. Absolutely, Will. It is Sarah's version of turning the hat backwards, a trick used by many players, including Spidey and myself, and Jamal is going to get that first point there on the board.
Oh, but Sarah's going to match up now. She is getting ready. I think that ponytail's helped her out. She's gaining her focus, gaining that intensity now. Her eyes are on that puck as Jamal is just really trying to break through her defense now. Here we go. We see now, and you know, Jody, we are seeing a flat top mallet and a high top here.
Yeah, flat top. We did talk about that yesterday, Sabrina. There is a very noticeable difference. Some people are able to play switching intermittently when they feel like one isn't working. I know Sarah is one of those. At her house, she has an entire basket, a variety of type of mallets, but I think I've only seen Jamal play with the flat top. I think you get a little more wrist control sometimes using, and more importantly, you can truly save your fingers, but your fingers not running into the top doesn't mean they're not going to get hit with the puck, so you have to weigh your pros and cons when choosing a mallet. And you know what, for some of our younger players, try them all. Whatever it takes, find what works for you. I know I have a custom mallet that has been called the plunger 1 or 2 times, but that's what works for me, and it's legal, so let that be a lesson to everyone. Figure out what's going to work for you, and you know what worked for Sarah? That score. We are now at 2-2.
Ooh, Jamal answers to that score, but Sarah with a beautiful straight into that goal.
A slugfest. It is serve for serve, point for point here. Always exciting by such experienced players, and I'm curious how long this game is going to go if they go toe-to-toe-to-toe, but possession is returned to Sarah. You're able to see her really masterfully score that point. Beautiful under. Not immediately returned by Jamal. She was able to defend and deflect.
But that right wall under there response by Jamal. Ooh, but Sarah's going to match him. Are we going to see another 6-6 here, folks? And we are in game 2. Jamal up by 1. Oh,
and not for long. He's not. Sarah, potential game point. Jamal 5. This could easily be a 7-6er, but also Sarah just needs 1 point to bring it home. Even this out, make it 1-1 games. I think it's very possible, Sabrina, that we are going to make it all the way to 7, just like we've seen earlier today.
You see Jamal really going near that center line right now, really just trying to get past Sarah's defense as she's been holding tight. Jamal here lining up a right wall, but great
in and out.
Wow.
Absolutely. Oh, you saw the flick of the wrist on that. That was nothing but pure power from our very own Sarah Mann, the woman, the mother,
of
the goat.
Yeah.
Love it.
She really is. Oh, we got a timeout here.
All right, take a breather. 10 seconds. You see Vinny in the background rooting for Sarah, also rooting for Jamal, because this is a North Carolina game, and we want to see a winner on either side. We want to say no bias, but here at the table, it is girls all the way, and Sarah has been the teacher, the coach, the educator to so many of us here over the past few years. She is also an absolute force on the table, and we're ready to see her get it in. She pulls it out, 7-5.
Wow, and you know, we wouldn't be here today commentating without Sarah's guidance and just really passion for air hockey and making all of this happen. So a big thank you to Sarah, as she has been nothing but wonderful and really leads with her kind heart for this community here. Now, Jamal has been playing a very strong game here, too. Great offense we've been seeing with his right walls there. We're going to see how Sarah is going to respond to that offense now. She pulled up great defense and was ultimately able to get a game secured for herself here. We're headed now into game 3. Let's get into our face-off.
And they both wish each other good luck, because it is essentially Team North Carolina playing itself, but right now Jamal is playing to win. He has 1 point over Sarah. This is game 3, 1 game each, and again we are tied up 1-1 early in the game. We are seeing again this close matchup. They both have the similar level ranks throughout the years, and it really shows here on the table that they are of the same caliber. Right now that caliber is Sarah, as she is up 2-1, but but not for long.
Not for long.
It is 2-all. Jamal almost immediately returned it. He has a fantastic serve that has, no pun intended, just kidding, pun intended, served him very well. We lost the puck off the table. It didn't go flying, just flopped off. That's what we want to see. Puck safely, guys. Keep it on the table. It stayed on the table for Jamal as he just got that straight in against Sarah. She was unable to immediately return it, but I don't think that's going to stop her for long. Possession is with Jamal, 3-2.
We're going to actually get on the sky cam here, Jody, just to watch this match from above. It really is intense right now. You got two players here really trying to get offensive right now. Both of them have demonstrated great things, and that puck came towards us.
It came towards us, but you know what? Not our faces, so we're going to do our best to move on. Again, that tends to happen when you have such a strong player putting so much force, and it hits the other person's mallet and bounces off the table. You can tell somebody really wants to win it. It is now 4 to Sarah. And again, that is now 5-3, 5 being Jamal, but still a very close game. Anyone could pull this out, and either way, it doesn't make a true victor, because this has to be 4 out of 7. We are only on game 3, one either way.
Absolutely, Jerry. We're seeing that here. Jamal really knows how to set up his puck here. He really tries to get it going. Sarah just goes ahead and attempts that right wall, but it goes back into her possession. And beautiful right wall over
Fantastic. A signature. We talked about Sarah just yesterday. She is in it with triceps for days. She works out at the gym. Is it just to get better at air hockey? Doesn't matter. It benefits her either way. She has the forearm, the wrist, and right now it is unfortunately, goes our computer. We have been hit, folks, but it stays standing. I was talking about triceps, and you see the power coming off of Sarah Mann as she sends it just flying. Jamal needs just 1 point to cinch this game, but we're not counting anyone down and out yet. The difference between 1 point and 3 is not much in a game like this.
That was a very close self-score there. But Sarah responds, getting a point on the board. That was an in and out there.
And it's going to go to Jamal. Congratulations, Jamal, a 7-5. Again, a very close match. Two very talented players. Let's give them their minute. Get some water, take a breather. Are we going to see the same conversations of Sarah with her coach? She does seem locked in, laser focused. Jamal is maintaining a standing position this time. Hopefully he is maintaining that level of energy. You know, we see them once again. Sarah, put that pony up. We want to see your very best, and we know here as girls, that's what it takes. Elastics are our best friends. And also, Sabrina, I want to talk about a trend I've seen over the years growing and growing, playing in athletic dresses, athletic skirts here at the North Carolina Air Hockey Players Association, and it has made us women look awesome and play awesome. I was talking to Taylor White about how it feels more free, and I wonder if Sarah Mann is having that same experience right now.
I agree. It does feel a little bit more free. It helps you move a little bit more. I think that's going to play well here. And we just saw that Sarah took off the fanny pack. She's not messing around. You know, she's got the ponytail, no fanny pack. It's just her and her mallet. She's going to see how she can get across Jamal's defense here. Just like that. Beautiful straight in by Sarah. But Jamal responds with another beautiful straight in here. Here we go now. We're going to see Jamal. Wow. He is not stopping here.
2 in a row. Those straights are incredible. Like I said, he's a very intelligent player, and if he found a weak spot, he is going to exploit it as much as he can. And that seems to be what is happening here as he is up 4-1 against Sarah Mann. And it is off the table.
Yeah, you know what you've been saying, Jody. Keep that puck on. Keep that puck on the table. Gotta stay safe, folks. Keep the puck on the table. Here we go now. Sarah is going to leave a possession here. Beautiful straight in. Now taking the score on the board. Only down by 2 points. Jamal's going to attempt a right wall here, but Sarah seems prepared. soon as they say that, he gets in. But that's okay. We're going to see just how Sarah's going to respond to this here. Jamal seems prepared. Man,
But
my
Sarah is too.
This curse is real. This curse is real.
Let's go trash. I know, Sabrina, we talked about this yesterday. I think the Worlds competition, Sarah self-scored and we all chanted trash, 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 because that's what we call her as a nickname. And unfortunately,
And it's a compliment.
It is. We love her. We love to see what she brings to the table. I love watching her right here, right now. But other states, other teams have kind of taken, ooh, and that was not trash. That was smooth watching that go in. But they've taken trash to be an insult for when someone self-scores and have cheered trash, trash against other people. We have started a movement we did not mean to, but trash here today is anything but. She has been fantastic on the table, a very close game. 2-1 for Jamal, and we're here at 4-5 for Sarah. Only needs 1 point to tie this up.
Absolutely, Jody. I think you've seen Jamal is prepping himself here, but Sarah's not making it easy for him to claim victory as she already has a game herself. But Jamal remains focused, remains calm as he starts to attempt to get across here on Sarah. Sarah's defense really has been holding strong, but just like that, a right wall under.
And he found the corner of his goal. Will Upchurch, thank you. Now that we're looking at it even more closely, that is Jamal's big strategy. He's finding the edges, not necessarily even shooting straight on if her mallet's out the way, but just like that, finding the corners where he can sneak it in, but with such speed, she has no time to react. He does win that game. It is, in fact, a 7-4, I believe, in Jamal's favor. He is now up 3 games to Sarah's 1, but you need 4 to win. This is 4 out of 7, a marathon, not a sprint. We have seen people come back from 0 games to 3, make it to 4, and take the victory. Do not count Sarah out. She is still here on the table. This has been a very close game by 2 very accomplished and intelligent players. I am looking forward to every minute of it. Again, we see Jamal taking his time to focus. He stares down the table. He catches his breath, and Sarah talks to her teammates, gets a little pep in her step, and she is ready to be back on the table. Ponytail in. Jamal adjusts his collar, rolls out his shoulders, because this is going to take some work from either side.
That's right, Jody. We're seeing that here. We're prepping for her face-off right now. I think Sarah's going to go ahead and change her mallet out. Man, she's got ponytail. She's got no fan.
She's got
a flat top. Oh, no. She's going to do it against Jamal's flat top. Wow. Just like that. The flat top works for her.
It seems to be working for her right out of the gate. Like I said, there are benefits to both methods. I have seen Sarah play more often with the flat top, more competitively with a high top, so I'm interested to see what version of her game comes out now that she has a slightly lighter, slightly faster mallet, and honestly safer fingers and less impact.
Well,
it
clearly,
works.
it is working for her. You see Jamal here is really just trying to now relearn Sarah's plays here after the change of mallet, which is allowed here, but Jamal has been sneaking in through the edges of Sarah's defense to get into her goal,
and Sarah, once again, I do believe that a flat top does help the offense a little bit over a high top, and a high top does have a little bit benefit when playing defense, and we're seeing Sarah has decided it is time to get up front and personal. We need to get faster on the defense, and that has been her new change of strategy, and we see it has really been working for her so far. As she is up 3-1 against Jamal, catches that very, very gracefully, and immediately turns it into a point.
She's really using this flat top in her favor, really is helping her charge and get more power. You're right, Jody. It does offer a little bit more light on the wrist. It's easier to move, and I think that's what Sarah's comfortable with. She's really just seeing how she's going to use this in her favor. Ooh, a loss of possession now given to Sarah here. Sarah's going to attempt the right wall. It's going to go back into Jamal's possession, and just
he's
like
going to
that.
make use.
Wow. He
Sarah is faster on the table, though, right now. It really is almost if the two have switched play styles. Jamal now being a little more conservative, a little more on defense, because this is where Sarah is going to shine. She's got the wrist, forearm, triceps, and shoulders to pull off something like that. This is a matchup of two very, very athletic individuals on and off the table. You know, I wouldn't want to take them in a bar fight. I wouldn't want to run against them in a 5K. These are two very fit athletes and really emblematic of what Brian Acraco is talking about. You have to strengthen and train the body to get to this level of high-level air hockey that you are seeing here on your screens that we are so grateful to share with you all.
That is correct, Jody. Really, it's all about this game. It's all about endurance. What a beautiful right wall there. I think that was over by Jamal. Right wall over. We are now at 4-3. Could still be anyone's game. Now remember, folks, we are playing 4 games here. You need a win with 4 games. 4 out of 7 games here. And Jamal is planning on doing so right now. But with Sarah's new flat top, she's gonna score.
So far out. She just gets it right in under him. She needs 2 points to stay alive.
Right now, we're seeing if Jamal's going to answer back with this new flat top. I think Sarah's now realized, hey, he's going for the edges. He's going around my defense here. And we got a timeout here.
Got to wipe the sweat off her face. Heavy breathing coming from Sarah Mann because she wants this. She is willing to put it all out on the table. That 10 seconds could be the difference between a finish and 2 more games.
Absolutely, Jody, absolutely. You see, Sarah's really starting to learn Jamal's play style here, while Jamal is still being really offensive. He really gets that puck to go straight into the goals, man. He has put up a great offense here. Now, Sarah's going to start keeping possession more, getting a little bit more possession time, but it's going to go back to Jamal, really doing that diamond dribbling, you say? That's what you call it?
Yeah.
Really lines it up, and that helps in his favor as he gains a score now. 4-5. He is down by 1, but if he wins this game here, he wins the match.
And I will say you see a lot more aggression coming from Jamal right now than we saw in the earlier games of this matchup. I don't want to say he's frustrated, but he's realized Sarah can move a lot faster now, and she's putting a lot more behind it. We are 5-all. Make that 6-5 Sarah. She just needs 1 point to stay alive, and she gets it.
Stays in the game.
Loves it. The crowd loves Sarah. We are all rooting for Trash. Jamal, we are also rooting for you because we're rooting for air hockey, but she is the mother of this organization. So the mother continues. We are 3-2 Jamal Sarah games. Like I said, like we've said, you need 4 to win. This could go all the way to 7, Sabrina.
Oh, absolutely. And I really hope it does, just so we can see a great match here. And you know, I know we are trying to be unbiased here, but Sarah really is the reason we have this tournament here today. And we cannot ignore that. Of course we can't. So we absolutely thank Sarah for all she's done for this community. And of course, Jamal, you are an amazing player. We clearly see you have a great offense style here. So shout out to both these players. We're going to get ready for our Game 6 face-off here. Please join us as we watch in anticipation. Sarah starts off
with possession. We talk about
that flat top helped her.
Oh, absolutely. I think it was a very wise decision, seeing how she's been playing with it now compared to her earlier high top. They say Game 6 in basketball is intense. I'd say to rival it is only air hockey Game 6. We have 1-1 early on. This game is moving even faster than the previous 5. They want to get this done. It is easy to get tired, but they're not going to let it happen.
Absolutely, Jody. That's what you're going to be seeing here. You got to keep, guess what? That endurance.
Endurance, 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 Sabrina. I think that is the, the theme.
It is a theme.
The motto.
It's the motto of air hockey. And you know what you also got to keep? The puck on the table.
The puck.
Keep
Practice
the puck
safety.
Oh my gosh.
Puck in play, but puck on the table, Keep it clean. We have an audience, folks. They're seeing you puck responsibly or dangerously.
Oh, goodness.
But that was clean. No dirty there for the viewers, and returned on a beautiful serve by Sarah Mann to all.
Yeah, you know, well, look at that. An audience member almost got hit. You know, yesterday we saw North Carolina's own Seth Garret get hit right in the eye on stream when he was reffing. He is doing okay. For those who were worrying, he is okay. We did get word he is doing just fine.
He may be doing just fine, but honestly, this is a safety goggle kind of sport. I don't know why we don't have a regulation that requires that, but you know, it'd be hard to play if you missed our beautiful faces. But this is a contact sport, because when that puck gives you contact, it's gonna hurt. I have had blood blisters, bruises, like you said. Our very own Marco has taken a beating from the puck in the table. I know I got a hematoma one time just charging into the table because I couldn't help myself, and so has Spidey, Timothy Young, and honestly almost every player I've ever met. It is a contact sport, loss of mallet, loss of possession.
You know, what I'm seeing Sarah have a little more in this game here is really speed and just charged up shots. I think she's got that fire in her. Now that she's got 2 games, she wants to go to game 7 here. While Jamal's trying to close it out here. He really needs to adjust again, because he was learning with her high top, but when she switched to this flat top, he had to learn how she was going to behave with this mallet, which is tough, but he's responded well, keeping up with 3 on the board, making her chase him right now in this round.
Absolutely, Sabrina, but I do think the change is that Sarah is controlling the pace. She's sped up, Jamal's sped up. It is working in both of their advantage and disadvantage that they've changed. And we've got 4-3 Jamal slugfesting out here, serve for serve. No brakes, all gas. And right there, she's keeping it up. She needs just 3 points to stay alive.
The ref is looking kind of confused. He's kind of getting scared too. He's making some faces like, oh no, what is happening here? It's really a sight to see here, folks.
It is a sight to see, and we want to give you every angle that we can. Here, we're going to bring out the sky cam. You know,
my
watch
favorite camera here.
See how fast that puck is moving in what seems like real time, but the cameras can't keep up. There is a lag and a drag. We tried one time to mark it out like they do in the NFL, but there was too much table was covered, and it was too fast for us to keep up. And you see that kind of play comes from competitors like these two. Ooh, she came back just fast enough. He was going to try and sneak that in, going for the corners like he has been, but the defense of Sarah maintains.
Oh, a timeout has been called. Man, this is a high-pressure game now. I think you got a crowd building up.
Big
you got
crowd.
The lights on you. You are ready to go. I see the sweat literally dripping off of Sarah right now. Jamal is cracking his fingers, making sure he's loose, he's ready to go as he prepares. But Sarah comes out swinging right now. We got a tied-up match here. Jamal has to really start putting up his offense again. You got to get used to this, Sarah. Oh!
And we've got a 6-5. Can she stay alive? You've got a whole crowd all around her. The cheers are, in fact, majority for Sarah, but it's hard not to when she's done so much for the community. We all know her so personally, but Jamal is such a wonderful player who has been in the scene as long as most of us. But Sarah's going to pull out that 7-5. We called it early that this was going to go to game 7, and that's what you see here. Give him a breather. Let him have it.
I believe this is our first game 7 on this table here today, which I'm so excited for you guys at home to join us here. We are headed now into the final game of this match. Remember, folks, the players must win 4 games to win their match here, and Sarah and Jamal have both put up great plays, but man, as soon as Sarah switched to that flat top, that is when it became real for her.
Changed the game when she switched.
It literally changed the game.
But right now we've got the face-off. We have seen points right off the face-off from both of these players, but possession goes to Sarah Mann early on. She has been moving quickly. We don't see her dancing on her toes as some of the other quick players. There was a change of possession. Sarah accidentally topped it. That's like the #1 rule around here. You cannot top it, and it doesn't matter because she gets it in the goal. Mistakes to victory there. The mentality is what it's all about. She is ready, prepared. Possession is with Jamal.
Jamal's really hitting on corner shots here that can be very dangerous for Sarah. Just like that, with the right wall over there on Sarah. Jamal now matching her with 1 point on the board. Ooh, the puck goes off and almost hits an audience member. Also, there's Marco. He's playing a game. I guess his puck went off at the same time. Love to see it. And once again, they cannot keep the pucking puck on the table.
You know, get it pucking together, guys.
Really?
We're just kidding. We were actually incredibly impressed by the amount of force. We see a buff puck.
Finally.
Buff your puck. It's going to be to your advantage. Get that dirt and grime and grossness. There's hundreds of people walking around with shit all over their, excuse my language, shoes. You're not allowed to say that on a stream.
This is a kid-friendly show.
This is a kid-friendly show, but just so you know, I am being literal. There are a lot of dogs around here. Not the point. Point being, buff your puck.
Yes, exactly, Jody. You said it right here. Now, what we're seeing here, you got all these tables that these players are playing on. We got what, about 12 tables?
We have 12 tables and 1 auxiliary table. We've got our main table and one just for funsies, a Brunswick, an oldie but goodie, but not quite up to standard. But that means we often have 12 matches running at a time, and we're still going to take 2 days because we have 100 players.
Absolutely, a great show out, a great turnout here, and I'm so glad we get to see games like these on the main table. It really is a sight to behold. You get to see the skilled players.
Right
like
under.
That. A beautiful, beautiful shot there by Sarah here. Sarah's really trying to lean in. Oh, trying to get the puck. Nasty right wall over there by Jamal, but Sarah responds.
Her serve is a Serena Williams serve right there. It is
She looks
hard.
like Serena Williams in that jersey.
I think we've got some Serena Williams energy here because she's got that serve that is almost impossible to defend against.
Absolutely, Jody. I agree here. We're going to go to our sky cam just to get a better view here. Oh, I thought that table turned out here for a second.
No, I'm surprised the table hasn't yet turned off, but I think we're getting close. Sarah with 5 points. She needs 2. 2 to win this match. A match where at one point it seemed like she was not going to prevail over Jamal, but anything can happen here in North Carolina. 2024 Air Hockey State Championship when you have athletes like these.
That's exactly right, Jody. We got a time. Oh, actually, we got a timeout. Okay, we got a timeout here. 10 seconds.
Taken by Sarah. She needs it. Got to focus, got to regroup. We've got a ponytail check, most important part.
I agree. That ponytail, really, she kicked in like that.
She's at 6'2". She's at 6.
She just needs 1 point.
And this is all hers. She's been working for it, but Jamal is not down and out. We've seen comebacks 6-0 before.
Absolutely. Jamal here really going to start playing that offense up, keeping possession right now, but it goes straight back to Sarah. Sarah just needs 1 point here just to get it. But, you know, Jamal has to prepare for her serves. If he scores, he needs to prepare because Sarah's serves are absolutely deadly, as we see here today. She has absolutely annihilated that. But Jamal has kept up great offense right now. We're going to see if he can respond by keeping up a great defense as well against Sarah's flat top here.
I think Sarah is the epitome of change your game if it's not working. Now she's using so much wrist and forearm that she has the flat top. The crowd is silent. You can hear us. You can hear a puck fly and hit us at this point because the focus on this match. Jamal gets another point. Her lead weakens. Can she get it 1 more point? Absolutely. We believe in her. We know Jamal, again, is no slouch, a fantastic player. We are proud to call him one of our North Carolina players. We are happy that he is on the table playing against the president. And she gets it.
And that's why they call her president. Madam President has won it all. Now, give us a moment here. We're going to attempt to get an interview with Madam President herself. We're going to get now on with Jody here. Jody Jackson's going to talk with our very own Madam President, Sarah Trashman. Here we go to Jody and Sarah.
We're waiting. All right, I am here with Sarah Mann, the mother of air hockey here in North Carolina. She has 1,000 nicknames, but today the only one she needs is the winner here on our main stage table. Sarah, how are you feeling? That was a marathon.
I am exhausted. I am sweating so much. I have not played that much air hockey in a long time.
I know we were watching back here from the commentators. We saw you put the ponytail up, and it changed your game. We knew you were in it to win it as soon as we saw that.
Oh yeah, that had to level up. I had to take my fanny pack off. I had to take my jacket off. It was too hot, so I had to level up each time.
And one thing we saw that really changed your momentum, correct me if I'm wrong, switching to your flat top seemed to speed you up. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so I started playing with the high top because it's heavier and I'm lazy, and so I can hit the shots a little better, but it wasn't working for me, so I switched to this, and it was a lot lighter, and I could kind of feel it in my hand. I was like, this is gonna work a lot better. So
I know you were a crowd favorite, a commentator's favorite, and the comments favorite. So we want to give a shout out to Jamal. It was a fantastic game, but congratulations. You definitely earned that win, and we really look forward to having you up here again as the day progresses.
Thank you so much. Yeah, huge shout out to Jamal. He's an OG, and I'm always afraid to play him. I didn't know I had that in me, so.
All right, thanks, Sarah. And now a word from our sponsors who make this interview possible.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, is to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
Okay.
I think that's it.
Everyone, sorry about that. You watched me talk and heard nothing. I said a lot of really fun, clever things, but don't worry. We will be repeating all of them as we watch the next main stage game. Our very own My Fiance, Timothy Spidey Young, the only top 20 I know I can beat, versus Vinny, an up-and-comer who is by far stronger than any up-and-comer I've ever seen. And we're about to watch their face-off now.
Very excited here, folks. Very excited. I just saw my man win a game right now, so hopefully we have the same reaction here with your man's Jody, with Spidey on the table. But of course, we are gonna root for both of these great North Carolina players right now. But I know you got a little bias there in your heart, Jody.
Well, the bias can only be so strong. Timothy Young and I, this is the first tournament we've ever commentated, and I have not played. Every other one we have gone to pretty close to the finals. First point is going to be here by Vinny, and every time Timothy Young and I play, it is a game 7-7-6, and I expect nothing but that intensity, talent, and precision here from Timothy on the table. It is actually a bit of a grudge match for him. I know that him and Vinny had a challenge set just a month ago, and as close as it was, Vinny did take gold in that moment, but Tim is not going to let that happen again. He goes by Spidey for a reason. You can see on his shirt there, he's a big fan of Spider-Man, but it's like he has 8 arms on the table. Vinny gets his second point. He is up now 2-1, but Tim is playing a fake out. It does go in the goal, but it doesn't stick.
Ooh, what a great fake out there by Spidey, but it doesn't work as Vinny takes another point on the board. Spidey's really setting it up just like that. Beautiful serving. Now Vinny's got to respond here, slowly placing the puck back on the table, really lulling, here, just to try to throw Spidey off his game, but really, he's ready to go. He's got that defense up right now, really prepping for Vinny's hits here. Let's see how that works out. We got a high top and flat top mallet here, which can prove to make a difference in each of the players' games here.
And Sabrina, both of these players are not afraid to use their voice on the table. We haven't seen Spidey up here yet in this tournament, but now that he is, you will hear how he feels. We know our director of the tournament gave him a shout out and said the only kind of yelling is the kind that Timothy Young does, in the sense that it is only at himself. You cannot yell at your opponent. Sportsmanship does matter in this game quite a lot. And that sportsmanship has sent a puck flying in our direction.
I think Spidey wants to come back to the commentary table right now, really give an analysis of his game here, because it is really something to watch, folks. Oh, it goes down into Spidey's possession. Sarah really is just such a fair rep with both of these players.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, she wants both to win. These are, we call her the mother, these are her babies here on the table. Timothy and I started probably 2-3 years ago. Vinny started too, so relatively young to the game, both of them, but they certainly don't play like it. Timothy Young is number 17 or 18 coming into this match. Vinny is 30, a number I personally used to hold, but obviously no longer do. And the reason they have such high ranks is because they will battle through any match they can get their hands on. Speaking of a battle, Vinny absolutely cuts that in. A very impressive shot. He immediately deflects Timothy and regains possession. It seems to be a dead spot on the table or some kind of delay in puck drifting. Hard to say, but there's a slowness with the puck that we just saw. It kind of was stagnant.
Wow.
What wasn't stagnant is Spidey Young as he got that in the goal, bringing it up to 6-4 Vinny. You're still looking at the sky view. We're going to give you another angle. We know it can be a little easier to track, but we want you to see the raw athleticism of these two players. Just honestly, the legs on these guys from whatever sports they did before. Vinny is in fact a college athlete, so he's near and dear to my heart. I'm always rooting for him.
Ooh.
But Timothy Spidey Young, you hear him yell there. He gets one in. It is 6-5. He only needs 2 points to win the game. Vinny only 1. It is close, as it always is between these two players.
That's right, Jody. You're really seeing great offense from both players as well as defense. Both are really getting, I think, have a good idea on their play styles of each other right now. You see Spidey's got length on Vinny here. He really is just goes straight out into the table, but Vinny keeps on his toes.
6-6. Timothy Young is going to call his timeout. This is the time you want to use it, derail your opponent and catch your breath. Vinny doesn't want any coaching right now. Timothy Young kind of storms off to get a bit of a refocus, a mental refocus. We are going to have a 7-6. It could go either way. Possession is with Vinny. That is an advantage, but not for long. We're going to see. I'm willing to bet he's going to go for a right wall over. Sometimes we're shocked. It's okay. It's all about keeping it versatile.
I mean, I like, get hyped, folks. Really, this 6-6 match is so great to see early on in the game here. We're still on game 1, and this game has lasted pretty long because these two players are really like practicing each other and are now knowing just how to get around each other's defenses, but both still hold a strong defense against each other. It's quite a sight to behold here. Vinny's now going to take possession, and we got a timeout.
And Will Upchurch, I do see what you said about Tim's focus on scoring. That is what him and I have been working on pretty much all month. I think Tim is a very fast player, a very aggressive player, and he likes to play up at the line. Vinny does as well, though. So impressed with both for sure. I mean, Spidey is our hometown commentator who we took all the way to Worlds. He just shot one of our tech assistants with a puck, so don't forget what you're doing here, bro. But he's fantastic from either player. I could not tell you, but there he gets it. He gets a 7-6. He gets his yell in. He recollects himself.
Hype.
Good game. I said get hype, and he definitely heard me. He's going to walk away, take his minute, take his breather, pace around. There is another very similar player, and I believe we saw yesterday this, intensity from Austin Hernandez, his pacing around. You see Vince Sauceda giving some words of wisdom to Vinny. Vince is an incredible mentor. As good as he is a player, he has helped people achieve a greatness. He now speaks to Timothy Young to give him
both advice.
He makes it fair.
And for those of you who don't know, folks, Vince actually was the winner of last year's North Carolina Air Hockey State Tournament. He played amazing last year. We saw great stuff from Vince last year. He's come back trying to hold his championship here, but I love the commodity of giving both players on this table advice. That's something you see here only in the air hockey community. It's something of just good sportsmanship and teamwork, the mentoring. He wants both of them to not just play, but play well.
Absolutely, Sabrina. I couldn't agree more. Something very unique to the air hockey community is you'll see competitors cheering each other on. Not that they don't want to win, and not that community is more important, but they want to win against the best opponent that they can. And also, in a community, we want to see the best game out of every single player. They are going to go into their face-off. Timothy Young's, again called Spidey, he tends to put his leg up on the table. He often works in his favor, kind of sets off his opponent. He switched out. He is using my flat top. It does have a Spider-Man sticker. If we could zoom in, I would show you. But again, it gives you a little more speed and versatility. But Tim does like the high top, just like Vinny, because of that power and the weight behind it. So as two players who are up at the line very frequently, we're holding our breath. Vinny takes the first point after a prolonged possession. Timothy Young up next, holding on to the puck, keeping his 8 seconds on the table with each drift opportunity.
Almost a self-score, but Vinny saved himself in doing that, really trying not to just give away a point here to Spidey. Here we go. Spidey's going to keep possession here, really lining up that shot. You see that Tim actually moves his entire body with the puck. It's very interesting to see, which helps him really align himself with that puck to get it into the goal like that.
And he has yelled once, so we do not forget the score over here. Like you said, Sabrina, Tim throws his entire body into the table. So often he has a reputation for moving the table while he plays. He wants to be at the line where he can be the most aggressive. He has to move the puck the shortest distance. This man is a huge believer in a charge as well, so I am fully expecting to see at least 2 points if we go to 7 done off of a charge. He loves a good stuff. Someone told me the other day, I think it was Matt Casey, that Tim taught me how to charge. Again, other way around, folks. I actually did play before Tim, but his talent, athleticism, and drive, his commitment to the sport, to the community, unparalleled. And you see there how and why it plays out when he's able to score such impressive shots. Vinny in possession, equally able to send the puck flying in our direction. Again, that is so much power he has with the high top, and he is a college athlete, so he is accustomed to bringing it. A soccer goalie, actually, and was not able to defend. It is now 3-1 Spidey. He is a younger player. He doesn't get to play as often as some of our others, but it's hard to tell that when you see him take shots like that. He's very good at a straight when he needs to be.
Yeah, you know, what we see a lot of with Spidey here, he's really good, just like Will Upchurch mentioned in the comments, he is really good at the fake-outs.
Well, and you know what else? I don't think we've even mentioned, for those who might be listening and not watching, Vinny is left-handed. That changes the game. I know, Sabrina, if you want to share with the crowd, we saw another left-hander who really threw some people off in doubles yesterday.
Oh, absolutely. One of the Bulls brothers, Riff, you know, also known as Orellana-Portillo, he actually is left-handed. And folks, that really changes the game because a lot of these players are used to, you know, the right-handed players. We saw Joey List yesterday kind of get a little spooked up there with Riff as he had to battle against his left walls, something you're not really up to defend against.
And he got it. Watch out for your sportsmanship there, Timothy. I don't know that he said the word puck over there, but I know if he's going to get frustrated with anyone, it is with himself. This is a mind game as well. Vinny also we saw get frustrated in doubles, but he does have the experience of being under high D1 level pressure levels.
Yeah, I think, you know, as our producer here, Spidey, I think, knows he needs to say the word puck. I believe that. Like, you see, that's some good yelling there from Spidey. Tim's really getting it going. Vinny's going to really, I love seeing how Vinny takes his time with the puck, kind of lulling his opponent before he takes a shot, really going the opposite of what we see a lot of, which is speed and just accuracy. Vinny takes a slow and precise movement with that puck.
Yes, I would say slow and controlled is not normally Timothy Young's strategy. I mean, his wild, anything he throws that looks wild is actually calculated. And I think that many of his opponents underestimate that and assume that he is just blindly trying to get something in the goal. But that puck was actually saved. They can stay in play. Despite the fact it kind of railed off just a bit, it was saved by Vinny, and Vinny takes that to bring it to a 5-all, neck and neck, mano a mano, a very close game. Puck is back at our table. Honestly, it can be a bit of a breather when you send the puck off the table because that means someone's got to walk over and get it. So take a breath, a natural timeout, much like when the table times out. But it's already 6-5. Vinny versus Spidey. We'll see if he's got an answer for that.
Vinny really right now is just trying to secure a game here while Spidey's trying to get his second one. I really think that word was puck.
It had to be puck because we're on a live stream and we have to defend our mans here.
Absolutely. Here we go now. We got Vinny here keeping possession again with that slow and precise movement, but Spidey has been prepared for that.
And he gets it.
Like that.
6-6.
Another 6-6 in this match. Wow, and he called the timeout, taking a breather, pacing around. You see he does that kind of like, you know, with Sarah who put her hair in a ponytail. You have Tim who takes off the hat, leaves it, and then puts it right back on. Here we go. Tim is lining up now. Great defense here. We're gonna get the sky cam on for y'all here. Vinny's taking that slow, precise movement here, but man, Spidey is prepared with this defense going.
And
timeout.
Timeout called. Ultimately, I think the difference is gonna be we have a slightly more experienced player who rose pretty high through the ranks pretty quickly, and Vinny just a little bit younger to the game, trying to do the exact same thing. Timothy Young yelling that he is ready, and that gets in the possession, and puck right off the table. We've got to stay centered here because you can hit it as hard as you want, and if it doesn't go in the goal, it does very little. You see Vinny kind of...
we got a natural timeout here from
this is what they needed. And Vinny has kind of learned from Tim. They play, you know, frequently how to do a nice pump fake, and he's testing out Tim's own move on him. You hear "damn it" coming from Tim again. We're gonna pretend he just said "puck it."
What a catch.
He did have an excellent catch. He does need to focus here. Anger does not help you. Well, frustration does not help you win. If it's gonna be anger driving you, that's how you do it. 7-6. Timothy Spidey Young, 2 games to 0 against Vinny.
What a shot there by Spidey. He literally is taking a walk.
Take a walk, folks, when you have to.
He's taking a walk right now, taking in the fresh air. Vinny now needs to, he's getting some mentoring right now, talking with one of the Bull brothers. We got Vince here too, trying to see what they can get from Vinny to see if he can match up against Spidey right now, because he is dealing with it. Spidey is pumped up, ready to go. He's actually here at the producer's table, making sure the stream is going good. He is one of our producers here, folks. Really, you're going to probably hear his voice more on today. He is pumped up. He is ready to go. He is pacing. He is getting his mind in the game. And you can see the sweat just glistening off his skin right now as he is just burning up. He's pumped. He's fueled up. He's got 2 more games in order to secure a victory here. We're on to game 3. Vinny here is taking some advice right now from his partner here, really getting ready to go, lining his shot. Sarah is getting ready as well to match, to ref this incredible match. We're gonna move on here to the 3rd game puck off. Look at that stance from both of these players. They are ready to go.
And right out the gate on possession, he gets a point on Vinny. Possession now in Vinny's hands, or can be a very dangerous place to be for Spidey. And the two have different stances, something we talked about yesterday in doubles. And one thing we're going to keep seeing is that puck flying, because these are 2 guys who really, really want it. Sometimes it can be hard to reel yourself in. We almost took out another ref, but Sarah Mann is not one to flinch.
I thought she was the president. You know, isn't there supposed to be some secret service to take the puck for her?
Honestly, I don't know where her security team is, but it looks like we may need one with the velocity that these 2 are shooting the puck off the table. It is now 1-1.
Amazing, amazing from both of these teams right now. I believe actually we might have 2-1 here. I'm just making sure I'm calling it correctly. I'm looking at the ref's hands right now.
Kind of
scoring, folks. We're
hard to tell, but I agree. I do think it is, in fact, 2-1. Spidey slightly ahead. It is too early to say that anyone has the lead. We have seen the puck go in and out the goal several times when shot by Vinny, and off the table again.
We can confirm, though, that Spidey does have 2 games under his belt, while Vinny still has not secured a game. But don't worry, folks. We still have another game to go, as Spidey will need 2 more games to secure this match.
And Vinny's not going to let that happen easy. As we've seen, someone can be up 2-0 and still the other player can be the victor of the match overall. So that's why every game truly counts. Every point counts. This is not a walk in the park for either of these guys. I think Tim tends to favor a nice right wall. Straights are not his favorite. I think Vinny has the advantage on that. But one of the earliest things you learn is a straight is very hard to defend against, as we see right there. As I talk about it, it materializes.
Yeah, really, Vinny demonstrating that for you guys here. You know, seeing that Spidey has to get used to this left hand here. I think we've seen that he's already getting used to what Vinny is leaning towards, but Vinny's skill is surprising.
A self-score.
Just like that, matching 3-3 here. We got Vinny and Spidey on the table now.
And a self-score is always devastating and sometimes feels like you didn't earn it if you're the opponent, but Timothy just earned that point, absolutely. I doubt either one of these guys is gonna get tired, but get sweaty, absolutely. A charge there to regain possession, a signature from Spidey. He loves to be up at the line. I think in reaction, Vinny has started to stay back and focus on his defense. It is now 5-3. Timothy Young's screams are echoed throughout.
We're really seeing the passion right now come from Spidey as he's trying to secure his third victory in this match here. He's really getting passion on the table, but Vinny has remained calm. He hasn't gotten frustrated with himself. He's focused on the puck. He's made a few scores already. He is calm. He is cool and collected, but Spidey is putting up a fight, making sure he can get it back.
Oh, and he gets that in. He calls a timeout. It is 6-3. You have to wonder if he even needs the timeout right now, but Vinny is taking the time as well to refocus, readjust.
Here we go now. Vinny is going to start off with possession. Beautiful shot here. Doesn't quite make it, but it goes back into Vinny's possession here. Now Spidey's going to try to take control, but it's going to remain with Vinny. Vinny's going to really line this up for him. I see a lot of fake outs in this game, which is very interesting to watch.
Well, and it's interesting, like I was saying, these two have been playing together, growing together for a while now. We see Vinny up in the gym quite frequently, which means they've learned a lot from each other. A pump fake is something Tim has been mastering for a while. Transition shots as well. You do hear him yell in frustration as that kind of slides in and out of the goal despite a beautiful placement. Vinny is doing a great job of keeping possession, but it is
that curse man goes right back to Spidey, who utilizes it.
Oh my God.
He let us know
he
that
let
he
us
is
know.
one more, and he is once
he can
again,
count, and we're very, very proud of that.
He is walking
For those at
around.
home who also want to keep count, it is 3-0. Timothy Young has taken a walk. I know how badly he wants this win over Vinny after taking a brutal match loss, losing his ranking only a month ago to Vinny. And
also, it's a revenge story.
It's a revenge match. And you know, you never want to lose twice in a row. And I think these two could go toe-to-toe for a very long time in years to come. But let's see if Tim has it in him for, as he said, one more.
He needs only one more here, folks. You see Vinny also walking around. He got a little bit of comments from, I think that's Colin, I believe, there.
That would be Connor Collins, younger brother of Colin Cummings. Sorry, y'all. We can't see very well over our screen unless they're on our screen. But right now, the only thing on your screen is Timothy Spidey Young versus Vinny, a grudge match of Carolinians. Vinny getting the initial and immediate possession. He shoots it with some force, velocity. I can tell from here, and I'm sure you can as well at home. But it was not enough to get in, and the defense of Timothy Spidey Young is going to change as he switches from his high top to his low top.
I think he's taking, some pointers from the ref Sarah here, who had swapped her mallet in the last match and actually came to win it all here. But Spidey looks like he is going to use his flat top to gain his victory as well. Vinny is now trying to get at least a game on Spidey, but Spidey here is controlling the puck, really dominating the table right now. Vinny has to remain on his toes with this Spidey because it is one tough opponent to go up against here.
And that sounded like it was going to go off the table, but it stays on, just rattles against the wall. Again, forceful players. These are not guys who like to lose. They will be in the gym running a practice match and have to take a lap if they so much as lose by one point.
Catch from Spidey here, catching that puck, making sure he keeps the possession. You know, there's no scores on the board right now in this game 4. Let's see who's going to get that first point on the board to set that tone here. It's going to go back to Vinny. Vinny keeping the possession, really trying to get it through the wall shots here, and the puck is out of here.
Back on our side of the table, which is the wrong table for those following along. But there may not be a score on the board, but there absolutely is sweat on the table. They are putting it all out on the line. This is a workout I wouldn't want to see repeated. This is our marathon, our endurance. This is the 5K with lead boots that these guys are playing. You might not know, but air hockey will burn some calories if you're playing right, and these guys know how to play it right.
Vinny right there hitting just the right end of the goal there, but not quite getting it in. You see, Spidey's really, not only does he stare at the puck, he sometimes looks at his opponents, really seeing where they're looking, trying to get an idea where Vinny's eyes are locking in on, trying to get that. But Vinny manages to surpass Spidey's defenses, getting a point on the board. Here we go.
And Sabrina, you know that's in fact why Timothy, Spidey Young, and some others wear hats when they play, because they themselves are accustomed to watching their opponents and the rails. Vinny is now up 2-0. Spidey needs to slow it down just a little because Vinny has brought it up. We are now at 2-1. A fantastic showing. But again, as I was saying, Sabrina, the hat is to prevent others from seeing where they are looking. Some players will stare so intensely at where they want the puck to go, they give it away. I know I've seen a couple players on this table and others that I've commented about who run into that problem where they're so calculated, they look exactly where they want it to be, but then it makes the defense of their opponent so much easier. It is 2-all. Possession is going to go to Vinny.
Very interesting to watch here, folks. Yeah, you really do see some people choose to wear hats and some not. Vinny's going to surpass those hat defenses and take another point on the board. But I don't think Spidey's phase here. He's really keeping possession of the puck, dominating this table right now. But Vinny's going to remain with this cool calculation.
And another one for Spidey. 3-all.
Very great game to watch here, folks. You can learn a lot from both of these players, how to be both defensive and aggressive here tonight.
And we also have to be defensive against the puck that is again flying our way. Will Upchurch, thank you again for your commentary. If you get too hyped, the puck's gonna fly. You have to re-center when this has happened to you so many times in a row. But we'll see how they play through.
I mean, the lights are on you on this feature table. You got a crowd watching you. You got us commentating on you. We are watching intensely. So you just have to, when you're on that table, remain calm, remain focused on the puck and the puck alone.
It's true. It's hard to focus on the puck, though, when it is going this fast. You saw it earlier on the sky camera, but now you're able to see how fast the arms of these two competitors are moving, the wrists of these two competitors. It is actually, Vinny is up right now, 4-3, but we know a 1-point difference doesn't mean a lot unless it is a 7-6.
That's now going to go into Vinny's possession here for the puck going off table. Here we go. Ooh, the serve was not matched, and
right back in it. It is 4-all. And we've got a 5-4. We don't know how to call this anymore. Commentating feels almost disrespectful because it is so tense in here. Who is going to pull this out? I, of course, am rooting for fiance Timothy Spider Young, my training partner, doubles partner, and I like to think life partner, but ultimately it is Vinny right now who's calling timeout after he defeated, to be stuffed, to be skunked, to be 4-0'd.
Absolutely not. You see, Vinny's got that fire in him, even though you see he is calm and collected on the table, but Spidey's not going to take it. He wants that 4-0. He wants that victory right here.
And anyone who's playing at this level of speed and athleticism is going to want a 4-0 because it is just exhausting, and then you have to get it together and play your next match. I recall we saw several, and we have a 7-5. Vinny has won his first game. Remember, it takes 4 to win. This is 4 out of 7. Don't worry, folks. We have at least one more to go, and we'll see Vinny and Timothy Spidey Young up on the table for a little while longer. They get 1 minute in between to take a breather, take a reset, sometimes change their shirts because I can see the sweat from here. And Vinny looks at some of his mentors, shoots them a happy finger gun as Timothy Young instead tries to focus in and of with himself. We've got our very own Sarah Mann kind of testing the puck on the table. Sometimes ref will do this if there's a puck or there's a dead spot that they need to know about. Things can be switched out. It is getting official. She has the zebra blazer on.
Oh, you know it's serious. You know it's serious. She is ready to go. That is Madam President. That is referee Madam President. Here we go. Let's getting set up for game number 5 here, folks. Oh, a loss of mallet early on.
When your hands are sweaty, switch to your low top. It gives you a bit more grip if you're holding on the sides. Timothy does play with like a V formation when holding his mallets.
Puck going off the table is going to be in Vinny's possession here. They're both ready to go. Vinny now at least having a game on the board. Let's see if he's going to pull what I would like to call now Sarah and just come climbing through to win it all. But Spidey is now focused just like that, focused on getting a point on the board for himself. And all he needs is 1 more game, while Vinny would need 3 more to play.
Well, and one thing with these 2 players, speaking of Madam President, our ref, as we bring it to 1-1, is both of these guys, especially Timothy, are pretty susceptible to getting an overcall. I've seen some close ones already. Remember, that is 2-1 Vinny, but you cannot score if you are over the line. And with long arms, long reach, and a good lunge, it becomes all too risky for some of the players to play up that high. Timothy Young is playing back a little in a defensive position right now. A little different than what we saw in last game.
You know, I was about to say the same thing for Vinny. Vinny was on his toes. Now he's become on his feet. Both his feet are planted. I think he notices that Spidey's very light and can get that into the goal. But I don't think it's working out as Spidey is taking another point here, giving it a 2-all here right now. Yeah, it seems Vinny is taking this approach to stay planted, stay grounded, because he cannot lose his concentration right now, especially against Spidey, who simply needs 1 more game here to win it all. Just like that, Spidey's broken his tie, taking the lead with 3-2 here.
But not for long. Vinny has got a very, very, very quick reply, shooting that straight that I was talking about. Timothy tried to return it in kind, but the defense over here on Vinny was not going to let that happen. It is 3-all. Remember, this game goes to 7, and they timed the table off just last game. So I very much predict that this is going to be a battle to the end. Neither competitor are willing to let go of any lead that they have, and it ends up going 1-for-1 as we've seen. This has been 7-6, 7-5, 7-5. A very, very close game each time.
It really is a close game, and it's one that I'm really just concentrating on here. Watching it live is just absolutely amazing. Seeing just how these players do these beautiful pump fake outs. It's just amazing that we're seeing 2 players do it at the same time. I wonder if Vinny started doing it because he saw Spidey doing it and trying to throw him off his game, or if it's simply both of these players, that's what they do. They do all these fake outs. I wonder.
agree with you, Sabrina. It is hard to tell. Like I said, these two train a lot and compete against each other very, very frequently, whether we're playing doubles against Vinny and his partner or it's a one-on-one match, but you learn so much by playing. Anyone can shoot goals on their own on an empty table. Anyone can play the same competitor 1,000 times, but each time you win or you lose, it is a learning experience here in air hockey, and we have to believe that they have been learning right here on the table the value of a pump fake, what it is to gain some patience, how to level yourself out, and ultimately, it doesn't matter win or lose any game in air hockey, you're going to walk away a winner in your next one.
Absolutely, Jody. Look at that. We got Tim Spidey Young, who took a timeout after scoring his goal here. He's really just trying to remain focused, and sometimes he feels that hyped up energy, so he needs a little bit of a walk-off here just so he can get back and concentrate on this game here. This game that hopefully for him is his final one, and hopefully for Vinny is not the final one.
Sure thing. I really don't believe that Vinny wants it to be his last one. He's got sleeves rolled up, guns a-blazing. Vinny is a college athlete. He is young and hungry. Not to say that Timothy isn't, but if I do recall, he was a theater person in college. Not quite the same level of competition, but that doesn't seem to matter here as both men absolutely lay it all out on the table. 5-all. The whole room has stopped to watch. Timothy is asking to buff the puck, something you are allowed to do if it is in your possession. Like I pointed out earlier, there seemed to be kind of a dead spot or something wrong with the puck. It was moving so slowly in comparison to what we saw earlier, but Tim is not going to let it slow him down. He needs 1 point to finish this out. Vinny only 2.
Point here, so Spidey can take this match. The pressure here, Spidey is really getting hyped up right now. He is ready, he is pumped up, but Vinny is really trying not to show any emotion, just remaining focused on that puck, while Spidey is making everyone aware this is his last point needed in this match.
And there's a watch the line that wasn't over. I pointed that out earlier. That was a big foul risk for Timothy, but you know, Vinny ended up with possession either way, so they're going to keep playing. The room is split on who they're going to cheer for. You know, Ayo is over there rooting for Vinny. We've got Steve and Tim Weissman on Tim's side. These are big names in the game. Rooting for both, rooting for neither, rooting for air hockey, just like we are. This is why we love watching the game. It is competitive, and Timothy Young cinches it with a 4-7-5. Vinny, not exactly super pleased with the outcome, but you know, we will see him again on the table. I'm gonna go interview my very hyped up fiance, who normally is my opponent. He gives Sarah a hug, as the two have known each other for quite some time. Both fixtures in the air hockey community.
In a moment, folks, we're gonna get Jody on for you right now. We're just getting the table ready to go here. We're gonna go right now. Here we go. Jody Action Jackson gets to interview her very own man's here, Timothy Spidey Young. Take it away, Jody. Here she is now.
All right, I'm here with Timothy Spidey Young. He would not accept our usage of his actual name because he is too addicted to the game. He has his spider mentality, his Spidey senses, as many people will point out in the stream and your viewership. That was a battle. Yes, it was a 4-0, but tell us, how close was it actually when you're on the table?
So can I hold this?
No.
Okay, no, sorry. For a little bit of history, I lost my voice. I'm so sorry. I played Vinny in a match about 2 months ago, and he took my rank, took my world rank, took it all. And that was a marathon of the game, because I won, I think, 2 sets or 1 set, and he came back and stopped me. So going into states, I knew I'm not a marathon player. I have to sprint. And I knew if it got to game 7, I'd be cooked. Vinny already showed that by beating me on game 4, but I only had 1 game left to go. So huge respect to Vinny, great sport. I get a little bit excited, and standing in front of you is a dream come true. I've been watching your stream all day. Really big fan.
This is my biggest fan, and it goes both ways. But Timothy, before we let you go, I know we had quite a few comments about your defense this time, which has not traditionally been your strong suit, but I know you were trying to change your game playing Vinny, who will outlast anyone here. He is a college athlete. He can run a marathon with lead shoes. So tell us what that mental switch was.
I mean, it was a game of bait and switch, because for Vinny and me, we get up there with our defense, and that gets me in trouble all the time. When I go up there and try to charge, I go up there, I leave myself open to banks, and he's a very deceptive player, and he'll make those straight shots look like banks, especially the left-handed. So I committed to staying in my triangle. I took a page out of Tim Weissman's book. I got rid of my charging disease best I could. I almost got the game-winning shot off a charge. Didn't go out that way. I even saw a finger wag from Vinny, but I had a little bit of advice from Vince Quezada. Gave me a lot of advice, but thank you to everyone watching. I have to play Justin Flores next from Chicago, and that's going to be a much harder game. I'm already sweating my absolute butt off, but I just want to ask one more thing. Are you single?
That depends who's asking.
I'm asking.
So we're gonna have a word from our sponsors, folks.
In that case.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
Working on getting our scoreboard up. They actually started a little earlier than intended. But either way, Matt Casey is one of the two Casey brothers. The younger, Matt Casey, has been a huge proponent of air hockey for quite some time here in North North Carolina. He is actually a transplant, not a native. But you know what? We're going to claim him either way. We are excited to see what he has to offer. And his competitor is absolutely no slouch.
Yes, absolutely, both. We are here watching them right now play. We apologize for having a little bit of a delay here with the scoreboard. This game did start a little bit early. We got a loss of Mallet right here. They're gonna start up again. Here we go.
But we have Emily Clements up against John Casey, a young but ferocious player.
Wow.
And I can duck and dodge, folks. I don't know if you could see that on the stream, but that was about 3 inches.
I think they got mad that they didn't have their scoreboards done yet.
I mean, understandable. I want the whole world to know what their score is because this is unprecedented. Emily Clements is really showing out right now, especially against John Casey, a man who, or Matt Casey, John Casey. We got to fix our scoreboard. Who has done nothing but educate half of the players here.
Yeah.
We're not exactly 100% sure what the score is, but we know for a fact no one has 0. It looks like John Casey just finished that out. The winner of our first game. And remember, folks, this goes to 4. This will take some time. You see Connor Cummings giving Emily, a fellow transplant, a hype speech. An expert in the game, helping another young player with the focus and determination as strong as any that we've seen here today. We know John Casey did the traditional take a walk, while his opponent, Emily, stayed at the table, stayed connected, stayed touching the table, never letting it out of her grip, because we know she needs to stay focused if she's going to hang for the rest of these potential 3 or more games. First point goes to John Casey right off of the face-off. That is a North Carolina specialty. A lot of our out-of-state players are not as accustomed to. Could it be an advantage for us as we are so used to getting that first point by a battle of will and aggression rather than starting from a drift? It doesn't matter if it's an advantage or not. That's just how we play around here. And if you're coming to Carolina, you're playing by our rules.
Absolutely, Jody. That's correct. And honestly, I feel like this face-off really does allow a fair game here. Now we have a 1-all here. Emily and John are here on the table. It is an interesting match here. Just seeing how these players are starting to learn each other. This time we have 2 high-top mallets on the table.
Which is the traditional mallet. If you go out to any arcade, that's going to be what they have to offer, unless you get a Bulgarian mallet, but that's another story. That goes in, it bounces off the back of John Casey's mallet right into the goal, and you can tell he took some offense to that as he immediately scores on a serve. Emily appears to be a rather slower, methodical player, but I'm not going to say she lacks force in any way, especially as you watch her get that in.
You know, Jody, I don't know if we noticed this or commented. Well, as a puck comes into our booth here, Jody, do you notice that we got John Casey with a backwards hat while we have Emily Clements with a forward-facing cap? Do you think that's affecting her game in any way?
Well, I do know Will Upchurch said that Sarah Mann's putting up her hair into a ponytail is the equivalent to turning your hat backwards. We know that that must mean that you are determined, driven, focused, and you are going to bring some aggression. Like we said earlier watching Spidey, that when you keep your hat forward, the bill forward, it does block your eyes, which blocks the view of your opponent, of your eye line. We can see here in this view, that's exactly what happens. Gives you a bit more element of surprise, though it limits your field of vision enough to make it so some people don't care to play with the hat at all.
Absolutely, Jody. I can see that right here, and it seems to be working in John's advantage right now, trying to see straight into his opponent. Give us 1 second to get that.
We've got a puck, and it's somewhere around here we have to send Sabrina to help us hunt it down. It is in a mess, a rat's mess, if you will, of cables, and we want to protect us and the tech. We have a crowd member coming to help the ref with a call. Interesting, because John Casey is one of the main refs here today, not necessarily the head ref. That position is held by his brother, but absolutely someone who knows the rules and knows how to shoot an under. It is now 5-3.
Yes, Jody, we are seeing that here right now. I see that John is really having possession of the puck here a lot in this game, as well as dominating the table a little bit, but Emily is not to be underestimated. She's got some killer crosses here, as well as some right wall shots here she's making. She's got that tape around her mallet, I do see, and I think it's helping her get a better grip on the mallet.
Well, and John Casey finishes it out with a 7-3. Emily holding her own, absolutely no slouch. Refused to count her down and out. She may be younger, maybe a little less experienced, but she has a community of outer state titans who are trying to help her get through, get those points on the board. Does she work on defense? Does she work on offense? It's really either way. She's done great so far. I think she has done a great job with unders and straights, and those have kind of been her driving force, keeping her, toe-to-toe in this game. She is down 2 games. Last score was 7-3, but we have seen comebacks time and time again, especially when you are under the lights on camera and you have a crowd rooting behind you. This is not just another game on a table. This is a game on the main stage, so we are going to bring out each and every one of us our best game when we're on the main stage.
That's right, Jody. That's exactly what these players are doing right now. We just saw Emily get a little bit of advice from her mentors here. She's getting ready, as John is, for the game 3 puck off. Really fast face-off here as John's going to take the lead, opening it up with 1 point on the board. Emily's going to keep the puck in her possession here. You don't see a lot of dribbling from her. She's trying to just gain a feel for the puck as late, but still, she's got some killer shots of a powerful arm there, keeping that lightness on her feet.
And you are correct, Sabrina. We don't see a ton of dribbling. I know, especially in Chicago, one way they want to teach beginners is to line up the puck and take your shot every time. Save yourself from shooting too many off goals and giving your opponent the opportunity to steal that possession or even score on you. And it seems like she has taken that main lesson from her mentors very well. She does line it up, and in doing so kind of trickles in that shot against John Casey. And we want to let everyone know that Emily has been getting some of her coaching from Doug Howard himself. That's who you saw in the corner with her earlier. She does have a fan base watching her at home. We will let her know that she is actually absolutely a Cummings favorite. She gets that shot. Impressive. John Casey just left himself out at the line for too long, and she took advantage without even thinking about it. It was almost reflexive.
Absolutely. You're seeing that here. Emily really is showing that she will take advice and actually utilize it. She's not just listening one ear out the other. She's taking that advice. She's putting it on the table here. She's being a strong match, especially against a Casey here.
Oh, yeah.
That is really impressive. They can be a little bit intimidating right now, but as of yet, she is showing that she is cool under pressure here. We got a 2 all on the board here. Emily's going to keep that possession. Let's see how John Casey's going to react. Emily sneaks past him, now leading 3-2 in this match, actually by 4-2 now.
Go, Emily. We lied to you earlier when we said we weren't biased, but I was honest when I said that we were. We are always going to be girls, rooting for Emily here on the table, making a name for us. We don't have as many women in the state tournament as we originally intended, partially because yours truly is not playing. Other people had a little bit of life, but you know who has life? Emily Clements out there on the table, getting that in, still up 5-3 against John Casey.
Really showing showing that she is not to be messed with. She is now at a game point here, trying to snag a game from John Casey, who is up 2 games. She's going to show that she can grab a game right now, taking it from a Casey here. Let's see how she reacts. John Casey putting up a really strong hit, strong charges here. So strong that the puck starts dancing.
The puck is dancing and running away from John Casey, but it sped right into the goal of Emily Clements. She still has just 1 point to go. John needs 3 to cinch this game. We are rooting for both of them because we are rooting for air hockey, but our heart goes out to Emily, a younger player who has a different play style in and out the goal. Devastating, but she found the spot. She just needs to get it in. Come on, Emily. We have faith in you. The crowd is rooting for you.
Look at her go. This is very impressive seeing a young player react right now. But of course, we got to give our compliments to John Casey, who has been putting up great shots, a great offense against Emily. Emily is starting to learn John Casey's moves and starting to see where exactly he is pointing to and hitting towards. She is focused on the game. She does not want to be distracted. She's keeping that flow. I see that there is a puck that flew into the table here, and they are holding off on getting it just so they do not
The
distract
timeout
the
has
player.
been called as well. Just after she was hit with a puck there. You know, Emily is kind of showing out for all of us. Like we said earlier, she has a very deliberate style. She is not one to hit off goal on off goal. She has taken a few in this round. That charge made by John Casey definitely could stop anyone in their tracks. He's a hard hitter. He's an up front at the line kind of guy. Emily is playing back a little bit. She doesn't quite have the wingspan that some of our other players might have. But, you know, like I said, she's a crowd favorite. We are rooting for her. We are rooting for John Casey. We are rooting for air hockey. But watching the precision, she lines up that puck right in the center every time. A strategy I was taught by Tim Weissman last year at Worlds.
Wow,
It
we're in
is
the 6-6.
successful, but a 6-6. Get hype. This is why we watch. We've got 2 generations, 2 states, 2 play styles up against each other. Who is going to be the victor? We can't tell you, but we can't wait to.
Absolutely, and that victor is going to be John Casey. But man, what a fight
By a
Emily
hair,
put
though.
up.
That
Wow.
was close. A fantastic showing by Emily Clements. An even better showing by John Casey. He is up now 3-0. It takes 4 to win. We have seen so many times, especially on this main stage, someone go from 0 games to a hero.
So that's a little song reference for y'all there. It really is just amazing what you're seeing here. Emily is showing she is not to be messed with. She's not going to get a blowout. Certainly making it hard for John Casey to secure a win here. Although he is up 3 games, she is still putting up a great fight. I see the comments are going crazy for Emily right now. Everyone is shouting and supporting her. Hopefully Emily is feeling that energy right now as she goes into game number 4 here, because this is John Casey's last game that he needs to secure a victory in this match, while Emily needs to get 4. She is getting told right now, by her mentors what she needs to do, if she needs to change the way she's playing. She's really getting it going right now.
And Doug Howard is over there again, trying to give her a little more advice. The last thing he said must have had some impact as she got to 6-6 for John Casey. You know, she is stretching it out a little bit. She is getting, like you said, a lot of energy from the crowd. She's got her back home viewers. We are so impressed with what she has brought out so far, but I will not believe that that is all she has to offer. She's got more in the tank. She's got youth, hunger, aggression, but more importantly, because we see those 3 attributes all the time, but she's got patience.
She absolutely does, though. She has patience, and we just saw John Casey doing quite a few stretches there, really trying to get himself loose and limber to play as he needs to prepare, because Emily has got power, she's got energy, she is passionate about getting a victory here, but he is focused, ready to go. It really shows he does not underestimate who he's playing against. He is not letting his guard down.
It is respect on this table, though I have to admit that right out the gate felt a little disrespectful. Don't worry, Emily is going to get the puck back, and she's going to put up as big a fight as she did last time. John Casey is up 2-0. Very quick points right out the gate. He knows that Emily has time to line herself up like she likes to. She's going to get it in exactly like that. She's got it straight. She's got it cross. She's a fantastic player. She's got, again, the hometown hero. We've got lots of people rooting for her in the comments. We can't wait to tell her all about it. The puck has gone flying, a natural timeout, but she stays in complete motion. John Casey uses that opportunity in possession to line it up. It is now 3-1. As Sabrina said, this is in no way a blowout. Look at that crisp, clean shot right into the goal. Honestly, done by both sides.
Yeah, that was a mean left ball done by Emily there, but John Casey as well did a great shot into it as back. He knows she is not someone you want to mess with. You can't let your guard down here. She is a really strong competitor. She has demonstrated that here today. She is showing out right now. I think she's starting to get a feel more of how John Casey's shooting his shots. She's really trying to find that weak point, probably using the edges in their advantage. But man, John Casey with the mean straight into the goal. But that doesn't faze her. She's keeping her composure right now. She's watching the puck. But John Casey's going to keep possession of the puck here. Really going to try to see how he can get another straight into her goal. This is now game point for John Casey here. Let's see if Emily can make a climb.
And he's going to cinch that out. A 7-2 brings John Casey to 4 games, to Emily Clements 0. Either way, an impressive showing. What a game. We were very excited to be here to watch that. We think the women are growing in their experience coming to tournaments like this. And I'd say it's only days before we are all top 100 and the men have nothing to say. Don't let that dissuade us from cheering on John Casey, a North Carolinian, a fixture in our community, someone we are so proud of and appreciative of.
No, exactly, Jody. That's exactly what we're seeing here. We're seeing more women coming out to play, and Emily demonstrated that you don't mess with a woman.
Absolutely not. You won't do that. I know we have the women's edition of Worlds. That'll be happening later this year in Houston, Texas, I believe, the first weekend of August. Timothy and I have not been asked to be the commentators yet, but if you're a big fan, send in a letter. We are always super excited. We want girls
Absolutely.
talking
Let
about
us know.
the women's tournament. It is always impressive, just like we saw from Emily. Impressive. I don't think we've seen a slouch yet on this table, but to see how far some of these younger competitors have come in such a short time with such strong mentoring. I mean, Doug Howard, legend.
Exactly. And we also saw earlier today, we saw Madam President Sarah. She absolutely dominated the table, actually going from not winning in the first half to taking it. She took that victory. It just shows you just how air hockey can change like that, folks. It really is something to watch.
And thank you for watching us. I know we are only able to be here because we have had some fantastic sponsors. We have more players. We have Spidey right beside me. If you're able to see, he is sweated up. We do not want him in the chair right next to us, but he played a fantastic game. If you didn't watch it, I would go back in the stream. There was yelling, there was cursing, there was victory, there was defeat, there was passion, cinematic, truly. And you get to hear why at the end of it. And it's a great story. It is not a Cinderella story, but it is a sports story that you would expect to hear on ESPN. You would expect it in the NFL, the NBA, but we have it right here in North Carolina, 2024 Air Hockey State Championship.
That's right, we do, Jody. And it wouldn't be a tournament without our sponsors that are going to come on screen for you guys. Thank you.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
into another feature table here. Our players are getting ready. Jody, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. You know, this is our 4 or 5 for us over here on the commentary, and it feels like it's been 20 minutes. Everything has been so fast-paced and exciting. We have Emil versus Andrew here on the table. 2 players we're not very familiar with, but that almost makes it more exciting. We can only talk about their gameplay. They're excited to be on camera for sure. We've got our first face-off. Let's do it the Carolina way, boys.
Man, oh man, I think we saw Emil do a little bit of a hi there to our folks at home, really showing their excitement to be here on the feature table. All the players really want to get a chance to be on here, show off their skills here. Now we already got Emil with a point on the board, and now he's going to take another point here, making it a 2-0. Now it's going to be 2-1 to Andrew Miller. I'm not really familiar with their play styles here, but that's what we're here to do. We're going to learn a little bit about them. These 2 players are really competing strong here. We got a flat top as well as a high top mallet. Emil is doing a quick turnaround here, getting himself up to 3 points here.
And you know, Sabrina, like I said, we don't know too much about these players, but the longer we watch them, the more we're learning. First thing is, they're very good.
They are.
The second thing I would say is they're very fast. I think we've seen a couple of bank shots already early on. That puck is flying, but calm, cool, and collected is also the name of their game. It is early, you know, frustration can build at any point and change it all, but they are taped up. They are prepared to be here on this table.
Yeah, you see also, I just want to give a shout out to Emil here. He is wearing our North Carolina 2024 Air Hockey State Tournament shirt.
And we love the representation, trying to fit in down and around here. And you know what, a straight like that is a good shot that we see a lot. Carolina will claim a shot like that in our tournament any day. Now we've got a bit of a back and forth. Possession has changed hands pretty much several times now, but Emil Cruz is really starting to run away with this. A 6-1. He needs only 1 point against Andrew Miller to get his first game in the matchup, which again requires 4 games.
And you see that both of them are also wearing hats, really trying to cover their eyes there, like you were talking about earlier, Jody. Also, Emil, I did get a chance to speak with him, talking about Florida. You know, just shout out to anyone who's watching from Florida, especially Miami, Florida. Hold on, sorry, we had the announcer, our tournament director was shouting, and we had to listen as the streaming crew. We're just letting them know that we are on here, on stream already, just making sure we are good to go. We're gonna go now to game 2, folks. Emil Cruz versus Andrew Miller. Emil with 1 game, Andrew none.
No, you're good. It did seem like, you know, last time Emil ran away with it pretty early on, but a lot of times we see a game start 7-1 in the first game and end up, like 1 point ends up the victor. Things change so fast, and learning your opponent is the big reason we love tournaments, where you're not playing just 1 or 2 games. You're playing a full matchup, 4 out of 7. You get an opportunity to learn and adjust, because you know you need 4 to win. You can have up to 7 opportunities. Right now, the opportunity sent the puck flying into the rafters. You see everyone cover their head and duck, and the helpful crowd instead throws it back at us.
You got energy here.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I don't know a ton about these guys, but it seems like they are abiding to the hat rule. And by rule, I mean suggestion. So they are not really, like you like to say, Sabrina, they're not playing each other. They're playing the puck. And you know what? The puck is being played by Emil right now, as he is up 2-1.
Absolutely, Jody. We're seeing that right now. What a great fake out here from Emil. Emil's playing really quick. That's what I've noticed about his game. He's really quick with his mallet, really like gets it ready to go. Wow, he has power shots. While Andrew, we see, has great catching of the puck and just slowly goes into the puck before he decides to release it here. Here we go now. It's going to go back into Emil's possession here. Emil's just lining up that shot for himself and gets it in. Beautiful right wall over from Emil here. And Emil's got a lot of energy, and that's what we're seeing here.
And a self-score, unfortunately, seen by Andrew Miller, devastating when you go to hit that off goal and instead are not fast enough to get back to spare your own goal. I see in the comments Michael Cummings, an expert in the game, father of both the Cummings boys, obviously, share with us that the hats benefit the sweat, and I have to agree. As someone who plays with the hat, I know Spidey does as well. It's kind of the way we learned together. It is great for keeping the sweat out of your eyes, especially if you're a man with shorter hair. Puck is back in our lap. I don't see it.
Oh, they got the puck back here. Yeah, you know, Jody, you see a lot of players. I mean, we had last year what in NC we called the bucket hats, where we had 3 players who would wear bucket hats when they competed, really throwing people off because it wasn't just a normal hat, and they called themselves the Buckets. You also may know them as the Bulls brothers in this tournament this year.
Exactly. There are different reasons we might see players with hats, just like we see Emil has his forearm and wrist taped up. There could be a number of reasons. It could be injury. It could be stability, which is interesting because we do see him playing with a flat top, having that lighter wrist. Again, puck to us. Let's puck safely, guys. Keep the puck on the table. They're doing the best they can, though. I understand when you're super energetic and a little bit too strong, it's going to go flying. That's why we have protective measures.
You know, I actually almost got hit with a puck while I was watching my boyfriend Marco's game. He literally had hit it so hard it bounced and it went right past my right ear. It was very scary. I almost got it like Seth, and I was really scared. But that's the name of the game, folks. That's what we're here for. We are now at a, I was about to say 6-2, but Emil made that.
Emil kind of shuts that down. Light work for him. You know, in the comments, you can tell us this man's background because we would love to share it because it's worth sharing. We are watching a very impressive, thoughtful player. He's fast, he's loose. Interestingly enough, because he is taped up, you might expect some stiffness, but absolutely not. Emil really is able to gracefully sling it in. Andrew Miller has had a hard time defending, and his offense has not been as precise as we know he would like it to be. We saw the self-score and just the drop in his face, knowing that he lost a point on his own accord. But I like to remind people, especially somebody who is the beneficiary of a self-score, who might feel they didn't deserve it, if your offense and defense has someone so flustered that they are scoring on themselves, you earn those points.
I see what you mean there, Jody. Really, you know, people talk about self-scoring all the time and how really irritating it can become. But you know what? It just has you sitting there and realizing maybe you got to focus on your game, focus on what you're doing. Don't focus too much on what your opponent is planning on doing. You got to focus on your own score. Here we go into game 3. Emil Cruz up by 2 games. Andrew Miller by 0. Emil's going to start off taking a point here from Andrew. Andrew's really going to start after playing offensive here. He's going to line up his shots. We got a little bit of a dancing puck here, but that's okay for Emil. He's looking at the puck, going back to Andrew. Andrew's really got to see how he's going to get around Emil's defense, because right now Emil's got a strong defense. Just like that, he caught the puck and made it straight into the goal. Emil's now up by 2.
We actually see Andrew Miller is able to get under Emil, but there seems to be just a hair of accuracy issues that he's not able to actually sink it into the goal. All right, Emil's fiance who's homesick. Oh no, we're so sorry you're not here, but he's only been playing since December 2023.
That is
impressive. My goodness. I would have bet years.
Really? Only December? They're only a couple couple months into, 2024. This man's been looking like he's been playing for at least 3 or 4 years. Impressive game he is showing here. Oh man, he is really putting on a show here, folks, showing that he is a name to fear in air hockey.
Although he did just self-score. Sorry, Emil, if we were talking about you a little too much. But hearing from your fiance, you haven't even been playing a full year. I need to see that young blood at Worlds this year.
He must
Bring
be
it for
training
the rest of
hard. He must be training so hard. But Andrew Miller, he's showing that he is not fazed by this. Sneaking in a shot here. Now we got a 3-2 game going on right now. Puck went off the table. It's going to go into Andrew Miller's possession here. Andrew's prepping himself, really calming himself here as he is down by 2 when it comes to the games. But at least he's got 2 points here right now, trying to match it with Emil.
And with someone like Emil, with that level of precision, you can only imagine what it is going to grow into. We talk about often in any sport that there are natural athletes and there are learned athletes, almost as a nature-nurture situation. And clearly we have a natural talent here on the table, able to get straights like that with such velocity, only 6 months in, already knowing how to use a flat top. Many of our players do not elevate to a flat top for at least 6 months.
That's interesting you mentioned that. You're right. I see Emil is using a flat top, which is an interesting choice for somebody, especially fairly new to the game. I guess he found his comfort into his flat top here, and it's used to his advantage as he is now 1 point away from securing the game. We got Andrew here trying to make his climb, which we have certainly seen on this table here. Andrew's really got to start playing his offense up, but Emil doesn't let him.
Incredible straight. That was nerve-wracking. I would hate to be on the receiving end. You would feel the entire goal post shake with a straight that tough. I know his fiance is keeping us updated. We did ask because we were curious. He trains a lot, Emil does. Obviously, that's what we're seeing a ton of to get that good that fast. But he says he loves the community, and we have talked about that. Sabrina, how you and I ended up here, how everyone ended up here was, yes, love of the game, but the community brought us in, took us in. No one needs to be anything but themselves to be a part of the air hockey community, and that's what we love so much about it.
You see that here right now. Emil is talking with someone who was earlier here on the table, really trying to get them planted there. I believe that is Christopher right now. Talking with Emil, they really have found just a wonderful community here, and that's right, Jody. Everyone here today has known how welcoming the air hockey community is, especially the North Carolina air hockey community, where anyone and everyone can play. It is just a wonderful time here, and I hope that for the folks at home that you are enjoying watching and listening to us who are part of this community. And if you have any questions or want to be a part of it, just reach out to us in the comments or on Instagram. Oh my gosh, there's a duck. Wait. We want to see this duck. We're trying to get an angle of the duck right now. Hold on.
All right, it is a duck in play for the first time that we've ever seen. I don't know if you saw at the center line, there was a little baby duck.
It was a baby duck.
Let's ducking play.
Let's ducking play. I love it. Emil Cruz just got scored on by Andrew Miller. I think he's going to take that. I think that duck might have motivated him.
I think, if you're going to puck, you better duck.
Exactly, Jody, exactly. Here we go now. I hope to see that duck again. I really hope we bring it out into foul. Yes, duck is in.
Ooh, and another straight from Emil.
Emil's got some killer straights you've seen here.
The number one in his arsenal, absolutely. It hits almost every time, it seems like. And I hate to call him a beginner, but I'm sorry, apparently it's only been 6 months for a very advanced beginner. That's a very tough shot, but it should be that you learn one really, really well.
I mean, he could be a contender for best newcomer.
I have to agree with you, Sabrina. Watching this on the table, not only is it entertaining, it's inspirational. I mean, you just hear the table shake from here with that level of force and accuracy. And the great thing is, he is actually repping our state, the North Carolina 2024 Air Hockey State Championship, where you see matches like this. We're now 2-2. Emil versus Andrew. We have seen runaways taken by Emil, but Andrew is not here to just let it slide.
Yeah, Andrew is now being ferocious right now, knowing that if Emil takes his game, he takes the match, and he is getting ready, really trying to learn now. I think he's got an idea of
his defense has definitely improved. He's
seen the straights that Emil's been shooting. They are vicious, man. But that right wall under, what a devastation.
Saucy. That's what you want when you hit every time. The puck goes flying off the table. Maybe Andrew Miller's blood pressure is up a little. I know sometimes you'll see players just shaking after the game. Their adrenaline gets so high, but you have to stay calm, cool, and collected, because if you play off adrenaline, you know your accuracy can very quickly suffer, or you send the puck off the table every time.
And there we go. Emil is now leading by 1 point here, 4-3. We got Andrew Miller in possession of the puck here, really trying to figure out how he can stop Emil from doing that.
It's a difficult thing. As far as my strategy, I think he probably should do a triangle defense and just bank on the fact it's going to be a straight almost every time, because that has been the most difficult. Although, like you said, that right wall under not too long ago was equally as saucy and precise, crisp, if you will. We'll give it any adjective, just like you saw now, to tell you it was amazing.
And you can see Andrew is really charging up his shots here. He really is being super aggressive right now, trying to get a point in, but it's not enough as Emil takes it here, folks. Game 4, he took 4 games. We're gonna go now, right now. Jody's gonna get an interview, hopefully. We're gonna try to get the players now. See if we can get Emil to do a quick interview for the street. Here we go, she's got him going. All right, we're gonna change now to Jody Jackson. She's getting ready right now. Here we go to Jody. Give us a moment here, folks. We're getting the lighting. Emil has been corralled here. He is really excited. He is pumped up. Here we go to Jody.
Victor of the last main table game. If you want to introduce yourselves, I know you're a relatively newer player, so our viewers might not know.
I started playing this competitively in December. I didn't even know this was such a great community to be a part of. I was one of you guys, just basically figuring out, just hit the puck as fast as you can, and this is so much more than that. But my favorite part is how this feels like family, and the community of air hockey. It's so welcoming and it's so helpful. As you get better, people are willing to work with you and to help improve your game. So big shout out to all the people here that have played for years and those that played recently, great. Also big shout out to Love of My Life, Aslan down there. I bet.
Speaking of love of your life, we gave a shout out to the ether and said, who is this man? I have never commentated about him, and I'm watching a pro. How many years has it been? And she says, no, it's been 6 months. And we said, 6 months, best newcomer, gotta be in your head up there. We hope to see you at Worlds. What is your game plan going forward?
Just keep getting better. My mindset's always win or lose. The score isn't mattering to me much as who I can play. And the better the player, the more I have to learn from that person. So little by little, just watching replays of videos from some of these greats that are here as well, the ones who couldn't make it as well. Awesome to watch that and learn. But there's something to be said about being on the table and playing with them and feeling it, learning it, and speaking, strategy. So going forward is just get better, but also help others get better as well.
Absolutely, that mindset clearly got you to where you are today. I'm glad you're in my winner's circle. I'm sure I will see you again. So congratulations, thank you so much. And a shout out to our sponsors for letting us of all ages, creed, and experience to be here competing today.
Lovely, thanks for having me.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
stage, it'll be Q versus our very own Carolinian, Steve Olson, a ferocious player who shows no mercy ever. He also, we're going to give a shout out, is the head of transportation for all of our tables. He keeps track of all of them all the time. He gave 3 of his own tables to be here today, entrusting us all with some of his prime assets. So thank you, Steve, and thank you all the team for transportation for making this possible today.
Absolutely. We would literally have no air hockey without the table because that's kind of necessary. So shout out to that committee for being here today. We're going to have Emil, who you just saw on the table, going to be repping this match here. You got Steve Olson, you got Brian Q, and Brian Q was actually part of the Puck Buddies.
He was part Puck Buddy.
Yeah, he was part Puck Buddy, who really dominated the table yesterday. As we saw here live, it was just amazing. These are 2 very powerful players. Do you think they have similar styles or different styles, Jody?
I actually would say I'm willing to bet it's very different styles. Steve plays a little bit more like Shadow and Tim, a little more wild, a little more willing to take risks. We saw in Puck Buddies that their strengths come from their calculation, and I think Q is a big part of that. We see he's warming up on the table now. Each player gets a couple minutes before their game to do so, and early we mentioned that Emil is relatively new to the game, only 6 months, and he made it out here. And so we're going to have a shadow rep. We mentioned this yesterday. For those who might not know, it is a second rep who kind of hangs in the back. They might be inclined to watch the line or some other specific area, given that there were a lot of challenges to the rep, or like we have here, a younger rep and 2 very experienced players. We want to make sure that when the rep makes a call, it stands. And if it's going to be challenged, we need backup.
Yeah, that's what you need, especially with new players. They kind of get a little bit intimidating when you have, like, you know, more experienced players, because they're going to try to, you know, hey, since you don't know as much as I do, I'm going to challenge you. But, yay, what the ref calls is what the ref calls. But we do, fortunately, have a repping committee that is head by Matt Casey, Margot, as well as Kurt. And Kurt, I believe, is going to be the shadow ref.
Kurt, yes.
In this round, who teach the new players, the beginners, what the rules are and to follow them, as well as since they play themselves, they know exactly the general rules and what is considered a penalty, foul, and where the puck has to go and who it's in possession for.
Perfect, Sabrina. I couldn't have said it better myself. We're able to play good air hockey because we have good refs. It took us years to get to where we are with such precise and exact rules, and we want to honor those rules, keep the game respectable. You can't have a sport that's all willy-nilly.
Exactly. This is not some wild game. There are rules in place to make sure that the player that wins fairly here. That's why we have a rule in this tournament that we're going to start off with puck offs, or a face-off, otherwise known as.
Well, either way, I think what we really want is to get pucking, folks, so let's put it back on the main stage. You're going to continue to hear our commentary. We appreciate all of your comments. They have been keeping us going.
Absolutely.
You catch things that we may not see. You have a different, better angle and insight. So shout out again to all of our hometown heroes who are supporting your players from wherever you are. Keep chatting us up. We love to integrate your feedback. So again, thank you so much, but we are going to turn it to what you really came here to see, which is our players. Up next, we have Q, also known as Brian Q, versus Steve Olson, about to take the table.
Exactly here, folks. Please join us. We're going to change the view now to our center table. You'll see that our main sponsor, Tito's Handmade Vodka, has a special little sign-up because they have been great. And we thank them so much for sponsoring this event today. So if you had to choose your vodka, go ahead and choose Tito's Handmade Vodka. And of course, folks, please keep it up in the chat. We love to interact with you. We love to talk. We love to get your feedback, as Jody was saying before. So thank you all for joining us here. We're going to get set up here in a few moments. Q is practicing his final shots. We're going to have Steve coming up now. Here we go. Now, remember, Jody, Q has that mallet with the string.
He does have a string mallet, and we saw the idea is to keep your mallet from flying off because a loss of mallet is a loss of possession. But even then, we saw Q's mallet go flying into the stands. I'm very curious how that's going to play out. Steve doesn't play nice. He plays focused. Q can play either way. He is going to match the energy of his opponent, so I am curious to see. I think Q is an excellent teacher. Every time I go to Worlds or he comes here, he has so much to offer for, less experienced players and more experienced players. He's someone I would call a Titan, hailing here from Chicago. But we are rooting for our hometown player, our Carolinian, Steve Olson. We'll see how this face-off goes.
All right, so it's going to go into Q's possession first here, and already they can't keep the puck on the pucking table. Here we are, folks. We are seeing right now Steve and Q both have a score on the board here. We're going to see if it up or will Q take the lead here. Both of them are being an equal match, and Q takes the lead right now. We got a 2-1 here. Q is really focusing in here on Steve's defense, but Steve is keeping it up with a flat top mallet here, which is an interesting choice, as you can see that Q has a high top mallet along with a string here. Let's see how this goes.
Sabrina, we talked when we watched the Puck Buddies play, and when we watched Generations play, that there is sometimes an advantage and disadvantage to height. Right now, we're going to say that Q has kind of shortened himself, staying in a lunge, reducing the risk of going over, which we see is so much more frequent in taller, more lanky, longer players. But Q plays smart. You see, Steve, our hometown, plays fast and aggressive, and Q is a very, very smart player. This is a matchup that we like to see because it truly is a play style difference. I would not be surprised to see Steve switch to a high top after a little while when he realizes he may need a little more force to kind of shake or rattle Q's defense. I want to give a shout out to Michael. Thank you so much for keeping us updated on these players. They're not normally in front of us, so we love to have the feedback and sharing your insights with everyone. Your comments are essential, and you can bet it's going to be intense and fun. And Steve is a Carolinian. He is not going to back down. We believe in him. He has improved a ton. Will Upchurch says, watch for Q's cross straight early. But Steve does, like you said, he has a lot of new tricks. He's a very tricky player when he wants to be. He is a very frequent training partner of Tim Spidey Young, so I have seen more than a few go-arounds with Steve. He is also a great educator of the game, but like I said, he does not play nice. He plays to win, but that is going to go to Q, 7-2.
Exactly, Jody. Q demonstrates he is a very calculated player, like you said earlier. He's really just focuses in on not only just of his skills, but he really starts to learn the opponents fairly quickly. We see how fast he can pick up on the opponents, just how he knows their play styles and starts to figure it out here. He took that game away from Steve, but Steve did not make it easy for Q. And I also want to say, I saw that right wall over from Q earlier in the game, and I gotta say, it was pretty deadly. He's got some speed there, so Steve's gotta really pick up his defense against that, because if you let Q continue to make shots like that, oh boy, it's gonna be a blow-away. But we don't want that here, and I don't think it will be, because Steve himself is a strong player. He really demonstrates that right here on this table. We're gonna go into game 2 now. Face off. Ooh, self-score.
Unexpected, but shout out to our Carolinian Steve Olson making use of that, if only it counted. Unfortunately, it does not.
That's right, because it was a
table
timeout. What a perfect timing moment for Q.
Devastating. Really, you have to wonder how that messes with the morale of Steve Olson to know he was able to pull something so fast. And so you see Kurt Sander behind Emil, giving him help. We knew these were two guys who were going to need some assistance with, you know, repping. Cruz has taken one to a very delicate place. You know, you may want to cup up, puck up around here. You know, hopefully he is okay. He is now standing a little bit more behind Emil, but we know that he is going to be a very solid ref to keep us focused in this game. There is always the risk of overs. Like I said, you see Q lowering himself closer to the table. He is significantly taller than Steve. Steve is leading all the way out onto the table, but you know, he is up 3-1 right now, so clearly it is not the impediment that one might expect.
No, exactly, Joey. That is what you're seeing here. Steve right now is really trying to keen in on his possession here, but Q is very quick at calculating exactly where Steve is going to go. He carries a really strong defense, as we see here and from yesterday with the puck buddies. He is strong, and he's been playing for such a long time. We got a timeout called here by Steve. He just needs to take a little bit of a breather, refocus his energy onto the puck and not onto Q, because Q, man, he is an intimidating guy. He really is someone that when you go up against, he does not mess around. And Steve knows that, but it doesn't stop him from getting that right raw over on Q there. Q was going to try to get some points up on the board. Now he's in possession, seeing that he does not want Steve to keep that puck in his side. There it goes. Puck is flying, and the possession is going to go to Q right now. And we see Emil, you know, for someone who just started air hockey and is now reffing two really big players, that also has to be intimidating. Thankfully, we got a shadow ref Kurt here, who's just watching from the side here, helping him out. But Emil is picking up on it pretty quickly. He knows.
And was that a loss of mallet from Q with the string slipping off of his finger? It is a sweaty game. It is hard to maintain control even with the string. That is why it is allowed, honestly, in my opinion, because it helps, but it doesn't cure. But there needs to be a cure for their shot right there, as it is now back-to-back by Brian, bringing it to 4-3. Steve is in the lead, but hanging on. Oh,
wow,
it is tied up.
I didn't even see that one go in. It went so fast, man. That was speed from Q there. These are two really great players to watch on this table. I really have a feeling this might go into longer games, possibly even game 7, but Steve is going to make sure that is going to happen, as he's going to try to get a game as Q is 1-up here. Q is trying to take that possession back, but Steve's going to keep it there. He's got it going right now. Beautiful straight in. Steve is now 1 game point away from securing his first game.
And Brian is not a fan of giving him that 1 point. We see Steve hit a lot of off goals, to which Brian hasn't done honestly too much. We know some people, every time there's an off goal, lunge to try and get the possession back, but he has just stayed patient, knowing that eventually if you shoot enough off goals, you're going to get one off and regain possession if you don't get the points. However, Steve is up. He only needs 1 point, tie this up, make it 1 game to 1 game. He absolutely can do it if we can keep the pucking puck on the table.
Man, when will you learn? Keep the puck on the table, you pucking guys.
It's just a bunch of puck around here, and we love to puck around with Steve Olson, watching him win a 7-5. It is now 1 game to 1 game. We knew he had it in him. He had the crowd cheering him. His fiance, daughter, and some of his dearest friends are here rooting for him. It's hard to feel downtrodden when you have so many people here to lift your spirits.
Yeah, that's absolutely what you're going to see here, especially in a tournament like this one. You got people here motivating, you got people here talking to you, they're in your ear, just let you know that you got to, sometimes you may need to shift your game, adjust a little bit to your opponent, but the key thing is to remain calm and know that the reason you're here today is because you have a love and passion for air hockey, which certainly both of these players do. You got Brian Q here and Steve Olson, man, they are amazing. Steve-O, as we like to call him in North Carolina, he is amazing, and Brian is also referred to as Q, as we see in the chat. You know, he is an Illinois player, and he is a strong one. He is well known in that community as well as known here too. He is vicious on the table, but so is Steve. So we're gonna get ready for our 3rd game, our 3rd puck off. The table has to be turned on here. Here we our third face-off.
We'll see how this face-off works. You know, Q showed Emil that you don't actually do it with two hands. And Steve actually hit the puck prematurely. The pin was not off yet, but this time it was accurate and just as accurate as Q's first real swing in the game to get a point off of the face-off.
It is really a sight to behold here. Oh, I think there's something. Okay, we're going to adjust with the mallet here for Q, but that's okay. It's going to be in Steve-O's possession here. He's going to try to get through Q's defense here, keeping possession of the puck. And while Q is really trying to grab a hold of that puck, but Steve is keeping it, dominating that puck right now. Here we go. Now it's going to go to Q and make a shot. I believe that was a right wall. I really couldn't see that. It was really tough to see. And the puck is off the table once again.
And Sabrina, I also couldn't see exactly what that was, so I doubt our crowd could. We know that it is now 3-1. Steve has a point on the board, but these players are so fast that we're going to make sure you get the sky cam because we can barely keep up. The crowd can barely keep up, but they know who to cheer for. We're cheering for our hometown hero. His daughter is on the sideline giving him a hug. Go, Daddy. You can do this. And we know a little bit of family push will take you a very long way.
He knows that he is playing out here not for himself, but to show his daughter, hey, I got this. Wow, that was actually really a touching moment there. A little sweet hug there. I think that's going to put fire in him now, but Q is not going to let that stop him as he still brings out his all. He's bringing in that Illinois wind here from the Windy City himself. He is showing, hey, I got it. Now we got a buff puck. Look at
buff puck. You guys, let your puck hit the gym because it'll be a whole lot cleaner and smoother when you get it on the table. That's what we want, a buff puck when it's been flying off for a while. And Steve knows this. He is the guy around here with the gym. It is 5-3 Brian, but it has been a slugfest. Go for go. There hasn't been a lot of volleying. It has been all gas, no brakes.
Exactly, Joey. That's what we're seeing here. And Q has not stopped. He continues with these just insane shots here. He's got a lot of power now. I mean, years of experience, you know, in air hockey. That's what's going to happen. You got a really experienced guy over here who is just going to make some devastating shots on you. But Steve-O's not going to let that happen.
And we are going to end that on a 7-3. A very, very quick game on this main stage. And again, you see Steve's daughter in the background rooting him on, giving him a high five. I know any loss hurts, but hopefully the extra motivation for his fan base will carry him through. It is only game 4. Brian has 2. Steve has 1. Remember, folks, it takes 4 to win. This is 4 out of 7. This could easily go to game 7. We've had it already on our main stage. It's almost what we're rooting for because it's more time we get to watch air hockey, but we're rooting, of course, for air hockey itself and our hometown hero, Steve Olson. He owns the gym, Apex Gym, where we get to play air hockey. He has 3 tables and is so generous to be sharing them here today with us. We want to say thank you, Steve, and Q, of course, thank you. I know you come to Carolina from time to time to show us how it's done, lead some clinics, make us better because you want more competition and we want to give that to you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the tables and all your help, Steve. Of course, we want to root for you as we are going for our North Carolina people right now. But of course, we are here for air hockey. And you know, Brian Q, man, oh man, he is bringing a game. He's now got 2 games, but like Jody said, folks, he needs 2 more to secure a victory over Steve-O here. They are getting ready now. We're going into our 4th game face-off here. Here we go. Emil as our referee. Kurt is shadowing right now, making sure everything is good to go.
And we know pretty much every face-off we've had so far between these two have had some strange hiccup. At one point, the table turned off, losing a point for Q devastatingly.
Already
but not this time. He gets that point real quick.
Wow. I mean, they're fast, but Steve responds even faster, getting a score. Q is getting his mallet ready to go. Here we go. We got a high top, flat top. Ooh. Wow. Good catch here from Steve. It's going to go into Q's possession. Puck is is off the table.
A charge, though, a Carolina special. We love a charge round here.
The Carolina charge?
Carolina charge. We were told in Houston to cut it out, but we refused because it gets us points there on the table. It gets us possession. Maybe it's not always our best decision, but it is really one of our best moves, a very signature Carolina, and you saw it work there for Steve earlier. We'd like to see it a couple more times, just for our own funsies. We watched it happen with Spidey as well as Vinny in our last match.
Yeah, and you're going to see it here with the sky cam, because this is one of those matches. Look at that beautiful right wall overdone by Q. He's going to get a score on the board here. It's a really close match here. It's still anyone's game. Steve-O can definitely take it, and we can move on to game 7 because of that, or Q may take it, so he will leave him with only one game to win. But right now, he needs to win this game and another one.
And absolutely beautiful. I believe across that was, yep,
a dancing mallet. We got a dancing mallet over there.
Well, you know what? Hand sweat, it happens.
Is it like Chicago, you know, like the Broadway show Chicago? The mallet's doing its little dance?
I mean, we've got these Chicago players up in here bringing their own flavor. Don't know if we always appreciate it, but we appreciate what Steve Olson did just then and returned immediately by Q. Impressive, as always. I wish we had another word.
Wow.
But Steve Olson takes that. He gets the game. We are tied up 2-2. Don't call it a comeback because he always had it in him. We've got at least 2 more games to go, but I think this is going to be a game 7.
Absolutely exciting to watch here, folks. This is what you come here to see. You got 2 strong players. I think that hug from his daughter really helped him out.
I think it was definitely
really
a push.
And he knows what he's here for. He does.
Absolutely. I mean, shout out to Michael Cummings as well. We know Houston loves a good charge, but today it's all about us. We are here at the 2024 North Carolina Air Hockey State Championships. We are your commentators. I'm Jody.
And I'm Sabrina.
And we are rooting for air hockey, but I'm sorry we have a teensy bit of bias because these are our brothers, sisters, and others that we are always happy to be around and root for. We know their gameplay, their style, and I feel like right now we are learning so quickly the benefits and the strengths that these out-of-staters have brought to us. I mean, Chicago has had some absolutely fantastic and thoughtful, but Houston yesterday in doubles was transformative to watch. But we're at the face-off, and we see the out-of-staters go ahead and get that in.
They're bringing it in. They are bringing the fire, the fury. They said, hey, this is not my own state tournament, but I'm still going to try to win it. They really just want to show up the North Carolina players. But right now, North Carolina players have really demonstrated that they are not to be messed around with. We've actually had some great matches here with our North Carolina players. It has been nothing but amazing. Here we go. The possession's going to go into Q's hands now. You got even score on the board. Here we go. All right,
I thought that was going to go right off the table. There was so much power behind it. I was ready to duck and dodge, but look at that. Experience brings control for Q, and he is able to bring that to a straight to get the point. Unfortunately, that is an in and out by Steve. That is then off the table. I believe it'll be Steve's possession, yes, as that was a defensive move when the puck went flying off the table. You know, it happens in games like this. We always say practice safe pucking. But when you get such crisp shots at the same time from these two, it'll be what it'll be.
Absolutely. It really is just something you got to watch and see here. What you're seeing right now, folks, is 2 very strong players who have come here with one thing in mind, and that is to win the North Carolina Air Hockey Community, that state tournament championship. That is exactly what is happening here right now. Let's see it here, folks. You got Q right now playing on the defense. Steve-O's really trying to keep that possession going. We've seen him pretty dominant. Yeah, very fast too. We've seen Steve quite keep his dominance on the table, but Q does not care about that because he's been getting points in and has that game going for him.
A slice. You just watch the flick of the wrist on that one from Steve, and you know, we're talking about the Carolina style, the Chicago style, the Houston style. What I recommend is let's all go to to Worlds, because that's where you get to see it all. It is coming up in August. Let me go ahead and plug it. Tim and I may or may not be there, but it doesn't matter nearly as much as how many Titaned top-level players will be, whether you're a beginner or that's your very first time ever playing, or, like I said, you're an experienced Titan, a founding father, whoever you may be. Worlds is a great opportunity to learn and grow from so many different play styles. There is a ref call being challenged at this moment.
Oh, actually, they swapped. Wow, this game went by because we were looking, sorry, we were trying to review the stream, making sure everything's good right now. I will get a double check on that for y'all real quick, so we have it on the score here. We want to make sure everything's clear and ready to go.
Yeah, sorry there, folks. We were trying to fix our stream, and they are such fast players. We managed to miss some of those points. They're not even 100% sure who won that last game. It looks like Q was the victor. It was impossible to keep up and fix our stream at the same time, so we definitely apologize, folks. But on the upside, there's a lot more pucking to be seen, and we keep it mostly PG around here. So it is Q's 3 games to Steve-O's 2, anybody's game, anybody's match. We are so excited, ready to duck and dodge, and keep your eyes absolutely glued to the screen. These two are so fast.
Jody, this really is an exciting match to watch right now. We're on game 6 here. We are so excited to be here right now. Q is really putting up a strong offense now in this game here, but Steve really has just shown Q that he is not to be messed with, and that he's got to earn his win. If he wants to win against Steve, you got to earn it, as he has 2 games to Brian's 3. It still could be anyone's game. Q is hoping that it is his last game, while Steve is hoping it is not. Here we go now in Q's possession. Oh, goes straight back to Steve-O, which is a deadly position to be in, just like that right wall under there from Steve. Steve starts with the 1 point on the board. Here we go. We got
a bit of a scramble there, but it was ultimately regained, by Steve. Unfortunately, a self-score. I know there's not a worse feeling. He's took time. Take a breath. Not something we always see from Steve, because he likes to get back in it when he's taking a hit, but I think this new, more controlled method is really serving him well as he gets another point kind of right out of the possession.
All right, now Q's really got to start keeping possession of this puck. Really got to show Steve that he cannot give him on offense, because Steve has been deadly, as he has shown here on the table, but Q has still managed to get around it and get through his defenses here. Here we go. He's got some deadly right walls. Let's see how he... What a putt that was. Wow, that was strong. That's the thing about Q, folks. He's got a really strong arm there. He's been playing for so many years. That's what happens. He's used to it. He knows exactly what the power he needs. And guess what he also has, Jody? Endurance. That is what he has.
And you got to remember this. The Puck Buddies went just about all the way yesterday, playing for 7.5 hours. Q being half of the Puck Buddies. At least the Puck, maybe the Buddy, we're not 100% sure. We never asked. But this man is not tired. This is stamina and endurance. This is a contact sport. It is, as we've been saying time and time again, it is a 5K in lead boots, but that means nothing to these two up there. They are fit, ready, and hungry, and determined.
Here we go now. Steve's going to keep it in possession, really slowing it down. You know, that's what you have not seen in this game, is a slow puck.
Absolutely.
This puck has been flying everywhere. Maybe that's what Steve is trying to do now, is slow it down, kind of trick.
Ooh, got the trick
like
shot.
That with a right ball over there. Here we go. We got Q. What a nasty cut that was. That was a beautiful shot there by Q. And you see now Steve is once again picking up that speed there. Pretty sure that was a fake out there. Wow, I've never seen that. He kind of did like a circle to fake out around the puck. That was a very interesting shot we saw there, folks. Q is now going to take possession. Oh, great defense by Steve. He knows that those straights from Q are deadly. We got a big
mallet.
Lost a mallet off the table.
Yeah, that went flying. String or no string. It just had too much sauce on it, had to slide right out. We want to shout out Emil. He is laser focused in such a high-level, high-publicity match. There is absolutely a crowd.
Wow, we may see a Game 7 here, folks. Steve is not letting it happen, but Q is not letting that happen either. Oh my goodness, I didn't even have enough time to commentate on that. How deadly this is. I think we're gonna have to switch cameras here, folks. Just take a look at this right here, folks. It is devastating.
And Steve is gonna send that Game 7. We called it early. We know these players. We know what they're capable of. And when you put an immovable force against each other, you're gonna end up at Game 7.
It's really an immovable object and a movable force here. These two players are really just in it to win it. They are heaving right now. They are breathing. They are pacing. They are wiping the sweat from their brows, their neck, their hair. They're everywhere, folks. It is an intense match here. And you know, we're talking about the World's Tournament. I kind of hope I'm able to come. I wasn't at it last night. I heard it was amazing. It was an amazing turnout.
It was a fantastic tournament. I know Timothy and I got to have a great experience as players and commentators. I only compete in the women's just for timing and to have someone on the table protecting the gear at all times. But having a women's tournament was one of my very favorite things. I love hyping women. I love playing women. I love fostering women in this community because it's a community that welcomes us. We just need to get here in the first place. And I would say, as far as level of competition, it's the same all around, regardless of what your gender is or what you're competing in.
Absolutely, Joey, and I would love to be there to commentate for you, but for now, I'm going to commentate this amazing match we have. We're at our site. I believe it's our second match where we've gone to a Game 7 here, and of course, it's with another North Carolina player. We have North Carolina players here. You know, they are just dominating right now, but you know what? These Illinois players are not to be messed with, and you know, Jody, I'm kind of surprised I don't see a puck breaking from the insane hits that these players are making on it, and just how many times they fly off. These pucks are really, they're resilient. They are resilient themselves. Shout out to the pucks.
Well, they're pucking strong, what can I say? But you know what I have seen break, maybe not this tournament, but in others, I've seen mallets crack all the way up because somebody just had a little too much sauce on it. And, you know, it's a dangerous game. I do want to shout out to these pucks because they are putting themselves on the line. They have a tendency to fly. I don't know if that's what they signed up for. But you know what? We're going to shout out the pucks because we fucking can. And it is 3-1. Steve Olson is ahead after winning the last game.
But you know, we have seen Q come back, you know, on this very table. He has clawed his way back when he was down, when he was with the puck buddies. But will he be able to do that now with Steve Olson, who really just got some fire in him? He started off a little bit behind, and now look at him, almost about to show that he potentially can take this match from Q. Here we go. Q's going to take possession of the puck right now. Oh, both of them are really fighting for this puck. Both of them are fighters. These are two intense players here. Ooh, going back into Q's possession. Beautiful cut there. Q's going to get another point on the board. Jody, this is just a match to watch.
Oh, yeah. Sabrina, this is Game 7, which means someone's still got to get 4. But there are possibly only 2 more points that need to be scored, and this is decided. This is a decisive victory. We are still in the winner's bracket, but after that, after this, someone isn't. Who is it gonna be? We can't even say. It is a 6-4. Possession is with Q, which means anything can happen. Steve's got it back, though.
Wow, this is really, oh my gosh, this puck is moving so fast. I don't even know if the cameras can pick it up.
It is making our screen glitch. It is moving so fast. It is actually what you were looking at. Steve Olson winning 7-4, taking the game against Q in Game 7. He is going to move forward in the winner's bracket.
Congratulations to Steve. Oh, North Carolina's very own home hero here. He has shown he knows these tables. He moved these tables. He knows what's going on. Q played a great game, but that Illinois match was not enough for North Carolina here. But both players still played so strong, so well. We're going to get back to you very soon, folks. we're gonna move on. We're gonna try to get our, ads going here for y'all. And thank you.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
biggest win I've ever had, ever. I've never beat Q in a game before.
It was incredible. We didn't know how to talk about it, but we just couldn't shut up about how great you were. Also, while I have you here, we want to shout out, you are the head of transportation. You got the tables here. 3 of them are your tables, so of course, thank you so much. And from our view, we did see there was a moment where your game kind of turned around, and I think this person had a little bit to do with it.
Possibly. Probably.
Well, thank you so much for having a chat with me. You've had a wonderful team behind you. We will have you in this winner's circles later on, I am positive. But congratulations and best of luck with everything going on. Thanks. Good job. I've heard you've been crushing it all day. Incredible. Crushing it. You're our youngest.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, is to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
And just like that, with the over, Vince.
Los, for those of you who don't know them personally, that'll be Odom versus Carlos Hernandez, who immediately gets a point the second I say his name. These are two absolutely talented players, and they're fun. I want to say we've had a lot of great players, but these two are fun players. They focus, they've got the intensity, but they have the love of the game that just plays itself out in a way you don't necessarily see in every other player. I know we always look forward to seeing both of them at any tournament we host around here to bring the fun and energy and make it the community that it is.
That's right, Jody. You're seeing two players who are both from North Carolina and know each other pretty well, as they do practice often together. So, you know, it's going to come out here in their play. As you see, they know each other's weaknesses. They know each other's strengths. That's what's going to happen here. You know, when you practice with people who are also in the tournament, they start to learn your skill set as well. But I don't think that's going to hold either of these two players back, as both of them are really strong players. We got really, I like to call it a smooth play style from both of them.
Yes.
It's the best way to describe it because they're not really too rough on the charges here. Well, as soon as I say that, AO does a clean play with a nice charge there. But yet they do have this way with the puck, and Los responds with another score here. We're going in 3-2. But as I was saying, they have a smooth style with the puck. They like to play around with the puck here and just glide it into the goal, just like AO demonstrated here for you folks at home. Los is going to come here right now, really try to keep up his defense here, which is prepared for. Los does practice a lot, you know, with not only with AO, but with other NC players, such as the Bull brothers themselves, demonstrating just how to keep up with the defense. But AO's going to take on a score here.
And it's interesting you say that they're both very smooth players, Sabrina, because I know for a fact both of them are very proud of their mallets, saying it took years to break them in to get the perfect level of smoothness on the bottom, even on all sides, no ridges. I know I try really hard to borrow AOs from time to time because it just glides so effortlessly in a way that you don't see in a new mallet. And as so many competitors have demonstrated, there's a lot to be said as far as your mallet and your play style. And we see that here with both AO and Los.
You know, that's so true. They really put their mallet. I know we saw some mallet designs, really fun ones. I want to give a shout out to Paul Creely, Mr. Pineapple himself, with a pineapple mallet to match his shirt. While I was speaking, Los decided to get a nice right wall there on it. You know, April's going to see if he can go around Los's defense right now, but Los with the catch of the puck here, got to line up a shot. Beautiful right wall. Close game, but Los takes it. We're gonna move on to game number 2 here. They're gonna switch sides now, folks, and we're gonna switch that scoreboard for you.
Yes, and that was a pretty quick first game for two players who are very used to scoring high very early in any game. I know AO, like I said, he's a very fun player, and sometimes that translates into very fast game. We did see that was a 7-5, but I would expect nothing less than several 7-6s to get here on the board. These are two competitors who are as evenly matched as you could really hope to see in a very competitive game. I expect a game 7 is well within reach. I know people are cheering for both of these individuals, both in the comments and behind us in the commentators table, as well as all throughout the room. They are both fixtures in our community. They bring people in, they educate, they teach, they want to grow. They are great guys to get a drink with from time to time, but they're even better at getting that in. That was was a score first of the game by Carlos Hernandez, or Los as we know him.
Exactly, Joe. We're seeing that here, and not only do we have these two North Carolina players, we also have the North Carolina ref we just saw play, Steve-O, who did beat Q in the last game in a Game 7 match. He also knows both of these players well, so he's going to have an easier time kind of telling when they are going a little bit too far off that above that center line. But for now, we're seeing a pretty clean match. There hasn't been any yelling, screaming, very quiet match between these two. They're both very focused in on the match here. They just want to get the game going. Los already has a game in his pocket, but AO is attempting to get that victory over Los right now. But you know what? These players are just concentrated. That is exactly what you see on the table. I swear if we mic'd up these players, they would just be breathing.
It would be silent, Sabrina. You are totally correct on that one. That's what we see as they take their minute here, both leaning over the table, heavily breathing. Like I said, this is only game 2, and they are going to put it all out there. This is a cardiovascular endurance test. These are two fit individuals, but they're going to break a sweat if that's what it takes to get the win. First point is going to be scored by AO. Just kidding. I was looking at the wrong board.
That's all right, Jody. We do a lot here in the commentary booth, just getting the right stuff for you guys at home to follow along. And hopefully, when we do this tournament again, you'll actually join us here live, because honestly, nothing beats being here live, especially the flying pucks.
Yeah, honestly, if you're a fan of air hockey and you haven't taken a puck at least once, I'm not sure that you're all the way there yet. It is a trial by fire badge of honor when you get into this community to learn if you can pucking, duck, and dodge, or you're going to have to take one to the face every once in a while. Sorry, we saw that you do in fact survive, but you do not survive a self-score. Not your ego, at least. We did see that from AO here, but he's back in it.
That's right, Jody. That is what you're going to see here right now. Honestly, it's a very intense game to watch. They're both very focused, very just committed to just playing the game. I don't think they even know they're on the feature table.
I don't think it would matter to them either way. Lights, crowd, noise means nothing to them. I know at Worlds, Timothy Young and I talked about the Carolina advantage. We are used to playing in bars, in arcades, in very, very loud, alcohol-fueled places that kind of dull our senses over time. So when we find ourselves in environments like this where it really, really matters, it doesn't shake our core when there's too much going on, and it is an advantage. But with these two, I think it is all blocked out, not because of experience in loud environments, but because of the drive and focus that we see on their faces. It could be anywhere, the loudest or the most quiet place you've ever experienced, and I think it would be the same for them. Like I said, lights, crowds mean nothing, but that definitely means something. We just saw Los score a very decisive straight there, if I believe.
We did, Jody, indeed we did. And also what I want to know, I see a lot of great catching by Los here. He really knows how to control that puck and keep it catching. He also does quite a few fakeouts. You see there, he did attempt to catch it, but it's going to go back to AO's possession. And man, AO, one thing about him is his power shots. If he gets you on that, it is really a deadly shot there. He lines that puck up for himself. Here we go. The camera is having even a difficult time keeping up, but just like that, Los secures it. Not even a scream, not even a yay, just pure silence here.
Just keep it moving is their motto. It is not a victory until it is 4 games. It does not matter, because you can have 2 and lose. You can have 3 games and lose. They know that it only matters when you have 4 games under your belt, whether that takes 4 games or 7. They have to stay focused and controlled, and that is something we will see from these players. There will not be screaming, yelling. There may be some table pushing on accident from AO, as we have seen in tournaments at Neighborhood, but it's aggression is mental for these guys. It is more about keeping focused and keeping your aggression in a way that can only be a proper execution of any shot they think of, rather than any outward display display of emotion.
You know, Jody, what I'm seeing right now is Ayo is getting some advice from Joey List right now. While Los is just kind of keep it to himself. He does have one of the Bulls brothers here that's on the sideline in case he needs to get some advice. But right now, Los looks like he's holding strong in his own, just focused and doesn't want to take his mind off the game, off the table. He doesn't want any interference right now. Ayo's going to return to the table. Joey's going to join the audience here watching the game. We got both the mentors ironically sitting side by side as they watch on, seeing what's going to happen. Here we go on the face-off. Ooh, wow. Los trying to get the puck into the goal there immediately. Beautiful right wall underdone by Los. Ayo's going to be in possession of that. We're going to just wait and see what happens next.
And what'll happen next is that shot by Los. He is now up 2-0 over Ayo. Still, honestly, anyone's game, but I do think Los is bringing it. Ayo taking his time getting the puck out of the gate. You do get 8 seconds, and you can use that as a breather, or you can put it on the table and try your best to get a straight right in. We have seen that a couple times. Speaking of straights, it looks like Ayo now has a point on the board.
Wow, Jody, this is really one of those matches that it's amazing how we went from screamers and just battle cries to pure silence. Like, I feel like I'm in a library almost, and, you know, there's noise going on around me, but watching these two, they are focused. You could see it on their faces. There is no emotion. There is nothing but focus. They are not letting one another know how they are reacting, simply just going in and not getting frustrated with themselves, and as well as they're both wearing the hats, really just keeping that focus on the puck alone. Just like that, Los is taking another point for the board right now.
And those straights are just impossible to answer to. They're so difficult to defend. Like you said, we're not seeing screams or battle cries, but that doesn't mean we're not seeing intensity. I think the crowd is reflecting this energy as well. All kind of holding it together, watching in anticipation, but not cheering for any of these
we got them
competitors.
Both breathing right now. They're trying to take a breath, focusing on the table. We had a timeout there. They both are just reflecting the intensity right back at the other, but they're not focused on the opponent. They're focused on themselves. That's what makes this game so interesting to watch, is you have two highly focused, highly attentive, highly intense players you're watching right now. And you know, it's funny, when you talk to them off the table, they're actually highly expressive and fun, and they make all these jokes. So it's really fun to see these two players get on the table. They're a completely different person, but that's the name of the game. That is what happens when you're here to win it all. Look at the intensity here, folks. Here we go. Ayo's gonna keep that possession. Nice little diamond dribble going on here. Ooh, tried up with a cross there, didn't quite get it. Here we go, charging up with that dribble. Oh,
a great forearm coming from Ayo.
Wow,
and it tries it again. Almost gets it. I think he may have found a strong spot, or I should say a weak spot for Los. We have a timeout called. It is 10 seconds, not a long time, especially when you don't have the puck in the goal in that extra 8 seconds. But Los is going to kind of hand over possession very early on. He only needs one, and he gets it right there. We are going to finish.
What a game right now. It is watching. We're entering game number 4 here. You got Los and Ayo. Again, if you're just joining us, you got two intense players. They are just watching the puck. They are really, there's no pucking around. They are just watching the table, focus on themselves, trying to really meditate with themselves right now, seeing what they can do to improve their game right now. It is amazing to watch, and we have a great sky view of this because it is just amazing to see where the puck is going in this match. But Los right now is carrying with 3 games. AO has 0 right now, but that does not mean AO is done for. We have seen it where they have climbed out and actually won. But these are 2 North Carolina air hockey players who know each other and know what it's going to take.
Correct. And you see both players not really speaking with anyone, eyes focused down. Centering is their goal. They took the entire minute break, something we see far less often than you might expect, but they are going to come into frame, get their mind right. Let's go after this face-off. We do know that you can get your first easy point.
And the puck is going here.
Or you can get your first opportunity to take out the stream team.
That is very true, Jody. I mean, I think the puck is scared or they're tired of us talking. They say, hey, this is my library right now. Can you please be quiet? I'm trying to focus on the game. Beautiful right wall under by Los here. Going to open up this game 4 with a score on the board.
And that score will likely change in just a matter of seconds. It seems like whatever we say will happen. So I don't want to say anything for these guys or predict what's going to happen next. They're both very strong, focused players. I know the ref is keeping a close eye. Ref is Steve-O. And again, the forearm really seems to be working for AO right now. He's just got so much power behind it. Really just a sling-like motion. His defense is stepping up as best it can. He's getting a lot of possession time now compared to maybe the first game, and he uses that time wisely. He is now up by 1. It is 2-1, AO versus Los, and now it is 2-all, as, you know, these two can be very quick players when they want to be.
Los is determined not to let that happen, as you can clearly see, but AO does not care. He's going to take an extra point on the board, but look at that. Los really is not forgiving. If you get 1 point of evidence, he's going to tie you immediately after. That is the goal he is playing right now. He only needs 1 more game. This could potentially lead into a match point for Los if he gets up to 6. AO does not want that to happen. He wants to get a game. Now Los is leading by 1 here with a...
And 1 point means so little when you're at this stage in the game, but you get to that number 6 and it becomes everything. Carlos is inching his way up to 6, but AO is not far behind. Technically speaking, we are still early in the game. I believe that's true until somebody gets to 6, in which case we all hold our breath and place our bets, but right now I wouldn't bet against either of these two. And like I said, we want to get to 6 to get to 7. Los got it in right there. Don't count AO out just yet. His defense, you can see he is getting just a teeny bit frustrated as he lifts his mallet and places it back on the table. And that's game 7-3. Los versus AO. We've got a winner, 4-0. Decisive victory. Fun to watch. Intensity up there. What we expect and what we hope for when we bring people out to our main stage. And I know we will be seeing both of these guys more throughout this tournament as they are so frequently dominating the competition. Both top 20, I should say, in North Carolina. We had number 4 and 7, and in Worlds, AO was best newcomer. So just because this wasn't necessarily his game doesn't mean he's not going to be the game.
All right, we're going to go on real quick. Just want to let you know, folks, that this is just such an intense match right now. We're going to see if we could possibly get an interview right now, but just wanted to let you know, folks, that this stream is still going to happen for the rest of the day. We will still be here with you. We will be here to give you all the live commentary at this table, and we are so excited for you guys to be joining us here, and we thank you for those who have stayed for such a long time. We're going to see right now what is happening, possibly seeing if we can get the interview. We are just moments away. Jody is right now actively attempting to get that going. But as for now, folks, we are here. If you have any questions about air hockey, if you have any comments you want to make, go ahead and tell us in the comment section right now who you're rooting for and why you're watching the stream. Maybe you're watching just to see the North Carolina air hockey, or perhaps you're watching the stream just because you're rooting for someone. Let us know. Let us know where you're coming from. Let us know what is it that you love so much about air hockey that you are joining us here on this beautiful Saturday. And once again, thank you for joining us here today. We want to have a fun time. We're going to get an interview now. Here we go. We're going to get this set up. Here we go. All right, we're getting it set up here for you folks in just a moment. We'll get this change. Here we go. We're going to switch on to Jody in 3. Here we go to Jody Action Jackson.
Hello, everybody. You may not recognize who I've got here with me, but that won't be true for long. We've got our youngest set winning in the tournament. Introduce yourself. How old are you? And how did you get here?
My name is Allison / Allie. I'm in 3rd grade. In 3 days I'll be in 4th, and I just drove here in a car.
I think you're a little too young to be driving, actually, but I won't tell anyone. But right now, I just want to tell you congratulations. I'll give you a second to shout out whoever you want, but great job.
Thank you.
Okie dokie, you will see her again. She may be the youngest, but this is not the last time. She's going to keep rising the ranks. She's that talented. Her dad is, in fact, our very own Steve-O, so you know she'll get some practice in. But for now, I have to hand it over to the sponsors. Thank you again, Allie. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, kiddo, you're all set.
Good job, Al. Do you have a minute that was on the YouTube stream?
I can find out real fast.
Yeah, can you message me that? So I can... Thank you.
Adrian Powers, and we got Adrian Powers and Christopher Webb here going to the face-off. We got Lowe setting up, ready to go. We are just a few moments away, folks, from this game. As you can see, we do not stop here on the commentary booth. We just keep on going.
This is actually a match I've been hoping to talk about for quite some time, folks. I know both of these individuals personally. They're a lot of fun. They came into the scene about a year and a half ago and quickly rose through the ranks. Adrian Powers has even beat our very own Timothy Spidey Young. They do have their alias that they prefer. However, sorry to say, dear pals, I have to use your names because not everyone knows us, and I'm a really bad speller, but I may be a bad speller, but these are excellent players. That is an impressive straight to straight right out the gate. Great job so far, guys.
Amazing shots we're seeing here right now, and you can see the mallets being used. I really do enjoy that Adrian's using a, kind of a space mallet I'm looking from here.
So Adrian actually hand paints mallets for all of us, and I believe, we have one. If you saw Spidey's mallet, was also by Adrian. The intensity on his face is just incredible. Usually a very fun, jovial player, but the stakes are just too high to play, even against someone who's such a dear friend. And for those watching along at home, we do want to remind everyone Christopher uses they, them pronouns, so when we hype them up, we hype them up. We are excited by both these players. They spend so much time in the gym. They are truly trying to hone their craft. They started in the Raleigh tournaments that happen on Mondays that seem to go on forever, but this match is not going on forever as it is already 5-5, or I should say game point 5.
Here we go.
Get hyped. A 6-6, a very familiar position for these two competitors that I've seen happen many, many times, and I anticipate will happen a lot more. Loss of possession. It's going to go to Adrian and finishes it out. A critical mistake, but a wonderful use of it. And see, once again, they are dear friends, and you are able to see that play out just off the table, but on. Gotta keep focused. The first game goes to Adrian. I assume and I expect that Christopher will answer the call.
You know, Jody, I was hearing from Adrian that this is one of those matchups that you see a lot at Boxcar happening, that they are just some intense folks. And I think we saw something different here. We didn't see the face-off. I think they decided.
Correct. I think Adrian does have a little bit of a height disadvantage, though it's very hard to believe that when you watch how quickly he gets a point out of here. A second, even as I'm talking about it. So I'm telling y'all, height isn't everything, at least not in this game.
Here we go now. You see, Christopher, how they are just really looking into Vinny that right wall on Adrian. And look at that. As soon as I say that, they make a score on Adrian here.
And they're really good at catching the corners. Will Upchurch reminds us that he considered Christopher a contender for most improved. And you're really seeing why they have spent so much time in the gym and in competitions working on, and you saw a fake out there, didn't quite land, but still a great technique that gets a lot of opponents.
That's right, Jody. You're seeing that here today, and I just also want to mention we got a flying puck that's gonna be
get it pucking together, folks.
Really get it pucking together. Also, we see Adrian's matched up with his Mallet in the Galaxy Alpha here, which we absolutely love. We have Chris here, how they are just in that stance. They are ready to go, but
great
unfortunately,
shot from Adrian
crumbles through with the right wall over there. Here we go. Once again, seeing Adrian in possession, but it's going to go to Christopher now. They need to calm down as they analyze each other's play styles. But like we mentioned earlier, they are used to each other. They've seen each other play before. It's highly interesting. Oh my gosh, we almost were hit by another flying puck. There's so many pucks to go around here, apparently.
But it's all right as long as we get that puck in play to see these two finish out this game. The second game, remember folks, you need 4. It is anyone's to take. It is 4-4. A tie, unfortunately, a self-score, giving Adrian the extra points, the advantage at 5-4.
Yeah, that's what you're seeing here, Jody. You're right. It's just like the points go so fast. I feel like this game is done by fairly quickly. I guess it's because these two really know each other and they know each other's strengths and weaknesses. Just like that, Christopher scores a point, but Adrian returns with another point on the board. Holy cow, this game is flying with these two. Look at that, Christopher
just has the clean lines.
Absolutely.
Not a lot of nonsense in their play style, but I believe.
I'm seeing what you're seeing. I believe they're really just lining it up. You know, they really know how to get around Adrian, but Adrian does not care as he attacks with a strong offense, but he also catches really well these pucks. But let's see.
Oh, a self-score, bringing it to game point for Adrian. We know that can just absolutely crush morale, but don't worry. Christopher has never been one to be down and out.
And Adrian takes a game again here. Christopher really needs to see what they can do to get around Adrian's defense as well as strong offense that we're seeing here. But honestly, it's a pretty even field going on here. We see Chris now just taking a little bit of a knee, trying to
maybe a prayer, you never know. We do see that. I remember one time we were at a tournament early Sunday morning, and they said, today, the table is my church, and I'm here to pray. So,
lost a mallet off the table, too. Here we go, Christopher. They need to get that mallet. They do need a mallet to play. It would be really uncomfortable if it was just their hands, and I would not want to be part of that.
This is true, but I would not want to be a part of this right now, this slugfest, this 1-for-1, giving Adrian 2 and Chris
is showing that he can really take on right now. He really wants to get, they really want to get this game going. They already know that Adrian's got a pretty strong defense. Just look at the reaction time of Adrian, but didn't have enough reaction to Christopher's left wall over in that last shot there, evening up the scoreboard here. Oh, now
Sick shot. I mean, that was lined up just absolutely perfectly in back-to-back scores there, making it 4-2, anyone's game, but Christopher came to play. He tends to set it up for a cross. A straight is not necessary, and he's going to use that forearm to their fullest advantage.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing here, Jody. They're really taking it to their advantage just like that. They score another point. Man, Christopher is not allowing Adrian to even react right now. Adrian really needs to take some possession time here if he wants to get a third game, but looks like Christopher has other plans here.
And Christopher, the way they hold their mallet, it looks like they're barely touching it. They are not, I mean, they are keeping their wrist so flexed, but now going for the grab defense, something you very rarely see, and yet, as odd as it is, that'll go in. So that'll be 2 games to 1. Chris now on the board. Remember, you need 4 to win anyone's game. We're going into game 4. What an exciting matchup.
Highly interesting to see that maneuver Chris used. They really just had, just a luck there with the mallet, and it worked for them. It really did. And guess what? That earned them another game here. Right now with Adrian. Adrian's still at 2. Christopher now with 1. So this is now going to have to go into game 5 for both of them. But Adrian's going to lead with a point here. Let's see how Christopher reacts. Beautiful left wall under there. Very scary. Very quick there. Here we go. What a beautiful straight gun by Christopher. They really are just making it hard for Adrian right now. Really just showing how much he's got still left in him. This is a really intense match here, and you can see it's another game of focus and intensity. There really isn't yelling. There isn't really a lot of just like facial expressions. Both of them are remaining calm on the table. Oh,
lost a mallet.
Got him, lost a mallet. Literally, he let go of the universe. He let go of the world.
Well, he's got to get it back if he wants to win here. Now, speaking of these two and how they're playing, they play each other probably 8 times a week. They are their biggest training partners. Loss of mallet. Got to be careful there, folks. And you almost wonder if they too need the string. I know the comments are again pointing out Chris is absolutely unstoppable. Forearms just keeps so loose and so focused, and yet we've got Adrian hanging in there. The height differential doesn't seem to really matter so much in this one. We don't have a risk of going overs, which is always nice, but we then instead have to go for, put a little more oomph behind the puck for sure to get it all the way across the table with the same amount of strength and force as if you could be up at the line.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing right here is Christopher is really gaining their momentum right now. They're gaining that flow, really just seeing what Adrian's putting up. Adrian has to start changing up his style just a little bit, adjust for Christopher's analysis of his play right now. Even though both of them do know each other well and know each other's play styles, that could change in a game. So they both really got to see what the other is kind of doing here, especially that they know that this is a match to watch here. Now, Chris is going to keep that while as soon as I say
that 7-2, an even wider margin than the game before, giving them 2-2 games. I mentioned earlier, this is a pair that you might expect to see player is something significant because there is an art to lining up shots, to seeing it in your mind. Now, Chris is going to do the crab again, something we don't see very typical of, at least of North Carolina players. I can't think of another that regularly integrates this into their play style, but it does have a significant ability to disarm your opponent who's not expecting it. And by using two hands, it's not clear which you're going to release with. So are you going to be left-handed, right-handed, and most likely are you going to go left wall, right wall? There is a puck right behind me. It is in fact their puck, but they're doing great on the stream. Appreciate both of their efforts. A stretch.
No, they are
Christopher, I'm sure, tight and tired, but makes it look loose and effortless.
They both are playing strong right now. You're going to see that here. Really going to bring some energy. You know, when you see two people who just really know each other's play style, you get a game like this one, and it's highly interesting to watch here. You got Adrian really remaining focused. I see his eyes are really on just the puck, and the same with Christopher. They're looking at the puck. Both of these players are focused, and you know, they have a friendly, you know, camaraderie,
absolutely.
Yeah, they do. You're seeing that here. What a
but
beautiful
it's hard
puck.
to maintain that level of friendliness when you take such a clean shot. It feels dirty, but that was clean. Nothing in its way. And you have to wonder when we talk about focus, we see some players who keep AirPods or headphones or earbuds when they play. Is the benefit of drowning everyone out enough to keep those in throughout a game, whereas some individuals would rather hear what's going on around them? I think it is definitely a beneficial strategy. Sarah Weissman plays this way as well with her AirPods in, and I recall asking her what she was listening to at the time she won the women's tournament at Worlds. And honestly, her answer was so funny, and yet I can't remember. It is something we should be keeping track of. Winners, do they have a specific vibe, a genre that helps us win air hockey? Who knows, but we will ask whoever wins this game.
I do wonder that too. What are they listening to? I mean, we heard yesterday that Spidey was listening to us, which I think is really fun.
I think it is listening to us. That is how they're able to do exactly what we say. And we say to Chris, finish this out. Get that 7. But you know what, Adrian? We're rooting for you just as much.
Ooh.
All right, Chris. Chris is crushing it, y'all. Unexpected. We know that Adrian has traditionally, bless his heart, mopped the floor with Christopher just a few months ago. I don't even know if it was last year, but redemption is at risk. It's on the table. The giggles are starting to end, but these are friendly competitors, laughing, smiling. But the second that face-off happens, it means nothing. Again, buffing the puck. Buff the puck is my number one advice to anyone. Get that dirt and grime, those chips off the edges, let it flow sufficiently on the table. Give yourself that micro advantage if you can.
That's right, Jody. That's exactly what you're going to see here. They need to buff that puck just to make it a nice, easy flow for them. And it worked for Adrian as he's going to open it up here with the score on the board. And I believe that is returned by Christopher, who has matched Adrian here. But you know, this is still a really good game to watch, folks, simply because you got two players who played against each other, played in high-stakes matches, and guess what? They're not phased. Neither of them are phased. You saw Christopher climb as Adrian was ahead of him, but now Christopher is leading with 3-2. It's still anyone's game. We can go into a game 7 potentially, and that's exactly what Adrian is hoping for. But Christopher, they have kept Adrian on the table. They have really made it difficult here, and really with that crab skill type of hold on the mallet makes it even more interesting because you don't really see that much here. You don't really, and it really makes a great effect on you as a player against someone using this technique.
and Sabrina talking about this crab and how we're not used to seeing it. We've got comments that said maybe we should integrate it because it's really doing something for Chris out there on the table. It has the element of surprise and it's giving a crushing, right? While one thing we see is some crushed spirits as multiple times the puck has gone in and out of the goal. The alignment has been perfect, but the shot was too much juice. We have all gas, no brakes, but you gotta pump the brakes just a little to get it in the goal when you are such a powerful player, shooting for speed every time. As we see Adrian at least 6 in a row in and out of the goal until Chris is back in possession. It is a very common problem we see almost incessantly. Everyone has that moment on the table. Sometimes we say, you know, it's a robbery. Sometimes we think it should count in our head. But in a game like this, when you're on the main stage, the only thing that counts is getting it in, and that is the goal of both of these competitors who are currently tied at 2-2. And the second I say that, Chris gets their third point and return immediately, keeping the tie 3-3. We've got slugfest 4-4 in a matter of seconds. I couldn't even finish my sentence before we're goal to goal to goal, and we love to see it. It's a game strategy. Sometimes we see our absolute top players score 7 points on serves, and when you've got two like these two, it's not unexpected. Impressive, but not unexpected. But now they're going to battle it out. Loss of mallet. Remember, folks, if you lose your mallet and get scored on, it is a point against you. So you have to be quick, protect your goal. And unfortunately, you have to protect your goal no matter what. That got right through Adrian's defense. Chris really thinking about where they want it to be. Adrian, with being a little on the shorter side, has to think more intentionally about their defense, but that also means that they can play back with more proficiency than probably most players.
No, that's what you're seeing here, Jody. You're just seeing the proficiency. These are two highly skilled players here. They both seem to have the same value here with the puck. They both are really focusing in, honing in on that puck. We've seen a lot of the wall use as well as some cuts going after here. And Chris, they have just been really hammering in on Adrian's defense, but Adrian is not going to let that happen, just like we see here.
Game point 5, Adrian in the lead, but we know scoring 2 points is not an impossible feat for these two competitors. We saw them go toe-to-toe to toe-to-toe 3 points in a row, so clearly accuracy is not the deficit here. It is just going to be patience and endurance. Adrian only needs...
Just like that, we're moving on. Is this a game 7?
This is a game 7.
Oh my
we
goodness.
called it here. First we bet money, we challenged the commenters. We knew that this was going to be a game 7 with such an evenly matchup. We know that their rankings are close and both of them have high rankings. They are great players, great friends, but we need to see who is going to be the greatest here today on the table. Both taking their very kind exchange of smiles, but refocusing. We see Adrian speaking with a fellow player. He does want advice right now, though. He wants focus, and we see a lot of individuals pulling out phones to see how this plays out.
They're getting ready to go because this is a game 7. This is not really common happening on this table, although we have seen a few today, but this is another one happening, and it is a good one to watch because you got two players at even skill playing levels, and they are making it real tough on each other. Ooh, we got Cruz already here with a score on the board. They are just making it through Adrian's defenses, but Adrian, just like that, gets the puck out of here. Keep it on the pucking table. Keep it on the pucking table, y'all. It's going to go into Adrian's possession here. He's going to line up this shot, and, oh, I think the puck.
Wow.
Oh. Okay. It looks like a ref made a call here that was supposed to be in Adrian's possession. So that point does not count, but Chris still has a point on the board. Now Adrian's matched that with a 1-1 on the board. Adrian is really just trying to get through Chris's defenses. They have really had a strong defense against Adrian, but Adrian really just trying to end it all here for this match right now, and that's the same goal that Chris has, because for both of them, if they win, whichever wins the match. Adrian now is taking another point on the board.
And with Adrian, the way he is able to just slice through any defense, a straight is not safe. You can see it coming and you cannot stop it. So that was a pretty solid over as well. Straights are not the only thing in his arsenal by any stretch, nor is the defense of Chris really going to buckle under the same shot every time.
No, that's exactly right, Jody. That is what you're seeing here. Look at that lineup Chris just did. They really were trying to aim for the goal there, but Adrian did not allow that to happen. He knew exactly where Chris was going and accounted for that. And that's what you're going to see a lot in this match right now, is they are knowing where the puck is going. Literally, they know where the puck is going.
They know what the puck is up.
Literally. Anyway,
it is interesting, Sabrina, because I remember speaking to Adrian this morning and I said, hey, I want to get you on the main stage. You're a very fun player to watch, not knowing who the competitor would be. And he said, oh no, I'll be nervous. I do not see nerves here today if they're not stone cold steel nerves. This is intensity, but this is a lot of fun on our end to watch. Two creative players. They are not really going to abide by every old school rule. They developed their own styles in ways that I rarely see replicated, and are definitely impactful to the North Carolina culture of air hockey.
If he said he had nerves, I don't see any nerves. He seems cool, calm, and collected on this table. He is focused on that puck, and so is Chris. I mean, going to a game 7, that is intense. That means both players are playing really strong, really well, making it really difficult for one and the other. And Adrian's right, this is a game that you want to watch. He was telling me about it earlier today. Just like that, Christopher's going to get another point on the board, only 2 points down from Adrian. It still could be anyone's game. Literally could still be anyone's game, as this is the final game, and both players have 3 games each, respectively, right here. Let's see how Chris is going to respond.
I want to point out that it looks like these two are playing exactly as they do in practice at the gym, and that is because they bring their A game to every time they're on the table. It looks like a familiar matchup. It looks like something we would see on a regular Monday night, but that is just because they play at such a high level every time they get a mallet in their hand that it looks almost effortless, and especially to play against each other, they never aim to show mercy. There was no mercy there from Adrian, bringing it.
No mercy at all. That is right, Jody. There is no mercy on this table. They have absolutely been demonstrating that these two are the players. They know where the puck is going. They know their opponent. Just like that, Chris has now tied the game with an even 4-all here. We're getting down on the scoreboard for you guys here. Folks, this is a match that really just demonstrates just what it takes to get to game 7. What a beautiful defense there from Adrian.
A block like crazy to turn around and make it a score, bring it to 5-5. Oh my goodness, this is going to be a 6-6, and I can't breathe already. I know there is a timeout being called. It looks like it was by Chris. You get 10 seconds. Count them in your head, not a second extra, and you have to be back on the table. Give it your all. Play it through. You know, some people would believe don't waste the timeout till you're actually at the 6-6, but if you have to get your head right at any time, that's when you take it.
That's right, Jody. That's what their heads are both in this game. They're both getting neck and neck. It's still anyone's game. You can go up to a 6-6 potentially. I mean, I know I may say this a little too early, so don't hate me, but can we get hyped?
I'm hype already. In the comments, tell me you're hype. We've loved watching this game so
my goodness, literally anyone's
Rooting
game.
for both of them.
Absolutely, you got two great players here. Let's see what's going on. Oh, great defense from Chris, but Adrian's gonna keep it in his possession. Let's see if can they keep it? Yes, they can. Oh, he brought the crab.
They brought the crab.
Crabs in the chat. I want crabs in the chat right now, folks, because this is getting crazy.
Ooh, almost got it with the with the under.
Wow.
Fantastic.
The crab. The crab.
Way home. 7-6, game 7, 2 friends, 2 trading partners.
What an
I don't even know,
amazing
but fantastic.
game.
We were gonna get them up here in
We
my
gotta
circle
know.
because
We
I
gotta
need
know.
to know.
Absolutely, folks. In just a moment, you're going to be on with Jody Jackson. What a game, folks. What a game indeed. We are here today. We're going to get live now with Jody, who is going to be on very soon with one of the players. I believe it's going to be Chris now. She's getting ready. She's going to get it ready to talk to them. We're very excited. We're going to get them to come on over here real quick. As we're seeing, I just want to hear from you folks. Was that not one of the most intense matches we've seen here today? We have not seen a 7-6 game on a game 7 here today on the feature table, and the fact that we just got to witness that is just truly amazing. Adrian Bauer still played a solid game. He won, although he didn't win, he really just proved that he can hold his own right now. Christopher Webb was the winner of this match. It was just a great game, a great time, and we're trying to see if we can get Chris over here. We're gonna get them right now. Chris is just an amazing player. They are just doing so great. We're getting Jody now. We're getting them set up here. All right, Jody, Christopher, I want to hear it. Let's go on to Jody Jackson.
Right here, I'm going to let them introduce themselves, tell us how long they've been playing air hockey, and I'm going to grill them how we can get as good as they are.
Hi, my name is Christopher Webb, air hockey alias Anubis. I've been playing for a little over a year. Sorry, I'm quite at it.
That's all right. You put it all on the table. We've been saying all day, this is endurance. This is running a 5K with lead boots, and I'm sure you are feeling that. Now, what we really want to hear about, besides hype you up because you did great, tell us about the crab.
The what?
Your crab defense. Or tell us what you even call it if it's not the crab.
Anything, it's for offense, because then you don't know which way, left or right. It's a work in progress, but I think I try and be as confusing as possible, as I was given the name Loki for, I suppose, a reason. But at that point, it's fluidity, flexibility, and the ability to just take it slow. That is, it's a gentle touch.
I noted that in our commentary, and we want to let you know the comments online were saying the same thing. They were Team Christopher. Adrian, of course, right there up with you, but your crab offense, your confusing ways, your light touch were all noted by multiple people. We got word that you should be most improved. You have the team behind you. It was an excellent win. So I want to give you an opportunity to say whatever it is you like, because I know you'll be back here. You have more victories to come.
Actually, if anything, I would like to congratulate who I just won against. Adrian and I, we've been playing for a while, months now, and it was so funny that we got to play against each other, and he's definitely one of the reasons why I am trying to at least to get better. It's inspiring.
I did tell everyone it looked like I was watching y'all in the gym, because that's the same game. You see the same intensity. You're always going for gold. So congratulations again. Thank you for coming into my circle. I'm sure I'll see you again. Go take a breather. It's been a pleasure.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
And I think that's the end goal, to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
of faces up here in the spotlight. We want to take just a second to introduce some people who need no introduction. I know on the one side of the table we have my fiance and our very own Spidey.
Spidey. And we also have on the other side, it's going to be Pineapple.
Pineapple.
And I believe this is actually the table he donated to the match, so this could be the home advantage.
This definitely could be the home court advantage. Every table has a different flow, a little bit different speed, different dead zones. A new table plays nothing like a classic. And how much does that mean to Paul? I don't know if this is a new or a classic or whatever it may be, but I know Timothy Spidey Young is going to give it all up on the table no matter what. Now, these are two players who are prone to frustration, and I think we are about to watch a mental game, Sabrina, and it's fun, it's exciting. Keep track in the chats. Let us know what you want us to keep track of, what do you want us to say, because right now we know there's going to be yelling, we know the puck's going flying, we know that those mallets are not staying on the table.
And I know I'm going to see a lot of walking around this entire building from both of these players. These players are intense. Now, I know with Pineapple, he's more a little bit calmed down, but he still lets that show in the way he hits those pucks, man. When he hits that puck and he's aggressive, he is on it. And you're going to see now, we're going to transition now into our table here. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
They're going to start nice and end dirty, I can promise you. I can't encourage you enough to watch this game if you like aggressive challenge matches. I know Timothy just lost to Paul about a month ago in a very, very close challenge match. He's got leg on the table. He is ready to go. Am I going to be biased for my fiance? Who knows? I'm biased for air hockey, and I know this is going to be good. It looks like Tim hit his hand or something. Who knows? But
here we go.
There we go. First point on the table, and we've got yells. I'll not be surprised if someone asks him to tone it down. We have seen very intense players in tournaments like Worlds who are used to yelling, being asked to lower it just a little because there are others still playing in the room.
And already Pineapple is going to take a score on the board. You know, you're really going to see these two players right now really focusing in on the puck. And I know Pineapple is really just trying to keep towards the goal, defending. Oh, awful in and out for Spidey there, giving it to Pineapple's possession, but it's going to go right back to Spidey. What a nice attempt at that straight there, but Pineapple's defense is just ready for it. It is a really tough match here, folks, but we're going to see now, and look at that, Spidey taking the lead now, 2-1. So, Jody, would you say this is another revenge match for Spidey here?
I would say every match is a revenge match if you've ever beat Spidey. He does not care for losing. I will say one player has an advantage because Pineapple is literally a marathoner. We've been talking about endurance, endurance, endurance. He has so much to spare. For Tim, however, the grit and will to win keep him going as if he was drinking 8 Red Bulls. For the record, the man doesn't even drink coffee, and these two are gonna go toe-to-toe. Game 7 would not be surprised in the least. They have been competitors for a very, very long time. Honestly, since Tim and I first came on the scene, Paul was one of our biggest competitors, and you can see why, as it is now 2-3. Paul has got one more point to tie it up, but we are still early in the game. As you recall, folks, I have said we're early in the game till somebody's got a 6, and even then, it's anybody's game if they want it enough. I hope the comments are excited as we are. Our very own Timothy Young, our tech guy, our occasional commentator, but today he is one thing, and that is an air hockey player. He is going for gold. Every point to him is the point that wins it all, and you know, you never know when it is. It can be a 7-6 all the way through. It's impossible to say, but he's got his hat on. That shot by Paul, just absolutely brutal. Laser shot immediately returned with an under by Tim. And possession is with Paul, and it's with Tim. Neither one of these players tend to keep possession for too long before they score. As you can see, Tim converts that into a point within a matter of seconds. He stays out there, but luckily Paul doesn't have the opportunity to sneak it under. That is probably Timothy's biggest weakness. He tends to hang out just a little too long up at the line. He loves a good charge. He loves to be an aggressive aggressive players, shorten the distance, add the strength, increase the velocity, but you have to come back. And right now, Paul's defense is keeping him back.
It really is. I think you're seeing Paul is already knowing what is going on. He's going to take a timeout right now, but Paul's defense on Spidey is strong right now. He's really trying to study Tim, seeing where he's going. Although they have played each other against before, like we said earlier, sometimes the game changes. You'll see that happen here. We're gonna get back on here in just a moment. Here you go. The players are back on the table now.
Okay, y'all, I know this is going to be one of our most heated matches because anything with Tim is a heated match. Paul is up 6. Now we're in the danger zone. He has to get 2 in a row to win this. Ooh, that defense impeccable as the puck goes right in the corner and he stops it midway. It is 6-6. Timeout called by Timothy Young. What a display of air hockey. We've only had 2 or 3 yelling so far, but don't let that dissuade y'all. This is high quality air hockey. Emotions run high around here, and we're all friends in the end. So Paul is gonna take the first 7-6 in the first game. We're gonna remember we're friends at the end of this all, but honestly, it can go either way. You never know who to bet on in a matchup like this. I take the preference of betting on my fiance, but I'm allowed to do that. Those in the comments, who do you think has the advantage? We do have more experience coming from Paul, but Tim has been, up in the gym slaving away for quite some time now.
And he did already recently win on this table. We saw from Spidey here earlier today. He did take in that dub, but if you notice Paul's shirt, he does have a big saying that says, big mistake. And I think that's a warning to his opponents that if they do even the slightest mess up, that he's going to come after them. Just like we saw here, Paul took that victory with Spidey, even though it was a 7-6 type of game, and those are the ones you love to see. Here's Paul. He's returning to the table now, just needed a little bit of a breathe and some water. They're now going to go into their second game face-off. Here we go, coming in now with Matt.
Face-off. I'm willing to guess that puck might go flying. We've seen that happen several times by aggressive players like Timothy Young. He switched to the low top, decided the high top was not working for him, and I believe that's what we saw in his last game. Sometimes you should just commit, but that little bobble in unexpectedly gets Timothy his first point. Like I said, puck is going to go flying many times in this game when you have such strong guys, such force on the table, such drive to win. And Sabrina, earlier you said that Paul's shirt is a warning. I think I saw a better shirt earlier that said big puckin' mistake.
Oh, really? That was in this tournament? That's actually kind of funny. It seemed both of those shirts here. And it really is big puckin' mistake. If you mess around with Paul, you see he is really focused in right now. He knows that he needs to get on Spidey here already, because Spidey is starting to get pent up, and he's about to let it go through his pucks here.
A self-score. That's the kind of point scoring that'll really rattle Timothy Spidey Young. It'll really kind of shake his core. He takes it so personally, and like you heard our announcer, Cameron, say, it's not that he's ever yelling at his opponent, it's always at himself. But let's see if he can give himself some grace and get back in there and get the point he needs to tie this up. And he's patient with it, waits at the line, wasn't able to quite get it in, defends and gets possession. Like we said, folks, he likes to play it at the line, and right now he's trying to draw Paul into his game. If you can control the pace, you're gonna win. Oh, and a second self-score, devastating for
that is
Timothy Young.
truly heartbreaking to see when you see someone do a self-scoring right there. But you know what? That doesn't stop Spidey here. He is still focused in right now, and Pineapple is gonna make sure that he starts getting those pucks in. Ooh, what a shot there by Spidey right now. Pineapple, I think, is trying to feel it. Oh, wow.
And that dented the wall, folks.
It
you
almost
can
hit the
see
ceiling.
It dented the wall. last year it broke a television. You know, we call it a contact sport for a reason. And we've got even more ferocity coming from Tim as he is now up 6-4. He really, really wants this. Actually, he should be up and won this already, but 2 self-scores. Luckily, they mean nothing to him as he wins the second game, 7-4.
Wow.
Timothy versus Pineapple.
Man, we're seeing a great game here. You know, you got these 2 players, you know, they're experienced. They played each other before. They played each other in high intense matches, just like the last match we saw. You had 2 players who knew what the other was doing, but even though they know each other, they sometimes have to adjust each other right now. They have to adjust for how the other's reacting today on this table here. Pineapple's taking a breather as well as Spidey, kind of pacing, kind of just getting themselves mentally ready for this match here. Pineapple's looking, making sure everything's going good for him, everything in his group, while Spidey is ready to go. You see the 2 mallets placed right there. Spidey likes to say, which one am I gonna go with? Which one am I choosing here? High top, low top, I don't know, but Pineapple sticks with his high top pineapple mallet. Here we go.
And there he's gonna do the switch, go with the low top. For some people, switching their mallet is a bit of a mind game against their opponent, but here I think Tim is just trying to suss what's gonna work best for him, and right now the low top is exactly that, as he got that under against Paul with no time. He's gonna give it a bit of a drift, go for the off ball. He was probably shooting for the 1-2, not the strongest move with a Paul-like defense, but the puck is still active despite the fact they just
hit the light,
knocked us out. You know, duck and dodge, they should give us helmets. If you've ever seen dodgeball, though, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a puck. And thank God they're only throwing pucks at us.
Oh, honestly, for real, that would be masterful. Here we just saw Spidey with a return. Now we are at a 2-1 here. Spidey is leading by 1 now, but Pineapple is going to match that just now with a 2-2. Oh my goodness, you can hear the screaming from Spidey right now. He's getting ready to just let it all out here on this table, just like that. Beautiful right wall under there, done by Spidey. Pineapple needs to start seeing how he can just get through Spidey's defenses and keep that position.
That was been over as clear as I have ever seen. Remember, folks, you cannot score if you're touching the puck over the line. I myself have only played 1 game today before I had to scratch out, in part because I have a sickness where I cannot get overheated. The other part is because I felt lonely missing y'all here on the stream, but getting it over is devastating. The score does not count, which is why we are still at 4-2. Timothy Young in the lead by 2 points. A lot of people are loving the energy. Hey, Danny, it's glad to have you on our stream. And you know, if anyone's going to bring energy, it will be Tim Spidey Young, but it is quickly answered by Pineapple Creely as we are 5-3. Tim is in the lead, but it's a hard one to hold on to when you're playing against someone like Paul, as just demonstrated. He can get a point on a serve. He can do over-unders and anything in between. Devastating in and out there. Tim really thought he had it. It was unexpected the way it bobbled, but the ref is allowing the puck to be buffed. I say
gotta buff that puck.
Buff that puck.
Buff that puck indeed, Jody. Here we go. Pineapple's gonna take it. Nice little bit of playing around with the puck here. He's gonna make sure he gets it in his sights now. Seeing how Spidey is gonna react.
And tied up 5-5. I mean, these two are very evenly matched in skill, growing to be evenly matched in experience. Unfortunately, Paul did beat Tim in a challenge match only a few weeks ago, and he's holding a grudge. Like I said earlier, there's this position. We'll see if Paul is able to Paul it out, or if we're gonna have a bit of a puck up. And Spidey brings it to 6-6. Get hyped.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is what's gonna happen here. We're seeing.
I almost don't want to watch Sabrina.
Oh, I know it's scary to watch your fiance here on this table. It is a scary match. This is another 6-6 in this game. This match, actually, we're seeing just like that.
Timothy Spidey Young gets it. His second 7-6 victory, bringing us to game 4. It is 2-1. Still anyone's game, but we are just glad to be here. Glad we get to see it. These two take no breathers, honestly. We see him pacing around, but that does not mean they're calming down. They're staying high intensity. A fist bump from Joey Liz, a great mentor of many of us here, definitely of myself and Tim's, and we're invested, and I think the crowd will only continue to grow as we saw it did before in Timothy's win. Sabrina, I see the table is off, so we are not quite ready to start.
Nature's timeout really is playing a critical role here for these two. You know, these two are just remaining focused on each other right now. And you know, Jody, it really is just hard for me to even breathe in this match because it just has been nonstop. Just like the last one we saw with Adrian Powers and Christopher Webb, they both have played really well. We got to a game 7, and that ended in a 7-6 match there. And I feel like this is one of those matches. Now, Pineapple opened up with a right wall over here for this game, and let's see how Spice will react with a simple cross into Pineapple's goal.
I would like to point out that that cross was taught to him by none other than myself. I know exactly 2 things. I know how to cross and how to charge, and I would like to be appreciated when I have him in the winner's circle for getting him this far, but the raw talent, drive, and athleticism by both of these guys can be attributed to no one but themselves, just as we see this score 1-1, really fighting for it. This is not a quick exchange because it is a battle. It is a marathon. It is a 5K with lead boots. Paul may be a marathoner, but Tim is going to power through whatever it takes to get the victory. For these guys, it is not a game. It is a lifestyle. Paul is up 2-1 possession, and Spidey, what is the likelihood he scores on the first try? We have a puck come flying to us, not from this table. You see it rattles both players. We have to pause the game. Honestly, there could be a concern because, you know, Sabrina, if there is a big enough distraction and one player scores on the other while the other is not looking, it doesn't necessarily guarantee a point. I know last year I had a match in this state tournament, and we have a pause, something to the ref, not sure, but we did, as I was saying, last year in the state tournament, there was a very, very loud scream in the middle of a game I was playing, and I turned my head out of just reflex. The opponent scored on me, and the ref said, actually, no, we're not going to allow that. It was not a fair thing to happen, and that's what we want. We want fair play every time, and right now it's pretty fair. Looking at a 3-2, Tim Young versus Paul Creely, possession by Paul and stuffed by Tim. That is what I'm telling you. I taught him how to do, but it is a signature, successful moment for him.
He appreciates that, Jody. I know he is going to appreciate your lessons that you gave him here, and you're right. It really is a concern with these distractions, but thankfully we have very fair refs here on the table. I mean, this match is being ref by none other than Matt Casey himself.
Head ref of the whole thing.
He is right here watching these two players, these two highly skilled players, Pineapple and Spidey. Spidey is leading by 5 right now. For the folks at home, they are both having a great match here. We got 2 games for Spidey and 1 game for Pineapple, and Pineapple taking
and he goes for that under.
His goal.
He goes for that under, and it works for Tim, bringing him to 6. That's something he has been really practicing in the gym. Getting a very skinny, tight under is probably one of his best attacks. It works really well from a serve, but it seems like it works really well in general. But what works really well in general is everything Paul is throwing. He gets another point off. It is game point 3. Tim is game point still Paul. We have seen Paul crawl his way back, but not
Like that.
today.
Like that. Spidey gets another game here. He is now pumped up. He only needs one more game, and we know that's going to be his fuel to his fire. But I don't know, Jody. Pineapple's looking like he's getting real quiet, and I'm kind of scared when Pineapple's quiet. He likes to talk, you know?
He does
he's
like
very
to talk.
talkative. So when he's quiet, he's focused. I think he's taking off a wristband he had, I believe. He's getting ready to go. I think he's going to tell Spidey, hey, you made a big mistake challenging me. You made a big mistake being here today. But Spidey is concentrated. Spidey does not care. He said, hey, I got 3 games. I just need one more here with you.
Just one can still be a very long distance. I do think Tim is very confident right now. I think, well, that did not count.
That's actually kind of funny. Of course, I did not count. It was an early clock-off. But here we go. Another face-off for our game number 5 here. Spidey's going to take possession here. Going to go for this right wall here. But Pineapple starts off with an open straight here. Opening up with 1 point on the game 5. Here we go. Pineapple's possession. What a self-score here. But Spidey had great defense, already predicting where Pineapple was going to go. Now, Spidey was attempting a right wall here, and you see Pineapple, he's ready for this defense here. He's got it up, ready for those shots, and so is Spidey, really defending that goal. Both of them are really tight with that goal, trying to make sure the other does not get into it right now. Pineapple is in possession. Spidey already predicted where that puck may have gotten into. Oh, but just slightly off, allowing the puck to slip past, allowing Pineapple to get another point on the board. Puck
And
is off the table.
table.
Can you pucking guys keep it on the pucking table?
Hey, we came here to watch some good pucking, and if it rolls off the table every once in a while, that's A-okay by me. You gotta be aggressive, and if you're not putting passion in it, what is the pucking point right now?
Passionate pucking. I love it, Jody.
Hey, passionate but safe pucking around here, and that was unfortunately not a safe thing where Timothy Young drifts it into his own goal. A self-score we know can be a crusher, a morale destroyer, because sometimes it happens and you get so frustrated. And you can either put that into power or mistake, and Tim picks power, bringing it to 3-2. Paul ahead by 1. A good charge there by Tim, but he is in fact taunting the other player by tapping on the side. I have told him stop doing that, but it's okay. We all have our moments.
You know, I actually read in the comment section earlier when Spidey was on the table earlier that I guess you could say Spidey has Spidey senses.
Spidey senses.
And he absolutely does with Pineapple's offensive here. He's really prepping for this right now. But Pineapple is adjusting his game knowing that, what a devastating in and out.
Devastating for Paul, and absolutely godsend for Spidey. Remember, if we finish this out, it is done so for Timothy Young. He gets to call this a dub for the day. But if Paul pulls it out, we're very likely going to end up going to Game 7 because we are tied right now. I predict another 6-6 is in our future, as that has been the theme for every game these two have played so far.
Absolutely, that's what we've been seeing here. These are two highly skilled players. They know each other. They're doing really well for both sides. They are even players right now. And I mean, just look at the intensity from both of these players with their shots. Pineapple and Spidey are kind of moving at different speeds, though. What a right wall under.
Again.
He's got some power in those unders. You got to beware, Spidey, of those powerful unders from Pineapple because they'll sneak up on you. That's what he does. Here we go now.
And time out. Tim needs a
He's letting us know it's one more.
Thank goodness we can all count, but if you can and you do hear Tim in the background, he is yelling one more. This will be all over if he can get one more point. He has used his time out, hoping that it'll be the last breather he needs before before he can call this game a win. In and out, the goal by Paul. Sorry to see that. That is a win by Tim Spidey Young.
He has another win on this table. You can tell Spidey is comfortable with the
attention.
Yeah.
He thrives under the lights. Some players may experience a little bit of nervousness, but Tim actually brings his A game. The more people who are watching, there are people who rise to the occasion, and there are people who will fight through nervousness. He is not fighting through nervousness. He wants every inch of that victory to be seen. And Sabrina, I'm going to take just a second and see what he has to say that we haven't already heard.
Of course, Jody. Yeah, for the folks at home, Spidey is now going to come on our quick interview here. We're going to hear a few words from him just on how this matchup took place. In the meantime, you're going to see right now, just on the corner of your screen there, you can see Joey Liss and Orellana-Portillo playing right now. And let me tell you, these are both air hockey sensations in the North Carolina air hockey community. There's a crowd gathering over there right now, and hopefully it's a great match to see. But for now, we're going to go out to Jody Action Jackson. Here we go with Timothy Spidey Young.
Table 12, Alec Mandoni to table 12, Alec Mandoni to table 12.
anything but his voice as we commentate together for probably the first time today. We've got a great matchup ahead of us. We've got Jamal versus G being rushed by Sarah. She has brought out the blazer. This is serious. We are going to the face-off now.
Yeah, two North Carolina Titans. That will be a scuffed face-off already. They are coming out swinging. Yeah, our audio might have gone out earlier, but don't worry, I had nothing important to say anyway, just like now, but now my mic works. Jamal, 1-0, right wall under, putting Gerardo on the back foot. It's nice to score the first point, but it's even better to score the last point. That's all that comes down to. Jamal, 2-0.
I think the only point that matters is all of them, Tim. We said earlier today that you're really in the early portion of the game until someone gets to 6, and that's when it matters. But that's an oversimplification. Every point that you get out there matters, whether you win, lose, or draw, which is not possible in air hockey, by the way. There's no such thing as a tie.
Forehand under by Jamal.
And Tim is trying to keep score and commentate, but right now I'm barely able to keep track based on how quickly this puck is flying into the goal. You see a score by G right there. It is answered immediately by Jamal. A fast-paced set of players. Absolutely, they are methodical, but they want to get rid of the puck because the only place it needs to go is in the goal.
I saw a shout out earlier in the comments about how North Carolina likes forehands, and Jamal is one of those forehand users. Really throwing everything at the wall, see what sticks. Looks like we got a straight puck hitting the tables today. Back in play. Here we go.
And you know that we saw Jamal up on this table earlier today in his defeat by Sarah, who is now the ref. We want to be careful of watching G and going for those corners. It seems like Jamal is prepared for that type of offense.
Flying towards our very expensive cameras, but a near miss. Yeah, loser's bracket is a bummer to be there, but this is where you really test your mettle. Look at that forehand again. I think that's every single, except for one, almost every score by Jamal has been a forehand.
Well, and he is playing with a low top mallet. That does make it a little easier to go for the forehand, and in part because you get a looser grip, your wrist is more open, which means your forehand is going to have a little more fluidity to it. And we see now that Jamal is up 6-3. That fluidity is serving him very well.
Ooh, a little bit of a scuffle in the center line there. 6-3. Jamal broke up his forehand game with a right wall under to get his up to 6. But gee, with the right wall over. That seems to be working for Gerardo. And let's see if that's really going to make a difference as Jamal hopes to close out this game. Forehand.
2 points.
Right wall under. Jamal will take game 1, 7-4.
And they now are going to get their 1 minute. We actually see Jamal sitting down earlier in between sets. We saw he would kneel at the table. I wonder if he is not as driven now that he is in the loser's bracket. But as we said before, being in the loser's bracket doesn't mean you can't win. This is a double elimination tournament, and I don't know if we have talked about that yet today on how, and because it's a double elimination as it was with doubles, you can be from the loser's bracket and win it all. As we saw with Rhinehardt and Hernandez yesterday, we are in game 2 now.
Yeah, we do love to see a comeback story. The underdogs of air hockey. We're going to get into game number 2.
And it stays on the table this time. We've got a better face-off, giving possession to G, but immediately stolen by Jamal.
That face-off only works for one possession, which could be between a 0 or a 1. Gerardo will get his goal the old-fashioned way.
And a patient drift we're seeing from G. Probably more patience than we've seen in a little while with games like Steve-O and Spidey.
Good
kind of back-to-back. And a good block spins the puck over. You know, Tim, we are in the danger zone at all times
know if we mentioned this today, but actually yesterday, Gerardo and Jamal were doubles partners. So they know each other's game more intimately than anybody. Oh, what an interesting back of the mallet rebound that turned into. This seems to be a much different Gerardo, up 4-0 now. Showing you that last game does not necessarily dictate what's going to happen on this game.
You have to wonder if Jamal is...
Oh, unfortunate. Gerardo has scored 5 of all of the 4-1. 6 of the points scored.
But don't be confused. He still has 2 more points to go before he's going to walk away with a victory from the second game.
Yeah, scores against yourself, unfortunately, do not count in your favor. 6-1, Gerardo. Much different game.
And you wonder if it's a different game or a better game.
Oh,
he gets that
1-2. That was a triple wall to get Gerardo. Game point number 7, tying us up 1-1. That looks like Gerardo is warmed up, and Jamal needs to take a seat and think about what he's going to do next.
Look, you have to wonder if Jamal is in fact tired. He has been 2 games 7 before here on this table, and it is an intimidating thought that he may have to go there again. We have said time and time again, Sabrina and I, that you need endurance to play air hockey like this at this level. This is 4 out of 7. 7 games is a long time.
I'll say, as someone who's been playing a lot of 4 out of 7s today, it's a lot of air hockey. And as my voice would show, sometimes you gotta lay it all on the line. We're going to face off number 3.
All right, ref Sarah Mann is in control of the situation. But I have to say, Jamal took control really quickly, getting that first point immediately off the face-off the Carolina way. That's why we love to see them start every single game, because that is always such a rallying way to start right off.
Good answer by Gerardo. They have an overcall there. Very specific center line rules there, but I'm pretty sure in that violation, Jamal's mallet had completely crossed over the line trying to snag that puck, and that is an overcall. The right wall under by Gerardo will help to take the lead, and an immediate answer by another right wall under.
Well, the thing with an over is it can be so devastating when you actually are scoring, and then it is called an over, because that does not count. Instances like that are actually why it's so crucial for the ref to keep track and not rely on the scoreboard that you see there on the table. Essentially, you should pretend it's not there. The only score that matters right now, though, is the fact we are tied up at 2. Jamal versus G. As soon as I say it, G is going to take that for a 3-point and a 1-point lead.
Nice, very methodical. When G actually thinks about his shots, you can tell he slows down his drift, takes a big deep breath, and goes for it.
And he's also not one to shoot off goals just for the sake of shooting off goals. He's going to keep it in his possession as long as he can until he can do something like that. Totally lined up cross, bring him to 5, responded immediately, 5-4.
Tying us up 5-5. Jamal takes that, and Gerardo takes his timeout. You only get one of those every game. Those 10 seconds could be the difference between your headspace being tilted or in the zone.
And we saw actually G complete a push-up on the table. How bad does he want it? That bad. He is up 6-5. He only needs a 1 point to win.
Power of timeouts.
He's out of timeouts. We've got a long road to hoe at this point. But you know, you've got to get it game by game. He is 1 point away, but Jamal is only 2. The difference is not that significant when you've got players like this who are so used to each other, who have been here time and time again. 1 point against each other.
Yeah, when you're doubles partners, you learn strengths and weaknesses. There it is. Gerardo takes game number 3, 7-5, taking the lead overall 2 games, so 1.
And now we have the moment of anticipation that is really a whole minute. Let the players catch their breath. These 2 guys are tired. Tired off the table, but hardly can tell on the table. But they need these moments to recover because it's so fast-paced and non-stop with only a 10-second timeout per game. You almost have to pray that the table times out in long hauls like these or the puck goes flying because those are your only given, not fought for timeouts.
Yeah, I call that nature's timeout when the table times out on me. Gives me maybe 5 seconds to reacquaint myself with what I'm doing, but maybe that's all I need. We're hearing a lot of yelling from all the tables. We have, I think, upwards of 12 air hockey tables in this room right now. You're bound to hear a lot of games and the resolutions happening, but no matter, we're here for this one. Game number 4, Gerardo versus Jamal.
And the pin goes flying. It was actually not released from the puck yet. That's going to be a redo.
Oh, look at that.
And as we were just talking about, that's why we love to keep the face-off here in Carolina because you can get points like that.
And it's the closest thing we really have to being similar to actual hockey. Is the face-off.
Well, I think the fact we don't fist fight from time to time and no penalty box kind of makes us a little different. But hey, any similarity we'll keep for the name.
Yeah, no penalty box, no fist fighting. Not that I've ever seen.
A lot of yelling and a couple threats, I'm sure.
Yeah, but that here in air hockey will get you just straight up disqualified from the game. Much in difference to actual hockey. A couple minutes in a penalty box or a removal from the game, but you hope your teammates will pick up the slack for you.
And for those watching at home, it is actually 3-1. Jamal is on the board. Again, we see a 2-point differential between these 2. We know that's not a lot because right then and there, as I spoke, it is now only 3-2, 4-2. She in the lead. Jamal has to answer that, but they're playing real fast, but definitely not loose. There's intention and purpose.
I'm going to hear the sound.
Goes for the cross. Not quite. It was actually an off goal, perhaps intentional. Might be what you expect. Is he going to go for the third? He tries to get the over, but not quite. The possession is in the hands of G right now.
Oh, good snag there by Gerardo. Oh, left wall under, barely squeezing by Jamal's mallet. Look at that attempt at more forehands, not locking in like they were in game 1.
And you see 2 players up at the line far more than they used to be, but he is definitely comfortable with that reach. He's got a longer wingspan than you might expect, but for those watching at home, he definitely can reach up there.
What a rally.
If you reach up and linger, that's what will happen.
Yeah, I see a lot of air hockey players really utilize their wingspan, their height, flexibility. Wow, look at that.
And just like that, we are up 6-3. G, once again, only needs 1 point.
Jamal is down, but not out.
We see a good setup. A bit of a pump fake.
Timeout call. Very cheeky, very cheeky.
Well, if there's ever a time to call a timeout, it's when you have 6, because that's your last chance.
Yeah,
Make it worth it.
Yeah, I mean, you never want to end a game knowing you actually had a timeout you didn't use, unless it was a full 7-0 and you didn't want to stop. But in this case, gives Gerardo that kind of visualize what he wants.
Oh, and just about gets it too. You can see
left wall over. Gerardo needs to slow this down. Just because he's up by 1 does not mean that Jamal won't easily take 2 points off him if he's not careful.
And when you're using speed like that from frustration, your #1 risk is actually going to be a self-score. A lot of times we've seen these wild swings go for an off goal and you can't get behind it fast enough and it's in your own goal, making you even more frustrated than you were before.
Off goal by G. Right wall under. Right wall over. Off goal. Off goal. So patient. Right,
And
well,
that's
over.
what patience gets you. We are now going into game 5. He is up 3-1 against Jamal, his doubles partner. Is this a heartbreaker or does it feel even better?
That is the patience that Gerardo has. You saw those off goals, you saw the calculation, keeping possession, and the way he's switching it up. He's not going for right wall bank, right wall bank, right wall bank. Oh, looks like we got some yells from the crowds. We want the reverse sweep. We want more air hockey, and we need Jamal to give it to us.
And like you said, Tim, I'm not going to count him down and out. We have seen him against Sarah. When he wants it, he goes after it. There's a reason they went to 7 games. And again, you have to win by 4-3. Doesn't matter until it's 4. Now, we know he wants to get this over quick. We're all tired here. It's been a long day.
Oh, another great face-off for Gerardo. He's only 1 game away from having this in the bag and moving through the bracket. If Jamal loses this or Gerardo loses the match, they are going to spin-offs. They will not have the ability to go any higher in this tournament.
And you know, Tim, we talk about wanting more air hockey, but once you're in the spin-off, there is no more 4 out of 7. You are 2 out of 3. You're done though by the end of this marathon, and you just want to get your rank and call it a day and try and keep a happy face.
Great punch by Gerardo there. Answer by right wall under. It's unfortunate doubles partners have to be matched up against each other in this way, but we love the drama. Oh, nice little pinch shot by Jamal there. That patience. Oh, doesn't matter. Jamal smacks that through. Ooh, right well over, bounces out. Jamal up 4-2. Let's see if he can turn this into a game 2 win for him. Unfortunate bounce out off that forehand. Staying on defense, very vigilant. You see, commentators curse, I'm so sorry. Left roll over will bring Jamal's lead only to a 1-point lead. Good snag by Jamal. Doesn't keep it though. At this point, these players are tired, but their defense is locked in, and hopefully their accuracy and their speed stays vigilant, because all it takes is for a crack in the armor. Oh, no! Jamal, 5-3, 6-3. Gerardo needs to slow this down off that. We saw he just lost. That was 3 points in a row for Jamal to rally and take game number 2. He still needs 2 more games to make a statement in this reverse sweep. Gerardo only needs 1. Jody, I'm paid for the seat, but I only need the edge. It's like what monster truckers say. You will pay for the whole seat, but you only need the edge.
Well, Tim, I think the bigger thing, edge of the seat or not, we have simply not been breathing over here. Serena and I have been trying to talk, hold our breath, and gasp all at the same time because
it's not possible. I'm trying to drink water at the same time too. It's not possible.
Well, you'll be spitting it out when you see some of the shots taken by these high-level players. And when we say high level, we mean every single player who has been on our table today has been at such a level that competition, no one can be counted out.
No one. I mean, I have played against Gerardo and Jamal both times, and they have the it factor. They have the spice, they have the zest, they have the sauce, as some would even call it. But Jamal needs to prove he's saucier in order to stay in this game. We're going to game 6. Sarah Mann with the face-off and the really stylish referee shirt.
Well, if there's anything Sarah's going to bring besides everything, it is a little bit of class and style. She sets the tone. We'll see who sets the tone in this game.
That's going to fly off the table. Oh, Sarah's going to award that up to Jamal, which looks like Gerardo's smack was the one that took it off the table. Oh, looks like Jamal actually, he actually refuses it. Very sportsmanlike decision, but that will get Gerardo the possession. Off goal, off goal. Left ball attempt. Left ball attempt. Stick it to him. Jamal switching up his timing. Cross. Go right, cheeky right wall over. Gerardo will lose that possession. Jamal's still using those forehands, but they're not sticking as well as they were earlier. I don't know if that's an accuracy thing or if Gerardo has locked in his defense. Look at these rallies, these 1-2s, making sure you keep possession into a cross. Gerardo 2-0. 5 points separate him from being the end of this match. Oh, he went from 2 crosses to a cut. Jamal doesn't know where to put his mallet. Oh, he knew it that time. Was able to block that cross. Wow, transitionary cut puts Jamal on the board. Gerardo answered the cut of his own. Those things are deadly. I'll be hearing that in my nightmares tonight, folks. Another cut by Gerardo. 5-1. This mountain for Jamal keeps getting higher. I saw Gerardo getting some advice from Ray Nugent, a favorite here in North Carolina. Ray often sees himself and places himself in a great coach leadership position, taking these players out of their heads and getting them back on the table with some confidence. What do you think Ray might have been telling G to close out this game?
That's an excellent question, Tim. I don't know that I can say for sure. Ray tailors his advice to each player with such specificity. He may be telling you is the opposite of what he may tell Jamal. We know that Ray has a head as half of the ugly pucklings who made it as far as they did. He, along with Seth.
Oh, good charge by Jamal there. Not sure if let's see if it makes a difference. Pump fake. That possession will go to Gerardo. Oh, just kidding, he'll go to Jamal after a little bit of deliberation.
This is why we trust Sarah Mann as a ref. She has so much experience and knowledge of the rules that she's able to decide pretty quickly if the challenge of her ruling has merit. And again, these two players have challenged her twice in the not technical, but in the sense of fairness.
Yeah, I mean, like, I just want to shout the sportsmanship of these two players. Like, oh.
And it's finished just like that. 7-3. It's going to be 4 games for G against 2 from Jamal. He's going to be moving forward in the winner's bracket, but that's okay. We know we'll see more of Jamal as we continue today.
Yeah, we hope to hear from Gerardo, hear what advice Ray gave him, and find out just what is going through his head as he takes that win. Congratulations, Gerardo. Congratulations, Jamal. Gerardo will continue his way through the bracket. No worries, we're gonna get Jody up in the mix with her microphone. We're just gonna use these.
Okay, my mic is broken. We're gonna make it work.
Totally fine, totally fine. We're gonna switch to and hear from Gerardo himself.
Okay, we're live G here, he just won on the main stage. Honestly, it wasn't totally close as we were expecting. It seems like there were a couple moments you ran away with it. What were you thinking as you played against your very own teammate?
Yeah, so Jamal has always been a great player. When I first started, actually, I used to look up to him a long time ago, but now I see myself as like even with him. So, and now I feel like I've surpassed that level. Even earlier today, you know, I gave him some pointers, but I think he's a great player. When I was playing though, what I was thinking was, how do I get to 7 before he does?
And that is the goal of air hockey. Now you're speaking about players we all see as mentors. I saw you talk to Ray when you took a step away. What did he tell you to help get you to that final game?
Yeah, so what Ray told me was, okay, so you're probably playing well. All you have to do is just shift over a little bit to the left, or maybe even center. Just do the same thing you're doing, shift over just either to the left or right. So that's kind of what I did. And then I kind of figured out, okay, this is how I hit my my cut. So I was like, this is working. So let me keep doing that.
The cut was very impressive. We commented on it several times. We know the comments also said it was fantastic. Okay, I'll let you go from here, but before I do, what should we look for going forward? How far are you hoping to go?
Hopefully to the end, but I know we have a lot of great competitors today. I'm hoping to get at least top 10 within this bracket and secure at least top, I want to say 7 in North Carolina. So we'll see what happens.
I think we'll see you get to that goal based on what we saw on this table. But thank you, G. I'll release you to go take a breath. It's been a long game. So thank you so much for being in our winner's circle.
Thank you all.
Congratulations.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
folks. We are about to get underway. Jacob Weissman versus Doug Howard. Both native Texans are going to grace our North Carolina air hockey table today. And what's that? What do I see back there? Is that a zebra? That's a zebra. Or is that just another referee to help Sarah ref? Yeah, it looks like that is our referee today.
Well, she is one of the most experienced refs here, and as the mother of air hockey and the president of the North Carolina Air Hockey Players Association, we can trust what she comes up with.
Here comes the face-off.
Not typical to happen in other states the way we do it here.
Oh, and that zebra will prance off screen, hopefully reffing another game. Oh, right out the gate, Jacob Weissman will score on a right wall under.
And for those of you who don't know, Jacob Weissman, of course, is Tim Weissman's son from the dynasty that are the Wise Guys, as they call themselves on occasion. He played against his family members in doubles many times, but we are excited to see him here playing against Doug Howard, and also very highly world-ranked and experienced player, a mentor to many.
Yeah, I have had very great conversation with Doug Howard, improving my game, but Miss Action Jackson, I have been called to go play my next singles game, so I will leave you here. Have fun. And I am jealous of what you're about to experience, as Jacob Weissman and Doug Howard are bound to give us a show.
And a show you're watching, and me, I'm yapping. But either way, regardless of if you have us in your ear or you're watching just the screen, this is a very tight, rigorous match. These are, again, like I said, very highly ranked, world-ranked players. We saw them in Houston. Both had dominant presence. And I know they're both ranked in the top 20 here today in the tournament, upsetting some Carolina players who are used to holding that title of top 20. And Weissman is going to be up to 3 with that. And the puck goes flying off. It hits the ref, but no injuries this time. The mic appears to be safe. Possession is with Jacob. And Doug takes back possession to even it out on his side. 4-4, we do have a tie here in the first game. Remember, folks, you have to win, or you can't let confidence get too high, and you can't overexert yourself to where you can't move forward. But moving forward is exactly what we're going to do as we watch both of these players with strong offenses. Weissman especially puts some power and tries to make it hurt if it catches your mallet. In the background, we have a very significant match going on as well. That is actually Seth versus Austin Hernandez, a Carolina boy, versus Houston. Always a fun one to watch, but what's fun is right in front of us. Doug with possession, puck goes flying. We are tied at 4-4. And by the cheers, you can hear that Seth clearly just scored on Austin, and it is returned. Timeout has been called and recognized. 10 seconds, as you know, is all you get. You got to kind of walk around. And we saw someone walk into camera view. Don't worry, folks, they are not a part of what is happening right now. Your attention should be reserved for Jacob Weissman and Doug Howard. In and out the goal. All right, that is going to go to Doug. And you see, Doug does the leg kick that we saw from some other players. Not quite the balancing act of Billy Stubbs. More indicative of an AO or Spidey style kick, trying to propel themselves forward in a faster motion than one is able to do just with a lean. that brings us to 5-5. We can pretty much guarantee this is going to be a close matchup all the way through. These are not Carolinian players, but they are bringing a wealth of experience, knowledge, and varying play styles to kind of show us what else there is around the block. Possession is going to go back to Tim Weissman after puck goes flying off the table. And as you know, there are several tables going at one time. Spidey is playing on one table. We have 12 going at once, but the one we want you to watch is here in front of us. Jacob Weissman and Doug Howard. We're going to see how far they're going to take this. Again, 5-5. 2 points either way. It can be close, but how close is up to them. A lot of scrambling. There are players who have told me no matter what, get possession, and they will scramble and sweat to get it every single time. There's no such thing as a worthless possession because you can score every time. Quick return. We had a very precise lineup, trying to keep it real tight to the edge, but wasn't effective for Doug Howard. Puck and play, folks. And whether you consider it puck in play or puck in play, either way, you know what it means. And right now, that means that it is game point 5. Weissman with the lead. We are just waiting for the table to come back on, as Tim called it, nature's timeout. Just as good as a flying puck, one might argue. But it is 6-6 in the very first game. And a very quick 7-6 first game is going to go to Jacob Weissman. I think we can see a lot of similar play in our future. 7-6s have become a commonality here on the main stage, which is what we said probably at 9 o'clock this morning, which was several hours ago for anyone who might be keeping track, that is what we want and hope to see. It means the games are competitive. It means that, you know, everyone's putting their very best on the line, and that domination's not possible. You have to win because you want it. And we are about to have another face-off. Yes, we do have our zebra ref running around somewhere. She's got a bounce in her step. The bounce is now on the side of Jacob Weissman as he has possession of the puck. You can see he's got his wrist taped up. He's got rock tape on his elbow as well, something you see frequently among tennis players. And I've heard many times that the skill set is actually not that different. Jacob Weissman, 5-1. The first point. We'll see what he chooses to do with that. Possession. Again, here's that scramble I was talking about. Very similar to Joey Bliss. Not the mallet this time, but the puck has actually come over to our table. The main reason your favorite commentator here on the table today has not had an opportunity to have lunch, because I would fear for any person's life. Ref has been replaced with Rhinehardt, another Houstonite, who is keeping us updated with clarity. That is in fact 2-0 Jacob Weissman. All right, we got a bit of drift and a dribble. As you'll know, Brian Acrocco is kind of a father here in the game. He is really influential mentor and a very big rival of Tim Weissman. So now here he is reffing for Jacob Weissman. Weissman, in which Jacob's in the lead. Though, like I said before, we root for everyone here because we are rooting for air hockey, and we know that our refs are going to carry that level of impartial that we expect from the highest level of any professional sport. Now, some consider that a really fun shot, bringing it to 2-1. Doug has a point on the board. Some people consider air hockey to be nothing but a bar sport, but I think you are watching what I am watching, and that is a test of athleticism, determination, and will, especially prevalent when you look at the players who are here. They're very fit people if you're going to make it this far in the game most often. That means Jacob is at 3. Doug is hanging on at 1. Sorry for the scoreboard technicalities, but now it is 3-2 as the score previously read, but this time it is accurate, and accurate is actually going to be 4-2 as Jacob just slams that in. No hesitation, no thoughts. I won't even call it instinct between the two because they're too skilled, but you know, when you learn something well enough, it becomes instinct. That was a beautiful cross from Jacob Weissman, trying to get the scoreboard to work here. Sorry, y'all, I am the only one on the table, and they still have not fed me lunch. Regardless, I'm happy to be here, and that was a fantastic block, very impressive right there at the goal, and turns that around to game point 3. Jacob in the lead. You see Doug takes his time fishing the puck out of the goal, use the opportunity for a breather, focus, think, what is his next shot gonna be? Right now, the next shot is hitting the ref on another table. Like I say, practice safe pucking, y'all. Keep it on the table. We don't need acrobatics. However, we're going to concede that sometimes puck happens, and you just got a little too much sauce. All right, possession is still with Doug. And he uses that to convert to a point, making it game point 4. As we know, it can be very close. We've seen people come back from this to get the 7-6. We are at game point 5. It gets closer and closer to bringing us that 7-6. But we're not quite going to get there because Jacob decides it's time to end this. He is going to be the winner of game 2 as well. We are going into game 3. 2-0. Again, folks, everybody gets a 1-minute break in between games if they want it. I see a lot of our high-level players, and probably more frequently from our out-of-staters, take the break and use it to regroup. I know sometimes we just want to power through, but a lot can be said from a proper, thoughtful rest. We've got Cummings out here supporting Doug, reminding us how much he is a master of technique. I think that comes across clearly watching him on the table as he gets that point in, really punctuating my statement. And he kind of pulls from the corner. Jacob has a return on the board now. We are at 2-1, anyone's game. Tied up at 2-all. We talked about it yesterday. There are 2 different stances primarily in air hockey. And we see Jacob Weissman kind of switches from being a straddle straight up, and that's a point by Doug Howard, to more of a lunge like you see in Doug right now in the straddle, more by Jacob. If you're watching on our stream, Jacob is able to take that, get the point. Got some rapid movements, y'all. I can't deny that it is super hard to keep track. So let's make it a little easier for everyone. We're gonna go to our sky cam. You can see Jacob Weissman is in red, Doug Howard is in blue. Up by 2 games. You still need 4 to win. But making some decisive shots right now. Getting in the zone, that flow state is becoming evident. Regaining possession is going to be Jacob Weissman as Doug Howard shoots the puck off the table into the stands. So luckily, no one was injured, at least not this time. Right, we've got, again, coming from that right-hand corner, kind of what you would expect from a right-handed player, but you're able to see there is just a high level of technique as he is able to get that point off on Jacob Weissman. And it hits the tummy of Jacob. Sorry to see that. Hopefully it didn't hurt too much, but we have said it once, we've said it a million times. This is a contact sport. As it made contact with the ref, Brian Acrocco just now has to shake out that arm because I know that hurt with the speed on the pucks because of the velocity from the sheer amount of force of players like these two and the caliber and play style. We actually haven't talked a lot today about puck control because we made a lot more pucking jokes about it flying off the table, but puck control is absolutely crucial. It's not just possession. It's not just about if it's on your side or not. It's about what are you going to do with it? How are you going to make it look to your opponents? And as I pointed out, Doug certainly has a preference to pull it into that right corner, kind of spring-load it, if you will, a bow and arrow looking maneuver. And again, we have game. Jacob Weissman is going to be the victor for game 3. He only needs 1 more, though I know Doug is not going to hand it over without a fight. And I would expect nothing less than a potential turnover. But again, Jacob only needs 1 more game. We're going to let them have their time, catch their breath, do what they have to do in between sets. And Brian Acrocco speaking to Jacob about something, not sure what, but as you know, the ref is not allowed to coach a player, and we would never suspect that someone so well-versed in the rules would do such a thing, so we are assuming it was a question about where is the bathroom. Fun fact for anyone listening along who may not be, for whatever reason, watching, there are in fact 5 bathrooms at this venue, which is why we want to shout them out as a sponsor. The Mayflower Event Space, thank you very much for hosting us. Thank you for keeping available bathrooms. Not something we can say about every single venue, but we are very grateful. In the background, you can see our ref, Sarah Mann. She's pulling her hair up. I don't know her opponent, but I know they're in trouble if she's at that move in the game. And we see Q as well with a stretchy band, stretching it out. You have to stay loose and limber for this kind of game. We heard this from Brian Acrocco. We've heard this from Q. We've heard this from Seth as well. Top tier players understand that physicality cannot be achieved if you're not stretched out. You have to take care of your bodies. Now, do Carolina players always take care of their bodies? No. We get 5 $5 Wells on tournament night, and you best believe that we're gonna drink it up. Hopefully we have the fortune of Tito's vodka up in our cup, but this is the Carolina way. We like it loud and a little debaucherous. So welcome again to our 2024 North Carolina State Air Hockey Championship. We are grateful for your viewership. We appreciate all the athletes and competitors who are coming out. Definitely want to give a shout out to the refs who are doing the hard work and keeping us all honest. And we're going to see how this face-off goes. And right in the goal of Jacob Weissman, Doug Howard steps up with the first point of the game. And he loses the puck there a little bit on the drift. It absolutely does happen to the best of us. Obviously, as we are watching, the best still hurts every time. I have Sabrina here with me. We are missing a mic. I'm willing to guess Timothy Spidey Young, who is playing in the background against Ayo. You can see him in his tank top and tats. Both fantastic players we had up here before stole our mic. But again, as long as this game has been going on, Doug has the only point on the board. 1-0 for him. Weissman looking to make a move, but possession not in his favor right now. Speaking of, Duck gets that second point. Make that 2-2 a very quick bounce back. So in the comments, if anyone knows what it's called when you circle the puck like we see Doug do, let us know. It's a great maneuver, one I've been trying to master. It gives a bit added deception. And again, you see Doug jump with the puck, not against it. But it ultimately is Jacob Weissman who's going to take the lead here with 3-2. Oh, in and out of the goal, just a little too much behind it. But otherwise, placement was impeccable by Doug Howard, and we are going to see him do it again right there. Tie us up at 3-3. This is game 3. I believe this is game 3-3, not 100% sure. Actually, our scoreboard has lost a little bit of time. But either way, right now, regardless of the score, you are watching two titans of industry on the table, showing us why they are where they are in the world right now. 4-3. All right, puck went flying off, but possession goes back to Jacob Weissman. Puck in play, folks. And that was taken quickly. And we talk about seeing some loose limbs. We are now at game point 3. Jacob Weissman has come back from an early lag. Puck off the table, possession back to Jacob. It is a common story we're seeing in this game. We'll see. He only needs one to finish this. Doug would have to crawl a little bit farther. But this is not game 4. Unless it is, like I said, my scoreboard is lagging. We're just happy to be here, folks. And Doug is happy to get that point. There is some conversation happening with the ref. You may be able to hear it. well lined up shot. We see sweat pouring off of both of these competitors. Understandably so, they have been playing all day, and that play time has been nothing but dubs for Jacob Weissman. It was, in fact, game 4, making our victor, Jacob Weissman, with a 4-0 lead. You don't want to do this?
You just walked away.
He does it all the time.
You want to cut to an ad then? You can cut to an ad.
Yeah.
Here we go.
All right, we've got people warming up, so we'll wrap it up with the sponsorship video here from Tito's Vodka.
Yeah, we don't know what that one was. We're gonna have Marco and Q next. Oh, you found Marco.
I don't know, it's just sitting in front of me.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, is to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
Orellana-Portillo, also known as Slash, who is now going to be on the table. And you know, Jody, I am going to be biased. Marco is my boyfriend. I am rooting for him. I really, really do want him to win. And, you know, it's going to be a good game. I know Q is very calculated, but so is Marco. We've seen it here yesterday when he was here on doubles. He's a very calculated player, and I have it in my heart of hearts. I hope he wins. And, of course, he's representing NC right now on this table.
Yes, we do see Marco up here warming up. This will be judged by Jacob Weissman. An excellent opportunity to have someone who really knows, understands the rules of the game. I don't foresee that there will be any challenges. I think it will be challenging for both players as they go head-to-head. As you know, we have never lied and said we're totally impartial. We're rooting for Marco, but you know what? If there was ever an out-of-stater to root for, it would be Q. He is a great guy, a fantastic player, really showed us what he's got, watching him as a puck buddy yesterday, and all the time we had the opportunity to see him on his own. Here today, we know greatness is going to come out of this matchup. We are rooting for Marco, we are rooting for Q. Ultimately, as always, we are rooting for air hockey. They are just finishing up their warm-ups, so we will be circling back, getting started. This is a face-off I'm really looking forward to, considering the level of calculation both of these players are known for.
It kind of reminds you of the game we saw earlier. You got with Flores and AO, which we were saying was very quiet, very focused thing on the match. I have a feeling we're going to see that here today because you got Marco and Q, who both are very focused on the puck and puck only. They're getting the warm-ups in, and you know, both of these players, they play really well and strong. You got Q here with years of experience, but you got Marco, who's a quick learner. We're going to turn the camera here just now. We're getting ready to go for our first face-off in this round here. Let's see, we're seeing some stretching going on right now. We can get it going to Marco.
And we know stretching is key. It's Brian across the way. Let's see how it serves Marco as we go forth. We've got the face-off. Possession of Marco, great job. You always want that first possession, really set the tone, make it your game. He needs to make you play his game, but we know, watching puck buddies, watching you, that's a hard thing to do. He's got an idea in his head of what he wants, and he's going to go after it. As we saw, he gets the first point here on the table. Possession back from Marco, and I'm going to let Sabrina talk about Marco, especially as he is on the board. Now it's 1-1, 2-1, Brian.
Absolutely. You see here, Marco's got a really powerful right wall here. He's going to add some power into it, but that's not Q's going to respond right back. You see, both these players are almost a reflection of each other. They're really showing just how powerful they can be. Just like that, I knew he could have puck and keep it on the table. And it really is something watching your own partner play on the table.
It is certainly nerve-wracking. I can attest to that watching him play twice today, but I'm used to him under the lights, just as you are with Marco. I'm sure they love to be in the hardest competitions else. And great job by Marcus.
Yeah, exactly, Jody. You know, you are seeing that here. You got two players who are calm, cool, collected. They're not getting frustrated with themselves. And it's honestly a pretty quick game we're seeing here. Really back and forth pretty quick. And the possession keeps going back to Marco. Ooh, a little bit of a self-score.
Just laid it in there.
That's what happens. It's Q with those shots. He really knows how to get right past the mouth.
Oh my God, what just broke?
I don't know. I think we're
Nothing.
saying
Okay,
something.
great. The trophy table was just attacked. We know 3 were broken yesterday.
Oh, that's right.
Why
That's right.
do we not have a screen? Who knows?
Yeah, I really don't know why we don't have more screens here to protect us. But let's get back to this game. We're going to see Marcos keeping that possession here, really focusing on that puck, trying to go for that right wall again, but he's got his defense up here. You see he really is trying that right wall, going for that under there, but doesn't quite get past his defense. But Q did a mean right wall over on Marco, but that's okay. We're going to see this release going back, but the possession unfortunately goes back to you here for Marco's sake. Ooh, that was just, you know, I hate to say it, dirty. Wow, that was a great shot made, right wall over by Q there. You know, Q is not taking this position lightly. He wants to get back into the winner's bracket because Jody, we are right now watching part of the main bracket, but the losing part of it with these two here. But we wanted them on the table here, not because, of course, they're, you know, my boyfriend here. You got two great players here. You got Q with years of experience. You got Marco here, who has shown to be someone you don't want to mess with because you know what? He knows how to keep a cool level head. He really does not allow others to get into his head. Closer.
And that is going to be essentially a false start by Q there. And he had an idea in his head though, and even though it was not eligible the first time, he does a scooping motion to get first possession of the puck. It works, and the possession is now.
Those right ball unders really are something to watch, but Marco responds, getting a point as well on the board here. Q is going to get another one here right now. The lead, you're at 2-1 here. Q is in possession, really trying to go for that right wall, but I think Flash is seeing what Q is relying on, trying to go against it, but the thing is, Q has a really fast right wall. When he hits that wall, you can't even see the puck until it's too late and it's in the goal.
Yeah, I mean, Sabrina, looking even from our sky cam, it's nothing but a blur, and it just lingers. It's so fast, you really can't understand it unless you're hearing it, actually, because sound is going to be a little bit better than sight. This puck moves so fast.
No, that's exactly right, Jody. We're going to see where Marco's going to get here. He's really trying to get the cross action here, actually trying the right over here. Not quite getting past the defense he has. You know, these players, they play together anytime, like, you know, one or the other visits their home state. They play against each other a lot, and you see just how Slash knows where Q's defense is going to be, but it's still a really strong defense Q is putting up here. And we're going to see Slash is going to take on this right wall here, attempting a left wall as well. He's been in possession, really dominating here. As soon as I say that, of course, it's going to go to Q and then go right back to Slash. Love this. I don't think it's a great idea for me to be commentating, honestly. I don't want to curse here.
I totally understand, Sabrina. I know this is a little less common than me commentating on fighting, and that took a little while to get used to. We want to see our boys win. We want to see our Carolinians pull it through, but we also want to be able to talk about all the fantastic things that Q has been able to do thus far on this table.
Absolutely. You're seeing it here, right here, folks. We're keeping it on the sky view a little longer just to show how amazing these two players are. Marco is leading now, still by 5-2, but hey, it can be anyone's game. Q has really flying through games. We've seen it on this table before. we've seen it throughout the tournament of different players that really get that passing going when they notice, hey, I'm faulting a little bit, but that is not going to stop me here. Marco's starting to, what
Marco really coming out hot, and it's a point for him. Just needs one. I know he can pull it out. Let's just see what the table has to say. Hugh has got to hang in there.
And that right wall over there. Ooh, puck flew off, but puck is still in play. Here we go. Here's in possession now. It's going.
There's a possibility we're going to hit a 6-6. Marco just needs to pull out 1 point, and he
Like
does.
that.
That is going to be game.
What a game here. We got now Marco on the board with 1 game, Q as well in 1 game. That means, folks, we're going to have to go into another game following this. We're now on game number 3 here. It is intense right now. This is certainly not a blowout for either player. Both players have been putting up great defenses, great offenses. We see a lot of use of that right wall from both players, which is interesting, Jody. Do you think they're going to change how they play now in this game because they notice a lot of that right wall action happening?
Well, that's always an interesting question. It's hard to say either of them should change their game. Since both are having success, I mean, they're toe-to-toe here, game to game. Something is clearly working. I do think there's a lot of energy coming from Marco that we saw, a little more focused than maybe we've seen before. And Hugh, I mean, what is there to say about him? He knows what he's doing.
Absolutely. I do agree there, Jenny. It really is just something to watch here. And, Q has just got great defenses. Now, let's watch this puck off. Marco's going to take this possession. He's got a lot of power in that arm there. And it could be a little bit of a spot because Q's defense is getting ready for it. But yet, he's in control.
Number 8.
All right, we're seeing a strong match here right now, folks. Possession, what a right wall over by Marco. Great shot there, indeed. He's going to keep it up. He's keeping that possession really just,
wow, really stuck at a transition shot.
Wow.
That's dynamic gameplay. Marco wants this. I mean, his girl is talking about it on the live stream. He knows he's got to show up.
Absolutely. He really knows he is out here to play. I think he's getting to that zone. This is what he does. When he gets honed in, when he focuses just on the puck, you can't stop him. Really, that's why, I haven't noticed them really taking any timeouts. That's the thing about both these players. They're very focused. They stay on the table unless they just feel like they're leaving that focus. They got to take that time out to recenter themselves. That's what you see a lot from both these players. They're very calculated. Just like that shot made by Q, it was an excellent right wall. Here we go. It's going to go into Marco's possession. Trying for that right wall. You're really seeing that a lot here, folks. But of course, both of them are righty, so that is their strong wall.
We saw Q utilize, staying up at the line on defense, trying to charge Marco successfully once or twice, and ultimately it didn't get a score, which we love to see a stuff. But possession is Marco's right now, kind of in and out the goal. You can tell he wants to win because of, he is putting force on force here. It has been working for him. Young and hungry, he knows if he wants to stay in the top 25. Thank you for pointing that out, Will. We don't have those stats. He has to win this, but we think he can. And you see, he affirms our belief as he is now up 5-2 up against Q in the 3rd game, 1 game each. And he's going to make that game point too.
Exactly. Now we're here on the game point again, but listen, we saw Q climb right back up because when Q gets in the zone, he is also ruthless to the opponent, and that's what you're seeing from both of these players. We're going to take it now on the sky view here, really give you a look at this game because both of these players are just really intense when it comes to that.
And he gets that.
Wow. Marco is now up 2 games. We're on to game 4. It's still anyone's game. Neither of these players are getting comfortable. Neither of them feel safe. They know the other is just as strong as they are. They are really humbled in that fact. You see that from these two. They know, hey, I know I'm good, but the guy in front of me is also that good.
I think humble is a great word to use for these two players. We know they're not yellers, screamers. They stay focused, but very respectful of the game, respectful of their opponent. They have in their own respective communities a lot of respect. People look up to them. They are teachers, educators. They are community building individuals. So as good as they are as players, you get this difference in demeanor, I think, because of who they are off the table as well. They are setting an example and setting the pace for what they want to see here at the 2024 North Carolina State Air Hockey Championship, the 2nd annual, if we want to be exact.
No, yeah, that is correct, Jody. And I'm seeing here right now, we're heading into our game 4 face-off. Let's see who takes possession. Marco's going to take that. Here we go, trying to see if he's going to take the right wall or trying to do a different shot here, which he utilized that right wall really well. That speed on these pucks is amazing. And that's also what you've been seeing from Q in this match. It is so interesting. And Marco prepared for that right wall, defending against it. Okay, we got a dancing puck, but it's going to be in Q's possession still. Here we go. Q is lining up his shot. And Marco's defenses are ready for that right wall under, knowing where he's lining.
That could have been a self-score so easily, but he maintained his composure. And Marco got that in. He is now up 2-0. Q looking a little frustrated, if I'm being honest.
I think so. I think he might have been hit a little bit by the puck. I'm not sure. He did kind of like shake his hand a little bit, but that's part of the game. And that's how he's going to respond when he's hurt is, hey, I'm going to shoot right back without even hesitating. Here we go. Marco's in possession, getting that puck ready to go.
Wow, impressive.
He is starting to learn the behavior, but so is Q. These two players, you know what? They're analysts. That's what these two players are. They analyze their opponent. And although we've talked about, hey, you should focus more on the puck than the opponent, sometimes it does benefit you if that's who you are as a person. If you're an observer, just like these two here, knowing what the other player is going to do and what they're comfortable with. Now we're at a 3-3. We got a timeout call. Marco's taking a breather. He's focusing in on him. Your fiance is really showing his support right now, saying that was a good timeout call.
The whole stream team is behind you, Marco. When you watch this later, we were always on your side. No victory will be yours. Q, we are so impressed with what you are bringing. Marco really has he's a very dynamic player right now. He's taking up a lot of space. That defense by Q, though, is not to be fooled. Just because Marco's making big motions, the puck is off the table. It is going to go possession back to Marco, almost unexpected. It looked like he had done a bit of a touchback.
I think he did. I think he did, Jody. Now we're seeing here just that catching that Marco is doing. I think that it went off the table a little too.
It went off the table, out the window. It is running.
That puck
away.
does not want to be here.
Cooking more. I can't take it. I am taking hit after hit. And when they're this powerful of players, you know it hurts that poor pucker. And he was going to get the point quickly off that possession.
Here we go now. We're following up here, seeing if Marco is going to take those 2 points to get it tied with Q, but Q is not going to allow it. Having himself a game point, oh my gosh, that means we'll be in a 2-game 2. That would be something to watch here. But Marco is making his climb here, and we see that from both these players. They are both just strong players, but just like that, he secures a win for himself. Now we are at even game of 2. That means, ladies and gentlemen, it is a game to watch. Watch this match. It is something you don't want to miss. These are 2 strong players. And I'm seeing in the comments right now talking about, you know, the players like how they're playing their style, and you know, it's a lot of good, you know, feedback. And for those who are watching and aren't really involved in the air hockey, just look at the chat, look how people are talking about the players. They're doing it in a, not in a rude or mean way. It's very constructive, very like, hey, you should change this up, this will help you. And we want to thank y'all for being so positive and nice in this chat here today as we watch this with you. Now we're going to move on to game number 5. Here we go. Ooh, what
early on that one. Marco takes the point.
I think here Marco is really trying to learn to defend. He really is catching those right walls, but those straights that Q has been doing have been deadly in this game. Just like that, Marco gets another point on the board here. It's going to be increased possession. He is getting rated. So Marco has now realized where that puck is going, following that puck, really trying to keep it in his possession. You see if he's going to go for a right wall here. Oh, not just quite. King's going to get it, but Marco blocks that from entry, keeping the puck in his possession. Beautiful right wall.
Up 3-0 after losing the last game. He's come back with more focus, with a vengeance. Like I said, Sabrina, he knows you're here rooting for him. As much as we're trying to tell folks what's going on, we want North Carolina, that one of our boys, one of our bucket hat boys, is here on the table and showing everyone watching. I know it's North Carolina Championship, but we're going to say showing the world exactly how to play with precision and athleticism, and Q has called a timeout.
I believe a point was also scored there. Marco, I believe, is now up 4. Oh, correct, 4. Here we go. And we're seeing that this defense that Marco is playing right now, although Q has been looking at his timing, Marco has been just 1 second. As soon as I say that, apologies, folks. You're seeing the timing is very crucial here for both of these players. Great catch by Marco. Straight through.
Smooth, no interruption, getting that in the goal, a lightning bolt that we couldn't even see, and a very similar return here by Q. That's an in and out, not a goal.
Unfortunate when you see those in and outs, it really hurts you. Now, I gotta say, Jody, we haven't really talked about this in, you know, the tournament, but the side of the table that the players are on, do you think that has an effect on their play style? Do you think people have a preference, one or the other?
Oh, completely. There is a difference. And, you know, every part of a table kind of plays differently unless you have an absolutely brand new right off the presses. It is 1 point Marco needs here. Believe in him.
Oh, but Q is growing up right now. He does not want Marco to take that victory. A little too much power on that. Puck flies off the table, and I believe it's going to be in Q's possession here. Yes, it is. Here we go, folks. We'll get this back on the Skyview cam because I know a lot of you folks at home are enjoying this as much as we are. So here we go to see the play style. We really get a better idea. 6-6. Here we go, players.
The crowd is gonna root for Marco on this one. He's gonna take a timeout, however. Maybe it's not the cheers he needs, but the focus. You know him better, Sabrina. What is going to be the biggest benefit to his mental right now?
Honestly, just being himself back in the shed, just making those practice shots. Yeah! Just like that, he takes another game. Marco needs only 1 game, folks. Okay, I'm sorry my bias came through there.
We're not sorry, actually. Q, you are one of our favorite players to watch. You are one of our favorite people to come through here in North Carolina as an outer-stater. But this is Sabrina's man, and this is one of our own. We are so excited by his victories. We will apologize for your ears because we could not contain our excitement to see that 7-6 pulled out.
Absolutely not. I am just riveted. But honestly, for those of you who don't know Q, Brian Q is a very, very nice man to speak with. He is just always enjoyable to talk to. He is always welcoming. He's a great man to speak with. And just like his opponent, Marco, is the same exact way. I'm telling you, you got two players who basically are a reflection of each other, making this match a great one. And we could potentially go into Game 7. I don't know, folks. This is our Game 6 face-off. Here we go. Q's going to take the possession here, seeing if he can get past Marco. It's going to go back to Q. Let's see how he lines up the shot. Oh, we
kind of run it in there himself. Won't call that a self-score, though. We don't bring, his morale down. Not that I think it's possible.
And now we're going to match it both 1-1 on the board. Here we go, folks. This is a match to watch.
We almost have to judge on this one.
I think right now he needs to refocus, put his energy back into the puck. That's what happens. The pressure gets a little bit higher when you know you only have just one more game left for yourself. It's really hard. For Q, he's just like, hey, I'm going to have to play another game. I already know this if he wins. But for Marco, it's like, damn, this is the last chance I have right here. I got to get it for myself here. Here we go. Marco's attempting a right wall here and gets it. Gets it in. It's still anyone's game. Marco's going to keep that puck, take possession, and is attempting that left wall. It doesn't quite get through. Here we go. It's back in Marco's possession. Oh, and now has lost it to Q. But Marco
got it at the line, and that was going to be very over by Q. He's got those long limbs, but that was a safe shot. We are now looking.
Oh, puck is off the table. And I'm glad you mentioned that, Jody. You got these two players who are also similar heights.
Yes, they're both very tall players, especially in this competition.
Here we go. It really is not over yet, folks. It's still anyone's game. We can go into Game 7. And look at that. Marco's making a climb. This is a game point for Q. If Q secures this, we're going to go into a Game 7 here.
But Marco does have possession right now. He doesn't need to climb nearly as far as you think. When you think about the slugfest these two got in, serve versus serve, he can just get that level of momentum. He may not have to go to Game 7, but not the case. We are going all the way.
All the way. Wow, wow, wow. I am sweating. I am sweating right now. I think they are sweating more than I am, but I am certainly sweating back here. This is crazy. The overs definitely are the killers here tonight, folks. Yes, just like y'all are saying in the chat, there is a cut lane. There are some play styles that they're open versus them leaning on a little too much, but that's okay. What we're looking at here is two very strong competitors. I mean, we are games 3 and 3 on game 7. Oh my gosh, can you imagine this was a 7-6? I think I have to get off the mic.
I don't think we have the cardiovascular stability nor stamina to watch them get all the way up to a 6-6 again. But you know what? We will watch it if that's what comes. We are rooting for Marco. We are rooting for Q. We are rooting for air hockey. The room is behind the Carolinian boys here.
Here we go. We are getting into our game 7 right here, right now. Going to Q's possession first. He is really getting that focus in, but Marco's got the catch of those pucks here. Really trying to keep possession of that. And puck is flying. The pucks are flying. They are really trying to keep it pucking together right now. I know I certainly am, Jody.
Of course, can't deny that. You also can't deny the offense brought here by Q. But we're going to see if Marco's gain the repossession of the puck is enough to get that first point on the board. Setting the tone is so important. You see Q has put the first point on the board, so now it is up to Marco to push Q into a place he's more comfortable. Q is going with more charges, more
like
confidence.
that. Both of them are on are feeling, both of them have their confidence going for them. They are analyzing each other. They are analyzing this puck right now and seeing how they can get it back into the possession. Marco's keeping that, leaning on the wall here. Let's see how that's going to work for him. Now Q is really going more up front with Marco here, which is an interesting strategy because certainly it did not protect that straight here. But Q's going to be in possession and Marco's got to be ready for them like that. That's exactly it. This is what we're telling folks. This is what we're seeing right here. These daggers of movements both of these players have made. Great defense here by Marco. Let's see if he can get past it like that with a right wall over. Holy cow. And represent. We're going to try to get you a sky view right now of this tournament. Oh my gosh, I think it's 3-3. Wow. And just like that, Marco's going to come to the 4-4, but don't underestimate like that. Don't underestimate. He's going to come in when he gets that puck in his goal. He's going to make sure he gets a point back on the board just like that. We're at 4-4, still anyone's game. This is so intense. Jody, I think I might have to take a break here.
If you have to take a breather, I can't blame you. I mean, this is the slugfest we saw earlier, a toe-to-toe point for point. And that just went in and out of Marco's goal. But that one did stick, leaving us tied at 5-5. I absolutely believe we're going to see a 6-6 here, quite possibly, Sabrina, though. Of course, we would love to see a 7-5. Right, we've got the timeout called by Q. There is 2 points potentially left in deciding this whole thing. Reminder, we are in game 7. It is 6-5. All we need is that 6-6, that 7-6, and we know that Marco shines in those tough situations.
Oh my goodness, Q has taken it. What a match here, folks. Of course, I am sad that Marco did not claim that victory, but it's okay. That was a great game. I am very proud of both Q and Marco. That was amazing. Jody, I think I'm going to have to step out the mic to take a breather here.
I think you absolutely should, Sabrina. Leave it to me. I can talk absolutely incessantly. We are so proud of you, Marco. Not only holding your own, but really fighting for it. Coming from...
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, is to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
It felt great. I loved playing against Marco in some warm-ups yesterday before doubles. His game, I think it was last NC State that probably I first saw his game, and I was in love with his game, man. So, like, his right wall and cuts are just amazing. His ability to grab the pucks at the line. It was a great match. I enjoy matches like that, regardless of the outcome.
It's true, and we've said many times you can learn so much from a win or a loss. I know you two playing each other with different styles. That's kind of what it offers. What do you feel like you've learned in this whole tournament that you want to bring going forward? You're still in the bracket.
Okay, yeah, I think I just need to remember to play my game. It's kind of my thing. Like sometimes I let my opponent dictate the pace, and I just need to stick to what I do. Every point separate, every point is separate from the previous, separate from the next. Focus on that.
It's a great strategy, and I know you heard a lot of people here cheering for Marco. We want to let you know the comments were cheering for you. Okay. You had a lot of your hometown supporters blowing up our feed sure, saying you're playing a great game. So just know you've got your own favorites.
Personally, I love cheering. I love cheering in air hockey. I love the hometown vibe. Like, I love everything y'all have done here, and that to me is just so much fun. I was like, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. We love having you. I know we'll have you in our winner's circle again, probably later today or tomorrow. So thank you so much for your time, and I'll let you catch a breather before you're back in it.
Great. Thank you so much.
yours truly only, Jody Jackson. Sabrina has taken a step back to speak with Marco, who you just saw lose a 7-6 on this table, so we can hardly count that a loss after you think about the effort and precision he put into the entire game. I wanted to give a special shout out. We've had some wonderful viewers, some fantastic comments left on our stream, and just for you, we're going to put 2 of your very own Houstonites up on the main stage. Y'all can tell me what to talk about. I don't know their game as well, but you know what? Game recognizes game, and I'm excited to have them. I know we have Connor Cummings and Ben Grabmayr are both going to be on our table. We're in a very difficult bracket, but they have brought it in the way only our Houston counterparts can bring it. We are so excited to see what they have. I'll try my best not to talk too much smack. I'll give them the respect due. I know that we are going to be up here now watching the face-off in the Carolina way. It is Connor versus Ben, very familiar faces in the air hockey community, in the air hockey world, as 2 dominant players from dynasties in their own right. Connor is the younger brother of Colin, Mr. Air Hockey, #1 in the world. Unfortunately, Colin is not here because he has decided to move across the ocean, and we appreciate his service and all that he is doing. We do miss you here, Colin. We know Connor is going to put up a fight. Ben has the first point on the board. Okay, you're able to see. We've also got next to me keeping score, so hopefully the accuracy will go up as I'm not trying to talk, type, and score at the same time. Then Spidey is going to make sure that we know that it is 2-0. Ben is up over Connor, but that means very little this early in the game. The only thing constant is change. The only thing air hockey is movement, endurance. We've not had these 2 guys up on our main stage yet in this tournament, though I am very familiar with their game and their presence after commentating Worlds and having to call them time after time after time to the winner's circle, because that's just how good these guys are. You know, this is a Texas match. We're gonna get hype. We also love Texas around here, as our biggest sponsor, Tito's Vodka, is Texas born, bred, and raised. And we love to have them. They flew all the way up to Carolina. We've got Connor on the board, and Ben tries to have a very quick response, but it bounces in and out the goal and goes flying, which means possession is gonna go back to Connor. All right, ready and ready. Our rep is Q, someone who was head rep at Worlds. He knows all the rules about as well as Ben knows how to score that shot. That was very impressive and a very focused drawback, kind of a backwards drift. We've seen a lot of players take that in the past 3-4, matchups. From that right edge, drift more towards the middle, get the puck where you really want it to be before taking an extremely powerful swing, trying to get the shot in. I'd say it works more often than many other strategies, but that straight was rejected, defended by Ben, who currently has 3 points to Connor's 1. Just so fast, almost impossible to call from this angle. We'll tell you what, we'll give you the sky cam so you can play along right there with us, actually get a better view than even your commentators have. Wow, what an incredible cut. That was so fast and so quickly returned.
All I gotta say is wow, that was fast.
Wow. I know Sereno's with us.
Good right well by Connor there.
And puck goes flying off the table. Practice safe pucking, y'all. But our only version of safety is being prepared to duck, dip, and dodge. Dodgeball is actually about air hockey, if you didn't know.
I did hear that somewhere, yes.
I did. It was about us first. But the first thing we want to see is who's going to walk away with this first game. Again, won't be surprised if we make it up to 7. Very tightly, evenly matched. It is 6-4. Ben in the lead. He only needs one, but Connor is not far behind.
You know, in the past, Benjamin Grabmayr has played at State, and we called him North Carolina Hitman because he succinctly defeated some of our best North Carolina players back to back to back. So let's see if he's going to turn that Hitman energy on a fellow Texan here.
I don't know if there's quite the same level of grudge playing against your fellow statesmen. Can't say countrymen, but that is quite a scramble we just saw. That left Ben regaining possession. We know that's the best spot to be in. Again, he drags it back to his right corner, trying to shoot from it, but ultimately it's Connor who's going to walk away with the point from that volley.
Keeps that possession. Good snag. Oh, and in and out from California. But it doesn't matter. We're for 6-6.
After 6-6, it really doesn't matter what the score was before. Once you get there, it's a 1 point only
wow.
matters.
That puck went flying. A poor catch by Benjamin, but we're not going to rate him on his baseball skills. His air hockey skills are what we're here for.
I don't know. He does have a great swing when he gets behind the puck. I'll give him that.
Wow. Attempt at a transition. This table is not holding the force they're putting behind these pucks. Off goal.
And Tim, you may not have been here for a while, but Sabrina and I have taken bets on how many times a puck is going to go off the table and then a subset of how many go flying at us. So far, none of them have been shot our way, but there have been several off the table. You just have powerful players. Again, though, we say
in and out for Grabmayr. There it is, right wall over. See that Tiger Woods fist pump. Benjamin Grabmayr will take game number 1 off of Connor Cummings' hands.
And I'm curious to see what these Houstonites do with their minute. I know there are different strategies and different air hockey communities. I know that Ben is talking to the ref. Always a strong strategy, unless your opponent is willing to take shots while you try and talk to the ref. Don't know who I could be referencing. It, in fact, would be Timothy Young. However, that is neither here nor there. That is in Houston's past, and now Houston is here in North Carolina playing by our rules. Face off every time. Keep it interesting. Keep it moving.
Look at that beautiful sky cam. Oh, and that's going to turn a right wall under into a point for Connor Cummings.
Which lasts not even 3 seconds before Ben has a point as well, keeping it 1-1.
Real scramble here. Oh, and the cut, Connor. It's actually wild here. For those who don't know a lot about Connor Cummings, we have Michael Cummings in the YouTube chat today, cheering on his son from hundreds of miles away. But Connor Cummings was a lefty for a very solid period of time, even playing the showdown as a lefty. Due to, I think it was some elbow or some shoulder injuries, but looks like he is fully recovered, and that cannon of his is ready to come play and give that left arm a rest.
And when you play as much as the Cummings do, a rest has to be welcome from time to time. I see Will asking, how is Connor's shoulder? I mean, he looks incredible on the table. We're looking for any sign of wincing, off balance that you might expect with something like a shoulder injury. But right now, the only thing I see is grit and determination on his face against Ben here, bringing it 4-1. Make that 4-2.
So we got so many relatives in YouTube chat. We have Felix Grabmayr. I'm assuming there is a relationship there. Felix, are you the brother of Benjamin Grabmayr? The father, son, cousin? Let us know in the chat. And Michael Cummings let me know that Connor did in fact win the showdown, the center line showdown, with his left hand, his offhand. Let's see what he can do in North Carolina with his right hand.
You know, we ask everyone to bring their best game, and I think these Texans heard us loud and clear. People are saying it is a showdown, and you're only getting it secondhand, folks. We are over here. We are prepared to duck and dodge because that's, you know, the most exciting part of the game. As you can see right there, Connor just lunges, lifts that back leg, and it is toe-to-toe. They are slugging it out.
Yeah, you'll see that a lot in air hockey. They'll take maybe their non-dominant leg, whatever they're not pressing off of, and almost take flights with that. Oh, and look at that with that leg pump.
I think Billy Stubbs really has the market cornered on the leg lift. For him, it's almost like watching dancing.
Left wall over will give Connor Cummings his first game. We are now tied 1-1, but don't worry, this is a 4 out of 7. So much air hockey left to play, and if they go the way of the Upchurch, of the Juggernaut, they will only play to 7. We got a shout out from Feeley Grabmayr that he's in fact is Benjamin's brother. So we're happy to see that support in the chat. Very excited to see these Texans going at it, because I know I don't want to be on that table.
I definitely don't want to be on that table, but I do want to keep this view. This Skycam is fantastic to keep us and the viewers in the action. We've had several comments saying how much they appreciate it. I'm glad we have been able to bring that here to y'all, especially as we move forward and using more face-offs and watching just the flick of the wrist on that one.
You can see how much that face-off matters, because that possession turned into the first goal of the game for Connor, and in fact the second score for Connor. Ben's not going to let it go unanswered, though. And Connor's not going to let that answer go unanswered.
This is not a conversation. This is a punch in the face both ways.
Call it a game of service. I can barely keep up with the scoreboard. 4-2.
We love a game of service, much like volleyball and tennis. So tennis not as much. It's just exciting, because that means one player has truly the advantage just coming out. The gate for us coming out. The goal with a clear vision, getting it through. Right now we are seeing a volley, a good defense here by Connor, but Ben is equally prepared to block that goal in any fashion it may take. Are utilizing. This is throwing their weight behind it. You can see they're using high tops, and that makes sense. You do have to feel bad whenever they catch a puck with their fingers right there on the top.
Knocking them knuckles back for sure. But you hope that the added weight of the high top maybe helps it absorb the impact. But that definitely can make your fingers sore. Here, time you can see a lot of folks will customize their mounts with tape or some form of absorbing. Oh, great cross by Grabmayr there.
Well, customization will only get you so far. You need to be prepared to play with any mallet in case you lose yours. But it is so nice having that familiarity. And we know these Houston boys practice plenty on plenty and are very familiar. And at one with, fantastic.
Good catch there.
Catch that could have very easily been a self-score. Could have drawn that in, but it's too advanced at this stage in
Good
this
knock
game.
off. Don't take that personally, Connor. That's some good defense by Benjamin. Connor does not want to waste any more time clinching this game, but Ben is going to do his very best. Oh, no.
Finish the game.
Oh,
Hurts on the inside. It
no.
hurts
Not
us to watch.
the way
We are
you want to
rooting
turn
for
that
you,
at
Connor,
all.
As well, you earned that victory. A 7-3. That's going to put him up 2-1. We are going into game 4. Right now, they're going to take a break. I love to see what players do when they have that spare minute. Looks like Ben went to speak, to a mentor, a fellow player to try and help get his head right. What is he not seeing in his own game? Whereas Connor is in a very safe space. He knows what he's doing is working. It is all about maintaining at this point, taking it home. Unless Ben changes his game, there's no reason for Connor to.
Another flood face-off. Let's try that one again. There it is. Connor's going to keep possession, try for the cut.
Wow.
Try for the cut again.
Like I said, it's been working. Why change it? I'd say the cut is really carrying him today. Not that he needs any assistance.
Oh, the left wall under for Connor Cummings. Sorry, I put a cough drop in my mouth. If you can hear that in me, I will keep far away from the mic. I apologize. But when I try to keep up with Miss Action Jackson, who's been commentating so fearlessly and efficiently all weekend long, I lose my voice in the process. Good cross by Connor. And an answer by Grabmayr. Good stuff on the board.
Well, Tim, you know, I say it all the time. As a law student, as a commentator, the number one thing I love to do is talk, and I am so excited and honored to be here to talk about my second favorite thing to do, which is air hockey.
What's your first favorite thing to do?
Talk, Tim, if you were listening.
4-2.
My favorite thing right now is watching the defense of Ben Grabmayr. It is really got some spice on it. He's defended some very powerful shots from Connor. See if he can turn that into a very strong offense for the remainder of this fourth game.
These pucks keep flying off the table. Cannot hold all of this power.
You know, we've been saying it, Sabrina and I, all day long, you gotta practice some puck safety here. Get it pucking together when we've been hit one too many times, but ultimately, if it means it makes the game better,
Look at that under, or over, technically.
then we don't care. We will endure the ducking and dodging. And when you have power like Connor Cummings just showed in that wall, and it goes off, you know, it's still a sight to behold.
Connor Cummings quickly rallying. Oh, wow. Great catch by Ben. Not to make sure that was Connor's 7th point. He's down by 3, technically. And Connor keeps it that way. He's going to retrieve that puck. He will have that possession. He will try to close out game at number 4.
It's only 1 point.
Oh, and he does. Jody, you told me earlier that Connor was sitting very comfortably with 2 games of his own. How do you think he feels being up 3 games to Benjamin's 1?
I'm going to give a shout out to the Cummings and say they never let themselves get so overconfident that they don't take their competition seriously. They are very, very strong, you know, dynasty. But Connor, I think, does feel confident in his game, but he is not going to let that change how he plays. He's going to give it his all like he always does. Play smart, play back.
Potential set game. Face off. And a forehand there. A little bit cheeky by Benjamin. Keep possession though.
You know, you do see Connor coming out a little bit more, staying up a little bit more. I don't know if that's a comment on Ben's defense or what Connor wants to do with his offense going forward, because he does kind of want it to end. He's so close. He's right there. Though the first point on the board is going to be from Ben, which is immediately rescinded by Connor. By
What
Ben.
a left wall.
Back to back to back. Game of service as we saw earlier. I won't be surprised if we see it again throughout this match.
Extra alcohol. Please report to the scores table.
For Ben, he needs 5 points to stay in this. For Connor Cummings, he just needs 6 to win it all. Oh, a fortunate mallet smash there. Gonna tie us up.
We talk about 5 points as if it's a lot. Sometimes it can take 20 minutes. Sometimes it takes 2. You just never know what's going to come out of these athletes here in what's potentially the final game, game 5. Possession is in Connor's hands always.
Oh, what a cut. Connor is trying to run away.
In and out the goal
good cut by Connor. Growing his lead. Ben has to answer.
And he can.
I would call that an answer.
A pretty definitive one at that. You know, this is still, we got more points to go. I like to say it's early in the game until someone gets sick. So anything can happen. Trying to see some extension from Ben now. Section again. A lot of patience coming from Ben right now.
Right wall. Connor's going to grab it. Cross, off goal. Right wall over, off goal. And a cut. 5-3. Ben has to do something to stop the bleeding. And it's not going to be that. That puck will go to... Waiting for the ref's call.
To the door. It has flown out of a window. We'll get it back here when we get it back here. We're doing our best on that one. But here we go. No, not too much delay of game. We're back in action.
We'll go to Ben.
Ben.
Right wall under. It's just the blazing fast mallets of these players. I can only imagine. My own mallet would be turned to Swiss cheese by now. I have no idea how they're blocking these things. Just pure instincts, reflex, adrenaline.
And we talked about it, Tim, that instincts and reflexes are only grown through rigorous and endless practice. It only becomes a reflex because you've done it so many times that you don't have to think about it, and it takes forever in a day to get there. And that's where these guys are with their experience.
The puck keeps flying off. It's still 5-3. I spoke too soon. Potential set point for Connor Cummings. Benjamin Grabmayr has to score 3 unanswered points in order to stay in this game. Connor wants to seal the deal.
And he just about does, but it's actually in and out of the goal.
Center line winner Connor Cummings with his left hand. He's going to try to do it with his right hand, but not if Ben has anything to say about it. Michael Cummings just let us know in the chat that Connor only came back to using his right arm 2 weeks ago. Meaning that he's like, I don't know how much practice you can get in 2 weeks, but he said some physical therapy is what got him back into the shape you see him in now. Timeout called.
It's going to be called by Connor. Ben has not yet called it. That means we could see another one very, very shortly. It is just impressive that physical therapy got him this far, this fast. Like Brian Acraco says, take care of your body, folks. If you have to see chiropractors, if you have to do PT, do what it takes. Connor is a testament to that right now. We're going to see if he finishes out to punctuate that statement.
Oh, it's going to fly off again. You can see some obvious frustration from Connor. He knew if that didn't fly off, that would have been his ticket to the next round of this bracket. But game's still going. Puck's still flowing. And just like that,
we're going to get that 6.
We're at 6-6.
We're rooting for Connor. We're rooting for Ben. We are rooting for air hockey. I'm sure in the chat.
He calls a timeout. Everybody get high. Potential set game for Connor. Potential game point for Benjamin Grabmayr. It'll be Ben's possession. 10 seconds called. Let's go.
Everyone has lowered their voice. Even we are not inclined to speak at full volume. We know these boys need to focus right now. This is not a joke to either of them.
Not the unforced error. Connor with possession. And there it is. Right wall to seal the deal. Connor Cummings has won versus Benjamin Grabmayr. We're going to try to get an interview with him at some point, see how that shoulder is doing, and see what he is thinking about right now. Thank you all so much. Wouldn't want it to go any other way. We're going to get set up and get him on the mic. Don't go anywhere.
Just like that, with the over, Vince.
NC, baby, this for us.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We just saw a Houston v. Houston match here on our main table. I don't know if you actually need the introduction, but I'll let him introduce himself. You can tell us who you are, where you're from, and how you felt about that last match.
My name's Cummings. I live in Houston, but I was born in Charlotte, North Carolina.
One from us. Super fantastic. Love to hear it. Now, we were seeing from your father that you've gone through some physical therapy, maybe some health challenges. Tell me what's been going on and how that played out in this match today.
Yeah, so for a long time, I guess since last July, I kind of injured my right shoulder from overuse from too much swimming and honestly too much air hockey. I thought I was immortal and invincible still, and I realized I wasn't. This is actually my first competition playing righty since November. Yeah, and I'm feeling pretty good. The therapy has definitely been going well, and yeah, for that match, I kind of wanted to go sheer like an aggression mode. I usually play more relaxed and calm, but I wanted to test it out game one, and then after that, I knew I was gonna like go all out in energy and in effort. And you might not have been able to see it because I kept it all inside, but like I was very aggressive on the inside. Felt really good though.
We saw a little bit of that aggression on the table. We commented on it. It was great to watch, to see your enthusiasm bringing that from Houston to here, even though we're going to claim you as one of our hometown boys. So we are looking forward to what's coming next. I'm sure you have a lot more air hockey to play. What should we be looking out for other than some fantastic comments from your supporters?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say stick around and keep watching. There's been a lot of upsets today. There's been a lot of really exciting matches. I'm super excited for tomorrow. A lot of people have improved a lot. There's been very impressive matches, and yeah, I'm super excited for tomorrow, both for myself and just for the general community. Like, I'm so impressed with how so many players have been playing. It's been really great.
Well, thank you, Connor. We love to hear it. It helps our ego. You know, we learned from some of the best. We wanted to implement or whatever's y'all down in Houston. So thank you so much for speaking with me. We're going to let you catch your breath. You have a lot more to play, and we'll see you back in the circle very soon. I know I saw you a lot in Houston, so we're excited to have you back.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
to win 2 different styles, though.
Absolutely excited. You're right, Jody. You got really 2 different styles. We've seen both of them on this table. Let's start off with Seth, who not only has played here, but has ref and taken a puck to the eye, and I will keep bringing that up because that was an injury, you know?
That was. Seth showed us that nothing's going to keep him down. He at one point was #1 here in North Carolina. He has stayed in the top 5 since forever. And we have the #1 newcomer, AO, also on the table. We're going to go to their face-off. They're both really strong at their face-offs.
We're going to enter their face-off now. We have a little bit of a camera lag. We're going to get that up and running for you in just a moment here. Here we go. We're going to get
No one has scored yet, though. Actually, it has been won by Seth. Now that we are all able to see what we're looking at, Seth is going to take another one. He's going to move fast, move aggressive. We're talking about different play styles. Odom stays focused. AO is going to appear calmer throughout the game. He's also going to hit it with more force than we predict from Seth, but Seth's game, it is aggressive and it is powerful.
That's right, Jody. That's what we're seeing here. Look at that aggressive right wall there. Just powerful shots here by Seth. But AO, you know, we saw earlier today, which I like to refer to now as the library game, because it was so quiet between him and Lowe's. And although he did lose that match, he is still bringing in that focus, that energy onto this table here with Seth, who I heard was actually knocked in a brutal standoff with Hernandez.
Yes, I'm not sure exactly what the turnout of that was, but you could hear cries echoing throughout the arena, throughout the venue, rooting for Seth because he is a hometown hero around here for sure, and he is showing why he is called that as he is up 4-2 against AO. But again, never ever ever count AO out because he will bust your knuckles anytime he hits your puck, and if he's not busting him, he's going right in. He was able to get that shot with so much ease, bringing him up to 4-3.
It is an absolute bloodbath right now happening here, and not in the way of a blowout, more of like between these 2 competitors. They are really both just keeping the puck going so fast. It's going back and forth. You know, we haven't seen much of the puck slowing down today like that. That puck went so fast, I didn't even see it go into the goal here. We got AO now trying to stop Seth from getting a match. Oh, it looks like a puck went off table. We take a little bit of a break here when pucks come flying in from the other tables. As we said earlier today, folks, we do have 12 tables in here, which, you know, pucks be flying.
Pucks be flying. It's a pucky puck world out here, as shown by Seth as he very quickly takes his first game, a 7-4, and AO is no slouch for this. Just Seth's speed and accuracy was really brought out in this game. Also, Seth and AO play on the weekly in tournaments all the time, so this is not necessarily a match where you need to figure out your opponent's game. It's how do you know your opponent and beat them. And we know Seth is a very calculated player, but this is only game 1. It takes 4 to win. The face-off gives possession to Seth and immediately stuffed by AO. That's what we expect from such a heavy hitter.
That's right, Jody. This is what we're looking at with these 2 players right now. They are really showing their aggression. I think Seth has kind of pulled that out of AO, making him work, making him do that aggression.
Ooh, and we have
loss of mallet right into our table.
And you can see AO is displeased with what just happened. A little bit of an eye roll, a little frustrated. Seth cracks a smile.
Focus for himself.
And I think it hurt, honestly.
I think it did. I really do think that happens. But you see, Seth is pulling out that aggressive playing from AO because he knows AO. He knows AO has that smooth style, that really calm, cool, collected use of the mallet and the puck. We got to stop real quick because of another puck flying into this match. Oh my gosh, we got this game going on. We got another game that's probably going to be just as crazy as well. But we are here watching Seth and AO, 2 of North Carolina air hockey players who are just so amazing on this
Top
table.
20, both of them, and they always maintain that status. You can see why, again, Seth Garret gets another point.
Absolutely. We're seeing his possession. We're seeing that aggression he plays. The thing about Seth, he is fast with these shots, but that is no match for AO's deadly right wall over there. But yet Seth responds, getting another point on the board here. I believe now we're at a 3-3 or 3-2. We're just looking at ref right now.
Yes, Timothy Spidey Young was supposed to be alleviating us from this, but you know what? Girls are better at math historically and statistically, so don't worry, folks. We're going to get you the most accurate scoreboard we possibly can. And I know Tim knows I am joking. He is responding to all of your comments in the chat. He is the man who knows it all, sharing what he has to say about air hockey as a sport. And speaking of a sport, two athletes here on the table. I believe only a 1-point differential.
Yes.
A 3-3.
We do have a slim difference here happening right now. These two players are really showing that they are meant to be here. Seth is getting another point. We got a nice diamond triangle, diamond dribble. I like to call it the double D, the diamond dribble.
I'll give it to you. That's a good one, Sabrina. What's about to be good is if AO.
Oh, we're buffing the puck.
Buff the puck. Buff the puck.
That's some buffing of the puck.
If you see your puck on the table, slow down, drifting with no real urgency, that might mean it's time to buff it. AO shows us exactly why that is the case. And Seth, too, it seems like getting this technical detail straightened out is giving them both a little bit more to work with.
Absolutely, that's what we're looking at here right now, Jody. You see just how AO's going to try to keep this possession towards him. Right there, kind of hitting the right side of the goal, but not getting quite in. Oh, Seth with a catch, taking possession now of the puck, really trying to get AO, but AO will take it back. And he tried to charge up there, but it didn't quite go his way. And Seth is going to take possession here, or maybe not. Ooh.
We got to be careful. We don't want to be caught over that line from our view. It just about was. It doesn't matter to AO because he gets possession. And now it is game point 5.
Seth can potentially get another game under his belt in this match, as this is game 2, while AO can claim his first one if he just snags 2 more points. Great defense here seen by Seth, but possession remains with AO. I think Seth is starting to see AO's pattern here, but AO does not let that phase him. He's going to continue getting possession of the puck now, just trying to get past these defenses. Now we got a timeout.
Is called appropriate, I believe. So you see AO grabbing his wrist and twisting it after a head-on collision. Mallet, and a puck went flying, a mallet went flying into his arm. How is that going to affect what he's trying to do here when he needs 2 more points?
It's a mere 2 points that he needs right now, but unfortunately he won't be able to get it in this round, as Seth has claimed another game, and we're moving on to game 3. Seth needs only 2 games, while AO will need to get 4.
We do see AO is getting coached over here, whereas Seth is trying to keep it all to himself. We do know Seth can very easily fall into being a yeller. One of his biggest downfalls can be playing someone else's game. AO, I don't know if he's going to be able to drive that out of Seth, but if he can, I think he's got a great chance. And we could see this once again go to game 7 when you've got 2 such strong players here on the table. It is only a minute break, so we'll see kind of what they do, how they catch their breath. I know AO is fighting through an injury right now from what we were able to tell on the table, but we are rooting for him either way. We are rooting for Seth, and we are rooting for air hockey.
Absolutely, so that is what we're doing here. And you know, I think the key for AO right now, I think what he wants to do is really remain cool, remain level-headed, and play just to his strengths right now. And that strength, I believe, against Seth will be his level-headedness, his cool, calm collectedness. Don't let Seth pull you into that aggression, because that's what Seth does. He knows how to get you riled up. He knows how to get you fired up. And that's where Seth takes a hold of you, because guess what? Seth has mastered that on his own. Here we go.
But calm, cool, and collected is exactly what AO was when he just hit that cut and it went straight in. Right now, playing for speed. Seth trying to tire out AO. He gets a point on the board, ties him out at 1-1.
Absolutely beautiful. This has been a very tight match between these two players. Although we see that Seth has 2 games, it has still not been easy getting there, as this has been quite the match as we've seen all day here, folks. AO is really trying to keep possession, which we have seen a lot of AO keeping that possession.
Oh, yeah, he has, absolutely. He knows how to keep time to hit the off goal, but unfortunately a little too much juice on that off ball that goes flying, which means Seth is going to get possession, which is not the object that we expect AO to want, because that's what happens when you give Seth possession. He's going to get the under.
Exactly, Jody. That's what we're seeing here, folks. You're seeing just how Seth, when he's given that opportunity to take possession, he's going to make that shot. And that is really, I mean, that's the game of air hockey. You want to avoid that. What a beautiful right wall overdone by Seth here. AO's really got to start getting on the offense here. Ooh, that was a brutal.
Yeah, lag in that defense. You can see AO is displeased. He's catching his breath. You know, there is a little bit of time between when you need to grab the puck out of the goal.
It's those unders, Jody. It's those unders that really can sneak up on you. And, you know, I think AO's trying to realize that. He's taking a moment. He's watching just what he can do. He's trying not to let Seth get in his head. And we haven't heard Seth do a battle cry yet.
No, there has been no drawing each other out into madness yet. This is still a collected game.
There we go. We apologize for the pause in commentary. We got the tournament director talking about spin-off brackets will be happening off, you know, in the other tables as of now.
There we go. AO gets a second point on the board. 5-2 Seth. Not a death sentence for either party.
Here we go now. We're seeing Seth and AO going at it right now between these two. They're getting that aggressiveness. The puck is trying to move a lot faster now. Ooh, you know, these two I've seen a lot of being up front near that center line.
They do like to be up the center line because they like to hit it hard. And if you can shorten the distance, hit it hard as you can, like we just saw Seth do to get his 6th point.
Yeah, Jody, what we're looking at here is just a match between two guys who know each other's skills and are strong right now. It is just brutal right now watching this. And I believe we're in the loser's bracket of the main bracket, if I'm right.
I believe you are correct, and the loser right now is AO, down 3 games, 0 to his name. That was 7-2 for Seth Garret. Again, we will never count anyone out until it has sung a 7 in game 4. Right now, it is hard to deny that Seth has been running this table.
That he has. Oh my gosh. I thought for a second Seth had thrown his mallet at the ender and it landed, but I realized that's AO's. I'm sorry. I thought that was really cool. Anyway, enough of trick shots, which, you know, there are some players here I've seen do a couple tricks. I mean, earlier today we saw that crab hold that absolutely worked for
That
Chris.
was done by Christopher Webb. And when I pointed out to them, hey, tell us about the crab, and they're like, what do you mean the crab?
Oh, now you calling it the crab and they didn't know about it. Oh my God.
Those watching, you completely understand why we called it the crab. It is actually a double-handed offensive move, so you are able to confuse your counterpart if you were going to take a left or right wall. It was very effective based on the victory that Christopher Webb was able to pull out. But you know, the two athletes we have up right now, Seth and Odom, don't really need trick shots based off their sheer power and their normal level of accuracy. But we'll see as there's potentially only one more game if AO is going to pull out something a little different, something a little tricky. We know he trains with Nugent, who loves a good trick shot, who loves to shake things up and be a little out there. You know, is he going to borrow words from a friend? Right now he is standing to himself, not talking to any mentors, but we know that that means he is simply recouping, regathering himself. Hat is on, and we are ready to go.
Getting focused, really looking at what he needs to do here, because, you know, it's not the first time we've seen a game like this on this table where it ended up in the other person's favor. People have climbed from the ranks here, but will we see that in this game? I'm not sure. Seth now is starting off by opening with a point on the board here. Now we are in game number 4, ladies and gentlemen. Will Seth take this game? I'm not really sure. I really need to see what AO's gonna pull, and I guess
AO pulls
that's what he's
right
pulling.
there. A great shot, no hesitation.
And I think that may play into how you gotta combat Seth. You gotta be faster than he is. He is a fast player, and the only way to beat a fast player is, you know,
be faster.
You gotta be
or
faster.
Make them play their game. Right now, Seth is up 3-1. It is his game that AO is trying to play. But, you know, a change in possession can mean a change of flow. If Seth gets in the flow and you break it, it changes everything. Oh, that was rough. You know, AO, we are rooting for you, and that in and out was a bit of a crusher. Glad you recovered and got it in.
The sound of a puck hitting that goal and going inside is just so satisfying. It is literally ASMR to me, Jody.
You know, Sabrina, the first couple months Tim and I started playing 2 years ago, I started having that sound in my dreams. We decided to play so much so quickly. Speaking of quick, a fantastic cut there by AO. Got it in.
Left wall from AO, but Seth responded as well with his. Here we go.
A little battle at the line, a little charge for charge there.
Which we've seen in this match today.
Several times.
Yes.
But you gotta be careful. And you see that this could be a lesson for AO. You can charge all you want, but you have to pull it back in. Congratulations to Seth. AO, fantastic game as well. We are always proud of our hometown boys. And now let's go talk to him, see what's on their mind.
I will definitely be seeing that right now. If you give me a moment, we're gonna get Seth. Jody's gonna get on with Seth right now to talk about his victory on AO. Let's see it here, folks. We're gonna go into Jody Jackson. Action Jackson. Here she is with Seth coming in now.
I like the chat right now, too. Hello, everyone. If you were watching what Sabrina and I just talking about, then you know the victor of our main stage was Seth Garret, a face we're all familiar with around here. Seth, what is going through your head? You just got a victory. It's been a long weekend, and it's only day 2.
I'm really excited to be able to be done for the day because my cousin graduated and all of my family is in town, and I get to go see them.
That is the best news we've heard, Seth. That's so exciting. I mean, you can get a victory any day because that's who you are. We watch you take people down day in, day out, every tournament we go to. But it's great to hear you've got family in and that we can release you. So I won't keep you. I'm just going to say congratulations. We look forward to everything else you bring to air hockey and North Carolina. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, is to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
Ray Nugent, who you saw play with Seth in, what was their name?
Oh man, the Ugly Puckling.
The Ugly Puckling.
That's what they were
How
playing
could we
as.
possibly forget? That was so fun. Now we're gonna have.
Held it for North Carolina in the
They held
doubles.
it down for North Carolina, and now we need Ray to do the exact same thing as he's going to be going up against Chicago native, or at least Chicago import, Justin Flores. Justin is someone I have commentated before. He has ended up in my winner's circle more times than I care to count. He's so talented. He did beat our own Spidey, so we are begging Ray to get it together. We know he's got it in him. We want that victory again. We've never been biased, not once on this stream.
No, of course not. Never me.
No, absolutely not. It's not what we do.
No. We are very unbiased. Of course, all jokes aside, we really do root for our North Carolina air hockey people, of course, but also we are so thankful for those who did come all the way from around the country to Raleigh, North Carolina to be here with us today. Absolutely grateful for them here. And of course, as always, Jody, we go for air hockey.
We root for air hockey. We respect everybody that gets on that table, whether they're Carolinians or out-of-staters. We want to see the best game they can put on. If it means our people lose sometimes, we accept it because we want what's best. Speaking of what's best, Ray is going to be reffed by his doubles partner. Seth will be reffing. Seth also has been head ref at other tournaments. This is our second annual. This is the 2024 North Carolina State Championship for air hockey, but it's a second, which means we had Seth in the first be an incredible head ref, so I'm excited to see him play out the last of his duties here in support, but not in bias, because our refs, unlike us commentators, know how to be unbiased and fair and equal and just.
That is so true, Jody. And I hope a puck does not go flying his way again. I would have safety goggles if I was ref, and that happened to me once before. It may happen again.
And for those of you who might not know what she's referencing, last time we had Seth in the ref's chair, he took an errant puck to the face. We had to get medics involved. We were worried if he would even be able to come back and finish the doubles tournament, but he is a trooper, he is durable, and now he is in the ref's chair. We are going to have the face-off.
So excited for this, Jody. Really got to see your North Carolina people out here, and of course repping both the last year's shirt on Seth and this year's shirt on Ray. Ready to go, good to go on this. The refs got the go-ahead. Here we go.
Seth is reminding the players 4 out of 7. You know, sometimes you genuinely do lose a count as you've been playing for so long. So we all do our best to keep track, and we all want to see the best air hockey on the table. Ray is out here, shown beforehand to be a dominant force every opportunity. Justin's the first time up here on our table.
Yes, it is his first time here. We're seeing his play style, but he's certainly no stranger to the world of air hockey. Justin Flores is an absolute legend of a player, and he comes from the Windy City himself as well, Chicago. He is an absolute unit here. He is not to be trifled with, and I think our own producer Spidey would agree with that, seeing just how ruthless this man can be on the table.
He 4-0'd me.
4-0, wow, that is intense. So let's see if Ray's gonna let that happen here today. We got 1-1 all here on the board right now.
And a lot of frustration coming for Ray as gameplay was interrupted by a puck sent from another table.
But it doesn't let him stop.
He used that frustration, got this straight in. We've talked about Ray's gameplay a couple of times. We know that out of all the players we see, he's the one you can expect to be the most tricky.
Absolutely, Jody. He really sneaks in those shots. I know we've seen it here on this table. His, like that, really, he just knows how to get that puck into the goal. It is such a sight to behold right now, watching him go against Justin here. But Justin's got a great defense up right now. He just needs to start getting on the defensive.
And he's calling a timeout already. This is what we call the Weissman timeout, a rule presented to me for the first time when I was at Worlds. Tim Weissman says if you're ever down by 3 consecutive points, you need to call a timeout to stop your opponent's flow and to bring yourself back, and that is what's happened here. We saw Justin Flores implemented this rule and immediately got the point off the serve, bringing it to 4-2, making Ray work for it. Possession is in his hands, but a bit of a charge there to regain possession, which can be very hard to do. A lot of times you see a charge actually result in a loss of possession, but Justin is very comfortably setting into where he is, and Ray is going to force him out of that comfort zone.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Jody. Just looking at these play styles, oh, well, we got a puck interruption. I'm going to call that the puck interrupt right
puck
now.
Interrupt.
The puck is interrupting the main
and it's
table
from the
play.
same table,
What
the one
is
directly
going
behind.
on?
They are asking that they be moved to a different table because of their inability to keep it under pucking control.
Really got to start keeping the puck on the table, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. We're getting back into the game here, and just
There we
like
go.
that, Ray takes it to 5.
Justin starting to play very aggressively, trying to move fast to get past Ray. Don't let Ray fool you. He is an incredibly quick mover on the table. He's a very fast guy, and he very quickly won that first game. But it takes 4 to win. Just because you pull it out in the first doesn't guarantee anything. We did see Justin drop his mallet as he tries to buff it. Is he tired, or does he just want a second away from the table? Ray is pushing up his sleeves. The sweat level is up. We know that he will put his body on the line every time. He will break a sweat, but he will not break under pressure.
Absolutely, Jody. Absolutely correct. You know, again, this game is all about, guess what? Endurance. It's what you need here, folks. It is really the slogan of air hockey itself. You gotta keep up with yourself. You gotta keep up with your opponent, and that's what we're seeing here. You see Ray is kind of getting ready to go while Justin's taking a moment. He's kind of almost taking that full minute to recover, but he's getting back on the table now. Ray is ready to go, and I think Seth is about to start the next face-off here. Got the table on. Here we go.
Now, Ray loves a face-off. He has scored on it more times than I can count, against me, against Spidey, against everyone in North Carolina air hockey. And you see, he got it there first possession and immediately takes a cut, gets it in. Starts out with a 1-point lead.
Look at that, just the way he flicks that wrist to get to the right wall, but it's not enough as Justin comes sneaking in behind. Justin really has these aggressive shots, and
Wow,
Ray
that
is showing he could do it.
That straight is ruthless. There is no mercy when you're playing Ray Nugent. He told me one time, I don't care if I'm teaching, helping someone learn, playing, or fighting for a world title, I'm gonna play the same level, and I'm gonna kick their fill in the blank.
Their puck.
Kick their puck.
He's gonna
He's
kick
gonna
their
puck
puck.
them up.
Yeah. All right, here we go. It's now gonna go into Ray's possession here. Really seeing that, oh, he did attempt to straight, but not quite into the goal, into the walls on the sides of the goal. Now back to Justin, and Justin will
Justin's gonna
take
get
it.
the point. We see some scrambling here in this play, but not for that. Ray has it in the bag the second the puck hit the table, and the same is said for Justin, leaving us at 3-all. A tie, a bit of a pump fake there from Ray. It doesn't mess with Justin the way he wants it to. Justin takes that possession and gets the point. Now leading 4-3 for all.
Ray is not allowing that lead to happen here. He already has a game under his belt. He doesn't want to give a game to Justin here, and that is exactly the type of energy we're seeing on the table right now. Justin is starting to get on his toes a bit. He's lighting up his feet right now, really trying to see if he can get past Ray, and Ray's keeping more of a grounded stance, trying to see if he can put his footing in the right place.
Lots of mallet. Ray already had possession, but they have to wait until everyone confirms that they're ready. Seth is going to keep a very close eye on incidents like that. Ray is trying to get a cut. Maybe he's going to go for another pump fake. He went for the right wall. It didn't sink, but that doesn't mean very much here. Possession has changed hands more times than anyone in the stadium could probably count. I don't even know if we had an actual switchboard we could keep track of something like that, because it has just been back and forth, and in that instance it's sent back by Justin, up 5-4 against Carolinian Ray, really making him work for it. This is a different game than we saw the first time.
That's what you're seeing here, folks. You're just seeing two highly intense players here. Ray the Carolinian, and we got, I would like to say Illinoisan. I don't know if that's the right word.
Just a little Illinoisy, if you will.
Absolutely, Julie. That's what it sounds like. All right, let's see. We got a game, game point here, and Ray will need to get 3 points to manage victory at the game here, and Justin only needs 1. Ray attempted a fake out here, but it didn't quite work out, giving possession to Justin. Justin's going to keep
fantastic block, though.
Yes, fantastic indeed. Here we go. Justin's going to keep that possession going, trying to see where he can aim, but Ray's got high defense right now against Justin.
See, Ray is breaking a sweat, but I like to think, it's only 2 points, right? The game starts over when you hit that 6-6, because it is once again anybody's game. It is only point that matters, but right now the only point that matters is the one Justin Flores just scored, bringing it 1 game to 1 game as we approach the third. Ray Nugent, Justin Flores, this has been a game to watch. We see that Ray is getting some affirmation, some coaching, some consultations here with a dear friend of his, a member of the Bucket Hat Boys. And we know that these two have played together for a very long time. There's a lot of respect. He's giving him some advice, whereas Justin is just kind of walking out. I don't know that he has quite the same fan base here for him, but he knows the game he changed to in the last one was transformative compared to the first. And he must feel proud of himself. I know I would, to come back so strong and adjust so quickly.
Yeah, that's right, Jody. I mean, he's getting coaching from Los here, as well as Rip on the side there, and Marco was watching. The Buckets all are supporting Ray. Marco has to go into a spin-off right now, but you got Rip and Los, who actually are holding on in the winning bracket for this tournament for the Carolinians right now, which is amazing. But right now, we're going to focus in on game number 3, Justin and Ray. There we go.
They've both got that lunge leg up stance. They're both hungry players. We've seen a lot of scramble, and that scramble resulted in a point against our own Ray. It was a great execution by Justin Flores. I would expect nothing less for a player of this caliber and notoriety.
That's right, Joey. You really don't expect anything less from these two players here, except the puck getting off the pucket table. I really am getting so fucking tired of y'all almost trying to fucking hit me in the face. I don't know. I get it. It's part of the game, but puck man.
Puck man indeed. That cut by Justin Flores. Clean, crisp. If you blinked for a second, you would have missed it. Hopefully y'all are watching along, seeing what we're seeing at home. A very entertaining match. Bias or no bias, I would say these are two of the most fun players I've seen up here. They've got a lot of energy, a little bit of chaos, but you know what? We can't all be calm, cool, collected, and calculated. Chaos gets us just as far sometimes. So I love to see it as a very chaotic player myself, and someone who just enjoys a little bit of mischief. Mischief right now being the puck has once again flown away.
Oh, what a bounce on that puck. Really?
Buff your puck. Buff your puck.
seeing that Ray is sweating right now. You're seeing that he is getting into it. I wonder if the pressure is getting in right now. Hopefully not for him. But you know what? One thing about Ray is when he knows he's under pressure, he's gonna respond with a beautiful straight and getting a point on the board. But Justin will respond back, getting it in difference now, 5-1. He wants to keep that gap, but Ray's gonna try to close it here. He's gonna keep possession of the puck. Let's see if he's gonna attempt that right one, which he did, but it ends up going into possession of Justin. And you know, Jody, you see a lot of that shaking of the mallet near the center line. You want to talk about that for our viewers at home?
Yeah, I would love to. Like I said, there's a lot of chaos in the way these players go about it. I know Ray likes to stay in motion at all times. It makes him dynamic, and a little bit of that shaking is just keeping in motion, not letting his hand just get up there to get up there. It is game point 2 now. Ray is not going to go down without a fight. It is 1 game to 1 game, but there you go, right under Justin Flores. Now it is game point 3, and it's going to be game 7-3. Justin Flores pulls out ahead. He has 2 games to Ray's 1. We know it takes 4 to win. Right now, it is early days. Anything is possible. We know Ray is falling into his true rhythm, just as Justin Flores has learned his game, which means there can be an advantage on both sides. So what does that mean? The only way to know is to find out.
That's right, Jody. You just got to sit here and watch the intensity of these players as they prepare. Now, both of these players do have a game under their belt, so the match could still go to anyone right now. You got Ray here. He's getting ready to go. He's focusing on the table. He's hyping himself up. We got Carolinian shouting from the crowd right now, hyping him up. Hopefully that will fuel his fire, but Justin's going to keep a cool level head. You see him breathing and focusing as we enter game number 4. Here we go, folks.
All right, a solid face-off I'm sure we will see again. Now, the one thing, like we said before, is right off the face-off, you can get that first point, set the tone. That's exactly what Justin Flores does. You have to wonder if Ray is at a slight disadvantage as his doubles partner, teammate, and someone he confides and relies on quite often for mentorship and guidance in his games is Seth, that we see repping. If you are the rep, you cannot be the coach. And now it is Justin up to
I would be very, very heartbroken if I was in Seth's position, having to watch my own partner go through this battle right now and not being able to tell him how he can improve his game. But you know what? Ray is holding on his own right now. He still at least has a game secured for himself. He's just got to manage around Justin's defense. But Justin really is pushing through with this offense. There's a timeout called. 10 seconds are going to pass.
Take the time, absolutely. Catch the breather. Now, those in the comments, if you want to let us know what you're seeing here on the table, you know, we may have a blind eye. We're just such big fans, personally, and friends of Ray. We are rooting for him, but, you know, his defense has not held up in the way you would hope and expect, evident by the fact Justin Flores now leads 3 points in a 4-1 scoreboard.
That was an interesting pause Justin took there, which is a strategy for some players. They let the puck just stop for just a few seconds to line up their shot to try to get it into the goal. But the problem is you open up the defense of the opponent, and that's exactly what Ray did here. So he is going to get another point on the board. Ray now is going to possess this puck, and Justin's really keeping up this defense. Puck is thrown our way behind Jody.
We get the puck out of my face on that one. Possession is going to go to Justin.
How good that throw was.
Here we go. The puck is on. Puck is in play right now. Ray tried to keep that puck in his possession, but was not able to, but was able to score.
Making the comeback. One thing I will say about Ray is He is a power lifter in his spare time. So when he wants it to hurt, when he wants to put his full force, it's gonna hurt. Like, that must have hurt Justin Flores to have such a smooth point against him right in the corner.
Yes, he's got his Carolinian brothers right in the corner there behind Seth, rooting for him. I wonder if that's putting pressure on Justin, or maybe that's what Justin needs. He feels off being the kind of the villain of this game you're seeing right now, because North Carolina players are gathering around here. But hey, it is still anyone's game here.
It is a community sport here in North Carolina, and you do see the stands being completely filled. As we watch Ray, he is now game point 4. He needs 2 more to get to that 6-6 we know he's capable of. Can his defense take the step up and stop Justin Flores? Ooh, it was close, almost a bit of a drift-in self-score. Doesn't maintain the possession, but still lives to die another day.
You know, Jody, I'm going to make a comment here. Of course, I'm always going to comment on the outfits, as I do. You see, both of them are actually repping this year's tournament shirts, and I absolutely love that. Just showing the energy on the table. And Seth with the final score here. Excuse me, Justin. Seth is a ref, but he is also wearing our last year's state tournament shirt. I just want to let you folks know it is such a good quality shirt. I absolutely love them both.
I do love the athletic shirts that we got from our first annual state championship for air hockey here in North Carolina. But now, as we are here for the first time since the last time, this is actually our second annual, the 2024 NC State Air Hockey Championship that we are watching. We have the honor of watching our North Carolinians. You can see Joey Liss, Mr. Air Hockey himself, at least one of the Mr. Air Hockey's #1 currently, speaking with Ray, giving him advice, telling him what he's able to see from the stands that maybe Ray isn't in the moment. We'll see how that extra support and advice plays out as we go into game 5.
All right, we have another face-off here, which of course is a North Carolina standard to have the face-off. Here we go. What a beautiful
cut. Absolutely. That's what you want to see. Hey, straight cut, whatever. It was perfect. And we want to cheer on Ray, just like we're cheering right now. He is up 2-0, determined. I would hate to know the explicatives in his head right now, but I would love to see him play it out. He is on the table, up 2-0, goes for the corner, just about gets it, but it is Justin Flores right now who has possession, but not for long, regained quickly by Ray. We'll see what he's got in store. He goes for, I believe, a right wall. Doesn't quite do what he wants it to, but that's okay. He's gonna keep shooting till something sticks. And right now, the stickiness was on the side of Justin Flores. He was able to get his first point on the board here in game 5.
You know, I think whatever Joey told Ray here kind of motivated him. He has now got that fire, that energy back in. You see him pumping it up right now. He is pumping that mallet, showing he is not afraid to get aggressive here. But Justin seems unfazed as he continues to defend with a quick return as of now. Here we go. It is now going to return to Ray's possession. Justin's really trying just to capture the puck once again, as he does here. Ray's got it back, almost in, but not quite here. If he's going to go for another cut or wall.
A rare self-score by Ray Nugent. You could see him a half smirk in the camera view because he couldn't believe what just happened. Now that is believable. Justin Flores just got another point, a beautiful cut or straight, I don't know. We don't have our replay running right this second, and we do have an individual who walked in front of our cameras, but that's okay. We do know what the score is. The score is 4-2. Justin is in the lead after Another self-score from Ray widen the gap, and it continues to grow.
Every point is crucial here, folks. That self-score really, I think, kind of messed with Ray's head a little bit, but he's really trying to regain his balance now. We see that focus and intensity, and great comeback for getting the puck back to his side, just like that.
He gets it. He's still in this game. Down by 2 doesn't mean much unless a 7 is on the score, but we're going to have to see with the game point to 3. Is Ray going to take a time out?
It's actually
good
match
ideal.
point here. We got match point going on here, Jody, because if Justin wins this game, he wins the match. Showing an upset here for the Carolinians. Let's see how Ray is going to perform. The pressure is on right now. Ray's going to take the possession of the puck, trying to go off the right wall, but doesn't quite work out for him.
I think he's going to have to work and use exactly what I was going to say. Ray knows what he's doing far better than we do. We're just watching from a different angle, but he is on that table, feeling every move. You know, one of the players I think he is most similar to is our very own Joey List. We were talking about chaos and what it means to be a slightly chaotic player. And we think about Joey List, who does look a little chaotic time to time, but it is controlled chaos. It is maintaining movement, just like Justin Flores maintained his lead, pulled it out. He is going to be the winner here against Ray Nugent. He is 4 games to 1. Congratulations, Ray. You did a great job as well.
He played a good game, but man, Justin was just enough. Literally, he just came in and he dominated. That's all we could say. Justin Flores dominated. But Ray, you did play a good game. We're going to see if we can get an interview now, Jody. I think you can get up there. Yeah. Jody is going to go
I'm going to do my best.
This interview real quick. We're going to get that set up for you. And for the folks at home who are watching, once again, thank you for joining us on our live stream and following along. Please let us know in the comments where you're watching, who you're rooting for, and what you would like to see. What would you want us to talk about? Just let us know. We love looking at the comments. We are so grateful you have stayed on this stream with us. Let's go now. We're going to get ready for Jody Action Jackson in a moment here, folks, with the winner, Justin Flores.
Hello to all of our viewers. Once again, this is Jody Action Jackson. I'm here with Justin Flores, the winner of our last match here on the main stage. How do you feel knowing that you were maybe not the underdog, but maybe not the crowd favorite, coming in from a different city to show us how it's done?
Yeah, it's always a little motivating to have some people cheering against you, but you know, I had a few people from Chicago here cheering me on as well, so it's always a good time coming out and playing North Carolina players for sure.
Well, we do love to have you. It was a great game to watch. We know you were down the first game pretty significantly. What changed in either your mindset or your game that brought you to come back 4 in a row?
Yeah, we actually were joking around a little bit before the match, saying we tend to play better from behind. So, you know, I told him if he gets up, I did it on purpose. And it's a bold strategy, Cotton, and we'll see if it pays off.
It was a bold strategy. It did pay off. You were against one of our boldest players. So congratulations, fantastic game. Thank you for coming into our winner circle. I'm sure we'll see you here again. But for now, you need a towel, you need a break. I'm not going to be the one who stops you from getting that. Thank you so much, and say thank you to the pals.
Thank you.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
just like that with the over. Vince.
NC, baby, this for us.
Welcome, y'all. We are back here. We got Allie, Kester, and Torres now on the table. Jody, are you ready for this match?
I am. You know, we have been watching a lot of our Titans, our experienced players, our long-standing traditions of winning on this table, but it's time to get a little bit of young blood. Allie has not been playing that long, but she has fully integrated herself into the community, both as a player and a productive member. I'm excited to see what she pulls out. She has had a rise through the ranks. I won't say it's been meteoric, but I will say she has been a student of the game. Torres, I don't know as much about, but you know, we have learned a lot about every player we've brought out on this table, so I am thrilled. He's got a bit of a claw stance, or he holds his mallet a bit like a claw, which is something you don't typically see as often from experienced players, but we see strange handles all the time, end up being very successful for different people. The first point came from Allie Kester.
Yeah, Allie is someone who is just such a treat to talk to, you know, really sweet and, you know, just off the table in person. However, you know, on the table, she is a menace. This girl is ready to throw down with you. Don't let that cute flat top mallet fool you, people. She is here for blood.
And some of her most frequent training partners are people like Webb and Adrian, who we saw do a fantastically difficult game 7-7-6 to end earlier today. So she is practicing with some of the best us in North Carolina have to offer. She's still a young player, still practicing, learning a lot, but I do believe Christian is as well. She goes for the service immediately for that left wall under, and it is very successful. A less common throw than we usually see from beginners, but to call her beginner feels unfair in and out the goal. Unfortunately, that had to hurt. She does play in the intermediate bracket when she is at Boxcar, a bracket that I myself frequent, so I know firsthand how
into the goal there. She let it do a little dance in front of Christian before scoring a point here. Now Christian, let's talk about him for a minute here. He's got that high top mallet, and he is really showing how strong his offense can be as well as his defense. As he's starting to predict Allie's shots here, we see some great defense here. He just has got to keep possession of that puck. Just like that, he gets a score, and it's all 3 on the board.
And something we see with some of these less experienced players who maybe aren't from a dynasty is their frustration shows so quickly. You know, Allie was not pleased to have Christian catch up to her like that quickly, and we just have to see if she can keep her emotions in check to keep her shots accurate. I think she has a really great cross when it comes down to it, a cut as well, but right now what we're seeing is Christian really step out and get that cut himself.
We got a 4-all right now happening. Oh, excuse me. Now it's a 5-4 here. Allie is leading, really demonstrating just how powerful she is here. And I gotta say, I absolutely adore her outfit. I think it's just simple, yet so fierce.
I think she brings a lot of fierceness. Even as a young player, she is a woman we are glad to have join the community. She's brought so much to it. And we talk about outfits. Christian, I'm sorry, I'm not getting the theme here. But the theme right now of Allie Kester is point after point going for gold. Is she going to get to 7 right now without letting Christian score another? I think it's likely, but we'll have to see if she can get and maintain the possession long enough to get the point.
That's right, Jody. That's what we gotta look at here. You see, Allie has got that energy. She is ready to attack that puck, but Christian as well is bringing in that energy. And then if you notice here, they're both keeping pretty flat foot on the ground. They're staying grounded right now, using their length to get on it. You see, Allie is really focusing in on getting that puck into the goal. A little bit slow here with the puck, but still manages to keep the puck in her possession. Just as I say that, of course, Christian now has it in his possession.
And you know, as she does tend to release the puck a little slower, sometimes we wonder, is that an aftermath of having less power? Is it some trepidation in deciding her shots? But there is no hesitation from Christian Torres as he is able to get to point 5. It is 6-5. Honestly, anyone's game. Allie is up. This is the first game it takes 4 to win. So it is now a 6-6. Get hype. This is what we love to see. Let her stretch out. Let her get the puck. It's in her possession. That means it's in her favor. She just needs one really good serve, which I think she can pull off. Otherwise, she's going to have to fight for it. She gets that serve like we called it. We knew what she was capable of. We're glad to see it up there on the table. A 7-6 for the first game in Allie Kester versus Christian Torres. We have a 1-minute break. We'll see if they want to power through or take a breather. They're both standing pretty ready at the table. Allie getting a stretch in. We cannot stress enough. Please stretch it out. If you know you're going to be on the table, bodies take a beating here, and you want to make it through. Again, the #1 word we have been saying, endurance, endurance, endurance.
That's right, Jody, endurance. I'll keep saying that all day.
All day.
All day.
And the face-off is going to give possession to Christian Torres. Allie has it now, though. We'll see what she's able to do with it, and what she is able to do with it is a right wall under. Great job. Actually, that might have been an over. Our view is not the best, guys. Do apologize when we make mistakes like that, but it is a 1-1, and there's no mistake in that. Oh, beautiful. Allie gets up to the line for that.
She really is just someone you don't want to mess with here, but Christian shows that he too is not someone you want to mess with. We got 2 really strong players here. I mean, I know I use the word strong very lightly throughout this tournament, but what can I say? We are surrounded by strong players.
You are so right, Sabrina. We have called pretty much every player on our table intense, strong, and determined, but you know what? That is what you have to be to get to this level of competitive air hockey. We are not a game for slouches. We are not a game for half-assing. We're going to put it all on the line, get that puck in play. That puck was for Christian, a point, and now Allie's going to see if she can
something about the energy in this table right now that's just so interesting to me. You see, both of them are really trying to focus on the opponent's goal, not focus on each other, not really trying to read each other or analyze each other like we've seen with other competitors. They are just focused right now. Here we go. They are both trying to come out of the gates here.
It is 4-5. Allie is lagging. Christian is really finding a bit of a pace here. He's had some really good transition shots, but as you can see, he's a newer player. Not 100% sure if what he just did was a foul. It was. He did top the puck a little bit there with his hand, which means Allie regained possession from it. However, not for long. Christian is back, and he is ready.
Yeah.
We'll see the off goal for Allie. Another.
Allie is really keeping a good pace with the puck right now, keeping her possession. But, you know, Christian, actually, I take back what I said. He has been analyzing Allie here. He's seen the shots she's taking because he's got a great defense against her right now. But same with Allie. Allie, ooh, right there, though, snuck in on the side here. Christian now has a game point, trying to get at least a game here so they can both tie just like that. Both players now have each a single game as we head on to game 3. Remember, folks, they need 4 games to win this match.
And as these are both pretty evenly matched players, both sort of new to the game, both growing their skill set every time they play, we see that Christian has grown the ability to score right off the face-off, and Allie has grown as well to bring it to a 1-1 so quickly out of the gate. Sometimes it can be a little hard to read some of their shots, but we read right there that it was going to be a cut from Christian, and it went right in, and it was, and it did.
Yes, Jody, I see it right now just happening here on this table. Just seeing the power of these players. They are just making it happen. Oh, it looks like we got a little bit of a foul there. The possession's going to go to Christian, and he'll take that as he does a cut on Allie here. But Allie seems unfazed as she continues to fight for her game here. Here we go. We only have a 2-point difference, and folks at home, if you've been keeping up, that means nothing in the world of air hockey. You can have a big lead, and guess what? They will still need to defend it because people will crawl right back and pass you. That is the game of air hockey, the game of endurance.
Yes, and you've seen twice a change of possession required by rule infractions. Like I said, both of these players are new, but that was pretty expert what Allie did just there off of service, scored a point. But we do know these players are still learning the game, still finding their rhythm. We all have a signature style, and that can take a little bit of time to hone and master. Both of them really coming out, showing out here in their, I believe, second tournament, but that's not a long time when you think about it. Only a year. These individuals have really had the opportunity to grow their skill set, invest in the community, and get mentorship from some of the strongest players. Up until you get that mentorship, you're really on your own, and that brings you far. There's a lot of natural talent like we saw in someone like Emil, but it is strong mentorship and a lot of practice that takes you the rest of the way. So we are grateful to watch these two get their practice in, get their skill set up, and in the process still throwing some amazing shots. We've got the puck off the table. It actually will go.
At least the puck is not at us right now. And you got these players, I think a timeout was called here.
A timeout by Christian, you're right, who is up 5-4 right now.
Jody, these two players are really strong right now with each other. They're really are evenly matched. Oh, that is so unfortunate for Allie and Christian. Christian had a loss of mallet, but she had a puck that was about to be in the goal, but quite not. It got stuck and it just got moved up.
And now possession is back with Christian. He is up 6-4. He's kind of circling the mallet. That strategy works. Allie did not see the left wall under come through, but it did come through, and now Christian is up 2 games to Allie's 1. It takes 4 to get the victory. Right now it takes 1 minute to recover if you're lucky. And Sabrina, we are looking at an empty table right now, but what we just saw was an impressive showing of what it is to come through the ranks here at the North Carolina 2024 State Air Hockey Championship. You know, we have players at all levels, and they always leave better than when they got here because it is a learning experience. Nevertheless, we are all going for goal. We take every single loss personally and every victory with a grain of salt because you have to fight one more to move up one more.
That's absolutely right, Jody. That is what you're going to be seeing throughout this entire tournament. And I know right now what's happening for the folks at home, if you want to keep up, we got some spin-off brackets happening right now. We still got the main bracket. I think they're saving that for tomorrow. I believe some matches are happening right now just to finish it up and get that started for tomorrow. We do have some loser brackets wrapping up as well from the main bracket. But let me tell you, it has just been a wonderful time here. It has been nothing short of amazing. It is absolutely just something you watch and you're inspired by.
You are so right. And you know what we didn't even realize when we were so busy taking every single, competitor here at their impressive worth, didn't even realize that we were in fact commentating on a spin-off. So let that be a lesson to you that we have people who are in the spin-offs this early still able to give us that level of gameplay, that level of thought and accuracy. And now as we go forward through the rest of the day, I believe it's going to be spin-offs all on our main table. There is a slight rule change. It is only 2 out of 3 because frankly it would be cruel to keep everyone at 4 to 7. We'd be here till next Sunday. But don't worry, that means we have a lot more air hockey to come, a lot less predictability, a lot more to talk about, and a lot more opportunity for some players to truly shine in the world of air hockey here today.
That's right, Jody. That is what we're going to see now. I am just so happy that we got to witness the spin-off here on the main table. We want to give everyone an equal opportunity here, trying to get recognition for all the players who are here today. Although we do have some players that unfortunately did not make it to the main table. That's okay. I'm sure we're going to see a bunch more pictures, videos, all of that going all across our platforms here on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, wherever you get your information on social media. We more than likely have one there.
We exist.
We do.
Absolutely. Sabrina is dead on. Just because someone wasn't here on the main stage with us today doesn't mean we don't have pictures or videos, photographs, TikToks, whatever, because we have all the social media. You should go out and follow us. We are NC Air Hockey. I'm Jody Jackson.
And I'm Sabrina Lady Herrera.
And we appreciate it so much that you are sharing this time with us. We're going to get a word from our sponsors as we get set up for our next spin-off here on Main Stage.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
Hey there, everyone, joining in from the stream. It's me, Sabrina the Lady Herrera. I am right now sitting in the chair that has the best seat in the house besides the commentary table, of course. That is the ref's chair. I love seeing it from this point of view because it allows us to get a chance to see what the ref is seeing. And let me tell you, folks, they have a great view here. They have an entire look at the table as well as the players, seeing just down the center line, seeing if anyone's going to make those fouls, which we have seen a couple of those today. But don't you worry, we have a lot in store here right now, folks. We are so excited. We're currently awaiting our next group of people, a group of players to get on the table right now. I'm so excited to even be honored to sit right here. But of course, we'll be back soon enough. Can't wait to get back on the other side.
Just like that, with the over, Vince.
NC, baby, this for us.
So it turns out, Sabrina, we lied. It is not going to be anyone except our very own Spidey and Vinny up on the table this time, in part because nobody else wants to play on the main stage. Is it scary? Hard to say, but you know what? These guys are always ready to take on a challenge. They are long-term. Sorry, y'all, we are trying to read and get this started at the same time. We are down as the day goes on. It is not only the players who start to drop, but our team as well. We stayed here till 11:30 last night.
It was absolutely insane to do so, Jody. It's just what we do here. It's 7:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here in Raleigh, North Carolina. It's absolutely just a long day for us. We've been here since 8 a.m. today. We have had over 12 hours, I believe, here. I think the stream as well will show that. Not really sure on that. Please don't call me out in the comments about my math, sorry. But anyway, we're getting our new spin-off here set up. Spidey once again is going to get on the table with Vinny. Right now, Vinny's practicing with Marco, who is also in the spin-off as well. He did just win his spin-off game off the main table. So I think right now he's kind of in a break before he's going to go into his next one. But we got Vinny and Timothy Spidey Young getting ready for their match here. Jody, how are you feeling getting to see your mans once again on the table?
I'm feeling like I should be prepared with some headphones, Sabrina, is what I am thinking. We know that these are aggressive, loud players. I haven't seen a single person on the table really to rival Spidey Young here, except maybe Austin Hernandez, but we have not seen the two up against each other, which may be to the benefit of all of our acoustics. However, this is a spin-off. This is only 2 out of 3. For marathon players, this is a nightmare, but for players like Tim, who has openly admitted he needs to go hard, go fast, go first, because he can be outlasted by people like Paul, who are so cardiovascularly prepared for a marathon fight, whereas he is not. This 2 out of 3 may actually work to his advantage. We know Vinny can go forever. He has the stamina. Right now, it's who's got the mental fortitude and who's going to get that first point. It is still a warm-up right now. Marco, your man, is actually helping Tim get in the flow as he is on shirt number 3. This is a very sweaty game.
Oh, look at that. Both our mans are helping each other out while we both commentate on them. I guess we have a few words to say to them, but we're not going to say it on the stream so they can repeat it back to us and just replay that. Absolutely not.
Well, we are their biggest fans and their harshest critics sometimes. I know Tim and I have a very strict policy of honesty when we see something in the other's gameplay. So I spoke with Tim after his loss to Vinny last time. No, it wasn't his loss to Vinny. However, it was his loss to whomever it was. You know, gave some pointers. I may not be the best player, but I spend a lot of time watching and a lot of time watching him. You can tell the deficits in your partner more than anyone else when you are so used to seeing their strengths. All right, it looks like they're about to get started. Ref is going to be, it looks like Marco, but we'll have to see. The boys are giving a little hearty handshake. We know Vinny tends to get a bit rattled when yelled at, and they usually have to do an apology.
All right, so it is going to be 3 out of 5 games here. I believe Marco is going to rep this match here. Here we go, Vinny and Spidey, game 1, folks. All right, Vinny's in possession.
And immediately gets the first score on Tim. Tim is whipped out his flat top, and by his, I do mean mine, and it gives him that flexibility in the wrist. He went for the right wall, and he got it. I would say his strongest shot is his right wall, if not a charge. He was able to stuff 3 charges in a row. In one of his last matches, he didn't win the war, but those battles were beautiful to watch. We're gonna switch viewpoints, kind of give us another, you see Vinny has his sleeve pushed up, but it's not seeming to stay. We've got two tattooed Carolinians here.
Oh, very tattooed, you're right. Both of them got the sleeves, but tattoos.
Which means we know they can take a little pain, but can they dish it out? I know
go.
Timothy Young can. You hear his yell echo through the room as he gets another wall shot. Right now we'll see what Vinny wants to do with his possession. Is he going to go for the off goal 1-2? I know he'd love to see a double, but he doesn't need one. He's got a cut right there.
And Spidey taking a point right after he was just scored on. That's what we see a lot of, the first serve. They just try to just get it in immediately, not even giving their opponents a chance to recover. Now, Vinny and Spidey are both matched in the points right now. Let's see how Vinny's gonna react. We see a lot of fake outs here from Vinny, like that one, but Spidey's getting used to it. He's noticing this, and he has adjusted his defense.
To anyone watching at your own home, wherever that may be, I just want to remind you we are not so biased as to keep putting our former commentator and my partner on the table. So speaking of a bias, that was a self-serve that's really going to rattle Timothy Young here very easily to get frustrated with yourself. We've seen people like Ray Nugent self-score and come back with a laugh and score on the next one. We do see that happen with Tim, but I don't see a smirk in a sight. Some of the greats say you can only take yourself so seriously the second your mallet is off the table, you can be a person again. But right now we are not looking at people, we are looking at competitors who go toe to toe to toe so many times, whether it's in the past year, in the past couple months, in the past several games here at the 2024 NC State Air Hockey Championship. We know that this is gonna be a bloodbath, a grudge match. We know they both want to win more than just about anything here.
They absolutely do, Jody. They do not want to be eliminated from the spin-off bracket because it gives them a final opportunity to at least get up here in the rankings and get some recognition from themselves, and of course that they deserve, because these players are fighters. Both Vinny and Spidey are just immense fighters, and they take that fight in them against each other, and you can clearly see that here today. Spidey is really focused, really moving his body along with the puck to line up his shot, but Vinny reacts with his defense here, claiming possession of the puck.
And it's gonna be handed over to Timothy Young. He is down by 2. Vinny only needs 1 point to get the first game on his belt. This is a self-score, but really just a missed opportunity for defense. And you've got him leaning back, rearing up. Something you see pretty idiosyncratic of Vinny. He does use that lean back, push forward to success as he wins the first game, 7-5 against Spidey. Timothy Spidey Young. Remember, this is only going 3 out of 5. This means potentially they could cut down 1, 2, or I believe even 3 games. If they push hard, push fast, there is still a minute in between. And we see one competitor has sprinted off looking for a water bottle. We see a look of determination on Vinny's face. Be careful, folks. Refs cannot coach. Though this is a spin-off, the stakes feel a little bit lower. Tim stretches out with both mallets, trying to decide which one he wants to start with. It seems he's had the most success with a flat top, but he is going to maintain the flat top in his left hand as he plays with the high top in his right. An interesting strategy, sure, but that strategy is immediately shot down as he he just accepts the fact he needs to use the low top as he goes forward.
Now, Jody, you know a lot about Spidey and his play style here. Why doesn't he start off with the high top in the face-off and then switch off to the low top? Is that a strategy point here? We got a puck that was thrown into the table here. But Jody, why don't you tell us why that is Spidey's strategy?
And I don't believe that point is going to count, actually, because there was that interception. So it is still 0-0, a little bit of a hand duster. Timothy Young is arguing that the puck came off of his hand, so he maintains possession. Vinny looking a little confused. Marco maintains the status of a good rep, allows the two to work that out for themselves. Now Spidey is up by 1. Spidey is up by 1, and I don't know if Vinny is even on the board yet. These are very long games that we see between these two.
Yes, folks, that's what we're seeing here right now. Jody, can we get info on his low top switch from a high top manner in the beginning? Yeah, I'm sorry. I know you were very focused in on the game here.
I try and be as focused as our players, but heaven knows that never happens. Yes, so for some people, I know Spidey being one of them, it's really all a mind game for themselves to feel like they have that element of control. And also there is the aspect of seeing what is going to work best against the opponent. If you're not normally a high top, but you really need extra power, like you might against someone like Vinny or Ray, then sure, you might want to switch to your high top. But I think as far as speed and the flick of the wrist benefit, because it is a lighter mallet, the low top is just serving him better right now. Also, I think we just like to have options like we saw with Sarah, like we saw with some players who have a string mallet and a non-string mallet. It is now 4-2.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing here. It's a 4-2 game. Vinny has to catch up to Spidey right now. I think Spidey is getting his Spidey abilities as he is keeping the lead here in game 2. This game is going on for quite some time now, but that's not going to stop these two as they continue to keep up that endurance that we always love to highlight here in air hockey. You're going to see now Vinny has taken possession. Spidey needs to keep up that defense as Vinny is just trying to get a cut into that goal there. It doesn't quite work out for him. Does a little circular motion. That time it does.
And you're talking about endurance. We've been saying it all week. This is a 5K with lead boots. I'm afraid that Timothy Spidey Young is feeling it. He looks tired here on the table in a way that I would not expect to see from Vinny, and currently do not see from Vinny. But, you know, just because you're tired doesn't mean you can't play through. We're all tired at the end of a marathon. It's just about getting to the finish. He is in the spin-off, so finishing now is going to be for the rest of the tournament. It is now 4-all. The lead has been taken. There is nothing but toe-to-toe here today that we see these two on the table again, except now perhaps more tired, more worn out as they have battled their way to get to where they are.
That's right, Jody. They are really just fighting it out here right now. You can see the intensity. I think we're going to expect some screaming from Spidey soon enough to let out that passion. Now, the possession's going to go to Vinny here. Vinny is keeping the puck in play. Beautiful left wall under. Yes, it is nasty. But a beautiful
yep. Nasty to receive, beautiful to watch. That's how we want to think about it.
Absolutely. We got the sky cam here, so you guys at home can see just how insane these pucks go. They are so fast that it's hard for the camera to keep track, but that's okay. Our sky cam's got that for you here. You're seeing right now, we got a little bit of a juggling. Oh, Spidey was trying to take away the possession by getting near the center line, but Vinny was prepared, not quite letting that happen. It's going to remain in his possession right now.
I do believe Vinny looks more loose than Spidey right now. He has a flow state, looseness going on about him. Like, yes, he is gonna fight for it, but he stays in motion, keeps his energy up, keeps that flow state. He doesn't need to be yelling or anything right now.
There's a yelling.
Time out now at game point 4. Game point 5.
6.
Yeah. Sorry, she can't hear me.
Yeah, Spidey really wants to get this game point in so he can push the game out just somewhat further. Right now, Vinny's going to try to claim it, but nope, Spidey takes it. Now even games 1-on-1.
And this time you only get to go up to 3. There is far less wiggle room, even less room for mistakes. Neither one of these guys are very prone to them, but we understand emotions can run very high. Timothy has already started his yelling, and there's potentially only 2 more games he needs to go. This is game 3. Remember, this is only going to go up to 5. You do see a bit more camaraderie, a bit more sportsmanship than you did in their first match in the main bracket. As both know, they are fighting for very similar seeds at this point. They are out of the running for number 1, but that does not mean they're not going to give it their all, but there is perhaps a lessened need for a constant high level of aggression. Vinny has got his sleeve roll up. It's his backward hat. It's his ponytail. It means he is in it.
Exactly, Jody. And you know, also we saw that Marco, as a rep, is trying not to coach him, which he has done, being fair. And that's exactly what we have here in North Carolina, is just a fair game. That's what we are doing here right now. Now Spidey's going to keep the possession and actually put a score on the board. He's opened up this game with 1 point, but Vinny's going to return that and getting a point on the board, evening it out for this game.
Vinny does have possession. He is managing his control. Sarah Mann has been a big coach for Vinny as well today. We saw him speaking with her during the break. Now, Spidey has in fact got up by 1, 2-1. Anyone's game, you know, it is 1-1 and 2-2. Vinny so quickly gets that right wall under. Left wall under, sorry, we forget that Vinny is in fact left-handed. From where we're standing, it makes sense that he would be right, but he poses a different game for players who are predominantly used to playing right-handed players. He's not the first we've seen on this table who is left-handed, and there's a reason that some of them have such an advantage. The advantage is with Spidey, though, as he now has 3-2.
Yeah, Jody, you're talking about those left-handed players. We do have one here with us, and that is Orellana-Portillo, who is actually sitting pretty in the winner's bracket right now. He's got to get ready for tomorrow. And last year, we actually had a doubles team win, and their name was ambidextrous, because they had one left-handed player and one right-handed player. It was actually really, really fun to watch them really confuse the double opponents. Very fun watch. Vinny here is now going to take a point, evening it out here. We got Spidey in possession, but Vinny is going to take it back, really trying to get around Spidey defenses. Let's see if Spidey's got those senses.
Spidey Senses has been the name of his game, but they weren't fast enough to defend against the 4th point scored here by Vinny. Again, these are the spin-offs. Vinny at 5-3. Speaking of, you only need 3 out of 5 to win. There's far less room for mistakes here in the spin-off because there's far less time. But for players who are prone to getting tired, to losing the marathon, this is is a benefit. Timothy Young said that that is a benefit for him, but we know he has lost to Vinny in a 7-gamer because he lost his steam, and Vinny is a freight train who's not going to be slowed down by anyone or anything. It is now game point 4. Spidey has possession, and he makes quick use of it, bringing it to game point 5. Vinny in the lead.
And it's gonna go to Vinny right now. They are prepping now for their 4th game here. Remember, folks, in this spinoff, you need 3 games, not 4. Here we go. We got a little bit of a dancing mallet. I always enjoy watching the dancing mallet. I think that's calming for Spidey right now, just focusing on his mallet as a reminder to focus on his game here. He really needs to get into the groove. He really needs to put his head into his own game and not focus on Vinny, but focus on himself and how he needs to play to the best of his Spidey abilities.
And this could be it. This is game 4. Vinny wins this game. He wins the spin-off game. Spidey looking very, very determined, trying his best to stay calm, cool, and collected, using the same strategy, trying to fake out Vinny, but he gets that first point off on a face-off, and Vinny lines up his shot, takes it perfectly, and again, we see these two very, very, very close in skill and ability. Go toe-to-toe, a bit of a self-score there by Vinny. He was unable to get out of the way, and the puck bounced right off his mallet, but that puck went right off his mallet and into the goal of Spidey Young.
Brutal to see. It's not even a self-score. It's like he did defend it, but the puck just wanted to go in. That's what happens when you play against players like Vinny. You just know how to sneak around you, but Spidey is getting now. We're seeing his aggression come out onto the table now, really trying to get that puck into his possession. But Vinny's gonna take another score on the board.
And just about made it to 5 points, but not on that one. That rattled out there for Vinny. You know, Sabrina, we're seeing high-level play after the tournament's been going on for 12 hours of air hockey. You've been listening to us for almost 10 hours. We appreciate you tuning in. I'm sure you are as sick of our voices as we are, but you know, there's no way to get sick of air hockey when you've got competitors like this on the table who are gonna fight for it.
Absolutely, Jody. They are fighting for it. You see Spidey's got that passion. He is really focusing in on that puck. He is getting it in like that. I think we're going to see a Spidey climb up, but not on Vinny's watch. He is at game point, and that could potentially be a match point because Vinny needs one more, but that is nothing to Spidey. Spidey's going to be climbing back. We've seen him do it once, and I think we're going to see him do it again here, but let's watch in anticipation.
You know what, though? I fully anticipate that this could be a Vinny victory as these two go back and forth in matches, in tournaments, in challenge sets, and it's really anyone's game, though. Vinny is up 6-4. We saw earlier that a puck went flying into Spidey's arm, but right now the puck goes flying into the goal, and that is Vinny winning the spin-off 3-1. A bit of yelling now from the other side of this duo, of this pairing. Timothy Young kind of walking away. We're gonna let both of them cool down. Sabrina, don't you think that's probably the safest thing we can do?
I absolutely think so, especially with how they yell. I really don't want to lose another eardrum because being in this room, I've already lost one. With all the air hockey going on and the screaming and the yelling, it's just gonna make it, you know, really hard for me. We're gonna try to get Vinny over here. If you give us a moment, folks, we're gonna try to get Vinny on here. We're going to try to get him now, folks. I'm sending the ref, my old man Marco, to go for a jog and grab Vinny. But right now, we're going to take a word from our sponsor.
Wait, I think we've got Vinny.
Oh, here he is. Oh, well, before we go to our sponsor, we'll actually take it to Jody Jackson
right
so
here.
she can go ahead and see if she can get it.
Totally up to you. Well, they'll get us
Here we go. We're going to get the camera set up. We got to turn the camera to Jody over here. Here we go. We're going to take it to Jody Jackson and Vinny, our winner.
Okay, folks, I'm here with Vinny. You've seen him on the table twice already today against the same opponent. So how did that feel? I know you were beat before, but the victory's yours this time.
A lot of you guys don't know, but Tim was one of my first big wins in air hockey. I've only been playing for a year, and he's a big competitor. He's a juggernaut in one set, and it felt amazing to beat him in one set. He cooked me the first time, so it had to be done. I told him it was going to come, and I'm confident in my ability. I got the game to beat anybody.
All right, Vinny, I know that you're a college athlete, and we see some of that focus and determination that I'm used to seeing out on the track. How do you translate that into air hockey when you've got another opponent who is just as ferocious and willing to yell at you when given the opportunity?
Honestly, before every game, every time me and Tim play, we look at each other and say, you can say whatever you want. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't affect me. Honestly, it makes me play better. The first time we played earlier today, I tried to be a lot more quiet, but that's not how you play Tim Young. Tim Young's a dog. I respect him. He's a GOAT, and he's going to keep going far in this game. It was awesome.
Well, thank you for giving him the shout-out. I'm going to give you one more shout-out. Like you said, you've been playing a year. We have considered you the up-and-comer time and time again, but I have argued that you can't be the up-and-comer because you've been playing like you've been playing for years. You are so impressive. Thank you for coming out to play and standing in my winner's circle. Not for the last time, I can guarantee you.
And last thing, I know I've only been playing for a year, but my table time speaks for itself. A lot of people, I mean, going into this community, going into this air hockey thing is the best thing it's ever done. But if you put the time on the table, anyone can get great at this.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to go to a word from our sponsors. It's Tito's Vodka. Maybe we'll go catch a drink. I know you have earned one. Either way, we're going to let them towel off. Thanks, Vinny.
I don't drink, Mom.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, is to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
another spin-off here. We got Marco/Portillo versus Gerardo G. Cortez. Of course, I am so excited to be here with y'all. We're going to see a great match here. We got very passionate players on the table today. Now, I'm seeing right now some strong, two strong mallets. Obviously, when the puck goes off the table, that's because of the sheer velocity and push from the player that hit that mallet. Here we go. We're going to see now how G is going to handle this possession. He is going to start it off. The puck is now in play. He's going to do a little bit of some juggling here while Marco prepares to be on the defense, trying to see if he can grab hold of the puck. Now, G is going to start off with a point on the board here. Marco is going to see how he can get through. He's going to keep possession of the puck here. Slash and G, these are two players that played against each other. What a beautiful right wall there from Slash, evening out the score here. Slash is going to keep possession of the puck now and go straight cutting through G's defenses just like that. We got 2 points on the board here for Slash. Now, let's see how he's going to handle that. And once again, going around G's mallet like it's not even there. But just like that, G will respond with a, well, it couldn't even finish that sentence there. Here we go, and I'm gonna have a commentator with me, and that's gonna be coming soon with Timmy. Oh, excuse me, Jody's back?
Yeah, Jody's back.
Jody is back. It was gonna be Spike, but excuse me, Jody has returned to the table. We have a 4-3 match going on here. Jody, this is really just a fast match right now. You got two players who have practiced with each other. So what do you think is gonna happen here?
Well, first, I am absolutely devastated. The first break I have taken all day. I missed the beginning of the Marco versus G matchup because I know both of them come out of the gate with such ferocity. They are both very, very likely to score on any face-off they do. And also a sweet spot in my heart for Marco. Of course, not only is he a sweet boy and he has been a cheerleader for me at every tournament, he is the sweet boy for our Sabrina, the head ref, sure, but head of the heart over here. We see he's got 6 points already. He only needs to finish it out like he does just then. Sabrina was saying this is a quick moving game. I would expect nothing less. We have talked about the bucket hat boys and the energy they bring. They are at the Greensboro tournament and make the hike all the way to Raleigh and Durham to make sure they stay in it all week long. And you have two of them up against each other. This has become a theme, training partner versus training partner. This is in fact refed by Vinny after his victory on this table in his spinoff against Spidey. And now we see him using his focus to keep this match fair. And like I just said, I fully expect to see a score off the face-off almost every time, regardless which way it goes. It is 1v1. We are rooting for Marco. We are rooting for G. We are rooting for air hockey in general. And with a cut like that, how could you not?
Absolutely, Jody. You're just seeing these nasty cuts happen between Marco and G right now. And you got two kind of different players here, although they do know each other. Marco's got more calculated moves while G is just ready to throw that puck into the goal with his aggressive offense here. But that does not mean anything to these players. They are both ready to go. Slash is leading now with 1 point here. We're going to see how he's going to recover and keep the lead, or if G's going to take it from him. But man, Jody, let me tell you, this is an intense match. They are keep matching each other right now. But just like that, Slash is going to take the advantage here. I mean, we're in the spin-off bracket, so you're seeing passion from both sides of the table here, both really wanting a victory.
Devastating.
Unfortunate self-score here. That's okay. He's going to recover just like that.
With a vengeance. Some people get a self-score or they see one kind of just drift in and it kills their morale. Someone unlike Marco, it happens, and it's a Fury coming back. He's going to get a point off the score just to settle it. It is now 6-5. Potential game point here for Marco, but it is now 6-6. Get hype. It is now 6-6. Possession is in Marco's, and we'll see what he is able to do with it. He will finish this out. That's what we are rooting for. But G, we know you are a talented, incredible, hardworking player. We love to see a victory either side. But Marco, we are rooting for you. 1 point to go. Timeout called. First time gets 10 seconds. You see, Vinny is a very fast counter, saying already 10 seconds
Absolutely.
is up.
He made that quick, Jody.
I'm used to seeing 10 really be 20, but I think 10 was just 5 right there.
Here we go, and I think, you know, Marco took a lesson from the last time he was here on the main table to be really calculated about his timeouts. Just like that, he saw it's useful because now he is up 2 games to 0 right now. That means Marco only needs 1 more game here. Let's see if he can get that. You know, G, when it comes to stuff like this, when he's down, guess what he does?
He fights his way right back up. He never stays there.
Absolutely does. G is a fighter, but guess what? Marco will slash his way to the top, as you're seeing here. You're seeing great focus. I think right now Vinny is offering as ref if the players want to wipe down the table. I know we've seen a lot of blood, sweat, tears on this very table here. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. Or actually, he just used it to hold the puck. Excuse me. Sorry.
I think, honestly, we should be wiping the table. We saw the Vinny versus Timothy match, and that was a sweaty bloodbath. Here right now, we're going to see what comes out of this match. Are we going to need a new table? Are we going to need a new puck? Because I know they're going to hit it, but these two have a market history of control. You saw Marco just get something off the table. Perhaps we had just mentioned wiping down the table would be a good idea. It seems like we were right, even looking from what we are now. We're going to go ahead and give everyone the sky cam. I know it is a crowd favorite, and when they're so fast, it's the best way to see what's going on. That is a point by Marco, pulling out a lead.
And you know, Jody, I want to make a note here because you know me and the outfits. You know, we've been talking about this all weekend here. The hats. Look at that. You know, G started off with a forward-facing cap. He turned it backwards, kind of like the ponytail trick we saw from Sarah earlier today. Marco's going to keep it face forward, though, because he wants to remain focused. He does not want to look at G. He just wants to look at that puck. That's his play style. He is really just focusing on his own game and not the opponent. He wants to make sure he's doing everything. But G is now in possession of the puck, trying to line up a shot here, but it's going to be taken by Marco here, taking that puck.
Oh,
and beautiful right wall. You know, Marco's got that strong right wall, and I don't know if G's got a defense for it right now. I think he's starting to learn, but instead he's going to go for a cut here. Great shot by Marco/Portillo here. Let's see how G is going to recover.
I think Marco handles himself pretty well. Up already 5-2 against G. Probably the widest lead we have seen between these two in the last 2 games. And I say that now as it is game point 2. Marco just needs 1 to win it all, to end his suffering as long as they've been playing. Again, I told y'all it's been 12 hours. We have been here at the 2024 NC Air Hockey Championship. And we do it because of players like these, because of games like these. And G is going to get another point on the board. It is still game point now 3, and by that it is game. And we are actually going to get Marco over here as quickly as possible.
Ask some questions here today. Let me know, Joe, are we ready to go? Yes, we are. Now, Marco/Portillo. You're ready to go now? You really have demonstrated something on this table. You were up against against Q, you got knocked down, and then you went up against G. I guess you're going up against the alphabet. What do you have to say that changed in adjusting your game here?
I would say I settled down. I took a breather after that match against Q, and I was like, well, now I have to win my spin-off, so win my spin-off I will.
And that is what we're seeing here. What did you learn from this spin-off that you think you're going to take now into the next spin-off match you have?
Really just execute my offense the way I have been. I feel like my defense is pretty solid now, and it's just about hitting the right shots.
That's exactly what we're seeing, and we're seeing a lot of the right wall, and some people in the comments were mentioning that you have this right wall as well as prepping to defend against the cuts that were being made by Q earlier today. How do you think that's going to change your game? Are you going to change? Are you going to adjust in any way?
Right now, it's a game-to-game adjustment. I feel like if no one can stop it right now, then I'm going to keep on going for it.
Absolutely wonderful to hear. So you just got any other words before you leave to prep for your next match?
I'm going to play hard and see y'all in the final of this spin-off.
All right, we love the confidence. Thank you so much, Slash. We are headed now to our sponsors here in a moment. We'll get back to you.
Good work. I have no idea.